Howdy, Smite fans, and welcome back to another day of the Smite World Championship placement rounds. It's Saturday, which means it's the weekend, and we still got 2 more days, well, including today, of intense Smite action. All of that thanks to our friends over at Alienware for sponsoring Season 8 of the SPL. Make sure to check them out on all their social media at Alienware, on Twitter and Instagram. Go to AlienwareArena.com, and also go to SmiteGame.com/Alienware. Use code SmiteAW. That way you can see all the cool stuff that Alienware has to offer, not just to you at home, but also that our pros are going to be playing on whenever they are here in the studio and at home, and in the comfort of getting to play on those Alienware PCs, the Aurora Ryzen 10 Edition desktop, as well as a 25-inch 240Hz gaming monitor. Thank you so much to Alienware for being the title sponsor here at Season 8 of the SPL. It's J Mac Tucker. I got Aggro joining me here today on the desk for our first set. We got the ONI Warriors up against the SCC boys of the Winter Dogs trying to make their second chance here to make it to the World Championship.
Hey, man, it's do or die now. You know, all the pressure's on, and that means that the Smite is going to get better because I feel like these teams, you know, it's so much more interesting whenever there's actual consequences on the line, and having your season be ended is certainly the worst possible outcome. So I'm excited to see what the Warriors are going to be doing, you know, trying to bounce back from that loss up against the Solar Scarabs. And the Winter Dogs continue to be this enigma. We have no idea what they're going to be doing at any given time, and that means they're really fun to watch.
Yeah, we got 2 big sets today. We got one on each side of the groups. Let's take a look at Group B real quick before we jump into all of the stuff for Group A. Group B finished up all of their stuff yesterday. We had the Jade Dragons and the Olympus Bolts play in a 5-game barn burner of a set where the Dragons come up 3-2. And now it's going to be Sleekness and the Valhalla Valkyries. That's going to be taking place as our second set of the day over in Group B. For Group A, it's another story, though, because we do have, as we mentioned, the ONI Warriors and Sleekness are going to be facing off. So it's going to be SPL versus SCC for both of these sets here today. Sleekness, they can find a win up against the Valkyries, or vice versa. The Valkyries can find a win up against Sleekness. They are one step closer to their chance at the Smite World Championship. So nobody is going there today, but one team is going home from each side of these groups.
Exactly. So, you know, high-value games for sure. We'll see what happens with these 2 teams in Group A and then in Group B. Obviously, some very difficult matches ahead of whoever wins these matches today, but at least they'll be playing.
Yeah, Group A, as we mentioned, the Winter Dogs, the SCC team that had an impressive run over against Captain Odie Fan Club at the beginning of the week, a hearty loss over against the Atlantis Leviathans the very next day. Now they've had some time to recuperate, kind of rethink about things. They're going to be taking on the ONI Warriors, who also had a 5-game set this week up against the Solar Scares. Something about these teams, and once they finally get everybody here, the first set that they get to play is 5 games long. I mean, we had it with the Warriors and the Scarabs to start out. The Camelot Kings had to play 15 games, all 3 of their best of 5s whenever they join in for the Phase 3 playoffs. I don't know what it is, Zagra, but something about a new team in Game 5.
Make it up for lost time, you know, making sure they get as much LAN experience as possible. You know, it's especially good for a team like the Kings that doesn't have a lot of LAN experience in general. But for this Warriors team, for example, you know, Dardez, Fred, those guys have been playing on LAN for a long time. So I don't think it's super valuable for them. You know, they don't need to be worried about getting that LAN experience necessarily. They've already got it. It's more about just getting comfortable and making sure that they're doing the things they want to be doing.
Yeah, kind of just getting the gears turning once again for some of these players here. Kind of talking a little bit about some of these players who are just now joining back in with them, like Cuvo Fred. That guy was a monster when he popped off in Game 2. Is what, like 13-2 on Fenrir, like 10 minutes into the game. This is a team that has a lot of explosive capabilities, and they're going to need it here up against this Winter Dogs team.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, the way that set started was as good as possible for the ONI Warriors. And then it ended as poorly as humanly possible by getting reverse swept, but we're not talking about that too much, I suppose. I think that Fred and Dardez coming out and looking really strong at the beginning of that set is the best thing that could have happened for this team, because Fred and Dardez, we know that they're great quality players, that they've been very good during their careers, but they have had very difficult Season 8s. Fred in particular, who at times really, really struggled this year, and most of the time really, really struggled this year. Having him have these dominant performances, I think just gives him so much more confidence. And, you know, a player like Fred who, you know, we've all seen the gifs of him absolutely decimating his chair and all that kind of stuff. You can tell that that type of player really relies on that self-confidence and the emotion behind it, which is, you know, obviously a super valuable thing. I think to have that going back in Fred's favor is going to be huge for this team.
I mean, we even got a nice little tweet from Hazer about, you know, the entire Scarabs kind of looking like a chair at the end of Game 2. But the ONI Warriors, even after the loss to the Scarabs, here's their chance to bounce back. They can get a win up against the Winter Dogs. And then if they win, well, then they got to play the Scarabs again for a second opportunity to try and make it and hopefully maybe kind of turn the tides in their favor and see if they can get a win and get to that Smite World Championship, because it has been a tough season for them.
Yep.
And this is one of their best opportunities to kind of punch their ticket.
Yeah, I mean, think back to the beginning of the year when we were hoping everyone was going to be here. All of our expectations for the Warriors were that they would be a top-end team. There was that much talent on this squad. You know, you've got Neil and Fred. Neil has won 2 back-to-back World Championships. Fred coming off his first ring. You know, you've got this great core of Vogt and Dardez and Nika, and they've been very successful during their SPL careers. So we expected the Warriors to be a top-end team, a top 4 team potentially in this league. And then, you know, the long year that it has been has kind of beat down our expectations of this team. But now that they're all here, I think it's time to start thinking soon, you know, right in time for the World Championships, that they can be one of those top 4 teams again.
And we've got a chance to talk to a lot of the players throughout this season, but one person we haven't really got the chance to talk to is their coach, Chuckles. We're going to have him standing by for our pregame interview with Dolson.
Yeah, Chuckles with me, the master behind the ONI Warriors, the one keeping all the pieces together, I imagine. Talk to me a little bit about the best-of-5 set earlier on in the weekend. Incredible games to start off for you guys. Slips away a little bit against the Solar Scarabs. As a team, what are some takeaways from the best-of-5 that didn't go your way? What are some areas you're looking to improve on?
Yeah, I mean, like the first 2 games I feel showcased, you know, kind of exactly what we can do and what we're looking to do when everything, you know, goes our way.
Sure.
But, yeah, the next 3 games, I think we just got in our own heads a bit.
Sure.
We just, you know, I think our drafts are okay. We didn't quite keep up as much as we wanted to. And then, you know, we obviously made a ton of mistakes. We could have won both games, and we were in positions to win both games 3 and 5.
Well, it is nice, you know, you can move away from those games still feeling like that there's some good to take away even from the losses. Talk to me about the team now being on LAN a little bit. Have you noticed a difference in this team, in everyone being together, now playing together in the same room for the first time all year?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, like, it's so demoralizing, right, when 2 of your players have to play at like 170 ping.
I get it. Yep.
It's, you know, pretty much impossible. So, you know, coming in and being able to like actually play the game is just a massive, you know, morale boost. It actually lets us get decent practice in. So, you know, the strides we've taken, even in just the last few weeks of scrims, have been really good.
Agreed. Scary looking team. I believe we have some art available, and I might throw it up on the back of the screen here. Your dad, if I am understanding correctly,
that's my papa,
is a cartoonist.
He is.
And does he watch the SPL? Is he an avid fan?
Boy, does he! He consumes every piece of Smite content he can.
That's right. And this is Cubo Fred, I believe, on the Viking ship.
There he is.
I think we have a Dardez one. I think I got the order proper on this. Do you know how long it takes him to do these drawings?
I mean, like, these are, you know, the top-end sort of, you know, caricatures that he really, like, sits down and grinds at, which just take a whole lot of time.
Immense amount of time, and then, of course,
there's a vote on his bagpipe.
I love that. That's got to be, I know, riding the bagpipe is absolutely hilarious. What are the, I feel like I'd be so flattered. It would be so cool. I think in the past your dad has done some of the casters. But is there any reaction from the guys? They see these cartoons roll through, and it's they probably think it's really neat.
Yeah, I mean Neil's a big fan. He makes his feelings known. But yeah,
of course he is. Final thoughts here from you. You're going up. I love the cartoons. We got to bring it back to the game. Final thoughts on your matchup here. Sort of unique in the draft strategy is this Winter Dogs team. You think anything unexpected happens? You think you're pretty prepared?
I mean, it can be. They can do, you know, any sort of assassin mid or warrior mid or whatever. I think we're decently prepared. Our biggest point is just making sure that we learn from our mistakes against the Scarabs and just hone in on what made us lose and what made us win there and come in with our own game plan.
Yeah, high expectations for this one. I'll let you get back with the team. Thanks for your time. We'll go back to the desk to start it off.
Man, those were some really sick drawings. I remember seeing the first one of those pop up on my timeline last night. I was like, wow, I only wish I had the time and patience to put something like that together. But kind of bringing it back here with the team, kind of what he was talking about, you know, learning from the mistakes up against the Scarabs. You know, they felt like they had games 3 and 5 where they could have won them and they just slipped right through their hands. But now they're going up against the Winter Dogs, who I think it's right to mention here a bit of an odd draft style. I think specifically really just an odd Benny Q draft style over anything else that they got to try and go up against?
Yeah, I mean, this team has been very difficult to pick and ban against because you don't know exactly what they're going to do. But like you said, you can kind of narrow it down to knowing that Benny's going to be doing some strange things. So, you can play around if Wowie is taking something a little bit weird in duo, maybe we can infer what Benny Q is going to be playing off of that. How is Gamma going to be playing right now? Aqua has been locking in basically nothing but Guardians since the Phase 3 playoffs, so I think that you can pick and ban around that pretty well. I think that overall, if I were in Chuck's shoes, I would be not worrying too much about what Benny Q is going to do, because that seems like a waste of my time, because I don't know. No one knows exactly what he's going to do, but I think you can prepare for the rest of this team pretty well, and then just make Benny Q try and 1v9 you, which is going to be pretty difficult to do against a team of the ONI Warriors caliber.
Yeah, because no matter how off kilter Benny Q goes, the rest of the team do seem to kind of lock in on similar points of the meta here. I mean, really, this is also one of the only teams that's actually playing anything that's a mage that's not Tiamat or a magical hunter when it comes to anything out here in the mid lane. Benny Q playing Warriors, playing Assassins, played a couple of mages with Anubis, and he said at one point, Wowie always has this Cupid in the back pocket for him. So you never fully know what the team is going to go for, and it seems that the strategy to Leviathan's How is just see what they did and then just draft around that. Don't try and predict, just go with what's right in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. And if you just execute on your game plan, the practice that the ONI Warriors team has been getting all year should give them a really big advantage in the match like this. Just being in that sort of environment is really, really helpful and can oftentimes be the difference maker anyways. So I think that, the Warriors, we're going to make a lot out of, the play style of the Winter Dogs. The viewers are going to be thinking about how the Winter Dogs do all these weird things, and it is very unique and interesting and fun, and it can be very good. But at the end of the day, when you've got a team with as much talent as the ONI Warriors have, if they go out and execute, it should not matter what the Winter Dogs are doing too much. As long as the Warriors are taking care of business, they should be okay.
A lot of playing your own game style, a lot of your own game plan kind of thing. It's really how it's been for all of these teams out here. Just do what works for you. Make sure to try and just eliminate some of the nuisances more than anything else. We've been seeing a lot of change-ups in kind of the mid-meta here, Aggro. I mean, we've been seeing, I think you were right to highlight, a lot less mages over the course of it. It's been a lot of hunters kind of rolling their way over to mid, and more of those magical hunters coming in duo.
And I think that's perfect for the ONI Warriors, because Dardez has been a hunter mid player basically his whole career since he switched to mid from playing support. He made On Her look like one of the best gods we've ever had during his time playing On Her mid. AMC, he's done it all there in the mid lane and when it comes to those hunters. So this is a great time for this team to really start to hit their stride. I think mages can be playable. We saw Herwin look pretty good on a couple of mages yesterday. The Zeus, the Zhong Kui, stuff like that did end up looking pretty good for him. I think that I'm a little surprised at how few mages we have because, Divine Ruin sees a big buff and I think feels really good. You've got some more flat pen options now. I think that build path feels a lot better. But the damage output of gods like AMC is so hard to compete with, and if these magical ADCs are good enough, and I'd say Olarun is certainly good enough, but Freya being better now, Soul being good, that those picks are good enough that if you can get away with giving your ADC one of those and letting the mid laner take a hunter, it just feels really, really strong and hard to counteract.
I mean, kind of talking on that, Freya, she kind of came out of left field where she was picked up like maybe once or twice throughout the regular season. I think it was usually just by like Cyclone, and then Netroid also picked that god up. And then we saw the Leviathans run it 3 straight games up in their set. We saw her pop in a few more times here. Is it just a small itemization change that's really given a nice little boon to Freya here?
It's the way the duo lane meta is being played right now. It's how big the mid 3v3 is and all that kind of stuff. But it's also, oh my god, that was scary.
He's getting prepped.
Right, exactly. It's also the ability for her to get up into that ultimate and be untargetable as she rises. That change that both she and Camazotz received in a recent patch in order to make them a little bit safer as they're going up into the air means that you can be a lot greedier with that ultimate. You can hold it a lot longer. It means you can oftentimes get an extra auto attack or 2 off, and that can oftentimes be the difference between getting a kill and then surviving or dying and not killing them. So it makes a big difference for her for sure.
The ONI Warriors getting mentally prepped up here. I mean, we saw Cuvo getting ready. Chairs be warned. Whichever admin we have sitting by with them, make sure that the chairs are safe. Make sure everybody else is safe. Although those Maxonomic chairs are fairly durable, so I imagine and I hope that one of those could withstand a Cuvo punch if we do manage to see one of
that
those.
punch
but
he delivered last year, no one could withstand that. No one.
No single person could stand in the way. Luckily, our chairs are a little bit more durable out here. But getting ready to jump into game number 1 between the Warriors and the Winter Dogs. The Warriors had a nice run earlier on up against the Scarabs this week. The Winter Dogs found success on day 1, but once they went up against that Leviathans team, there were some nice little silver linings in the midst of their fights, but at the end of the day, it was the Leviathans who put them down here, now having to face off against the Warriors. Interesting little note here, the coach for the Winter Dogs is actually a former rival of Chuckles, Sharks, the coach over here for Winter Dogs team.
Yeah, old Australian Smite player, coached one of the teams that made it to the Smite World Championships, Athletico. So it's he's got a little bit of a track record as well, and I have no idea what coaching the Winter Dogs must be like because of how random they seem to be going with their picks and bans. But I'm sure that he's seen some interesting experimentation there during scrims for the Winter Dogs. I'm sure his notebook would be funny to look through.
I don't think he even has a notebook. I think he just has one of those wheels that some of the other streamers get where you spin and just it kind of just picks something. I think that's what he's got and said, all right, here you go, Benny Q. That's your pick today. Picks and bans, game number 1 between the ONI Warriors and the Winter Dogs. The SPL versus the SCC, round 2 out here today on this lovely Saturday of Smite. Best of 5s today. One team from each of the groups going home, and then the other team moving on to face off against the final chance, the last chance match in order to get into the Smite World Championships. And it's going to start off immediately with some Guardian bans here out of the ONI Warriors. Sobek and RTO, 2 gods at Aquarius, has really been loving to pilot over there in that solo lane, taken out right away.
Yeah, really focusing on Aqua. I was going to say, they could go with something like a Cerberus ban, but I like them not triple banning him out, instead tossing a ban towards Kirmi. That makes a lot of sense to me, and the Erlong Shen just does bring a whole lot of control. The Camazot's ban is good here from the Winter Dogs. Make sure that Nika or Fred, both players that can definitely pilot that Camazot's, don't get their hands on it. Yamoja's open, and Neil is awfully good on that pick, and I think that might be the direction that I would go, but instead they lock in that Achilles, and Achilles might be the only warrior that Aqua's played in recent memory, so making sure he doesn't get that.
Yeah, and on the opposite side here with the bans for Winter Dogs, I mean, we do have the Fafnir, which is something that Neil played quite a bit in his setup against the Scarabs, running that double Hunter Fafnir comp, shredding objectives, structures, anything else. And then the AMC, which has been showing a lot of presence as well, especially over in that mid lane and even over in the duo. But it's Ganesh and Izanami. So right out the gate, we get that duo lane locked in for the Winter Dogs. They're going to take no hesitation. And it really seems that Izanami has kind of just been the favorite hunter for teams to pick up right now.
Yeah, she's really good, man. I mean, she just makes it so your warrior, so your support pick doesn't matter in terms of lane clear and that kind of stuff. That she just can handle it all on her own. She's the only hunter who can do that. And that opens you up to do a lot of other things in the dual lane, and she's safe enough. She's got great damage output, secures objectives pretty well for a hunter. I mean, she just does it all. So I like the Izanami top pick. I have no problem with that. And the Winter Dogs, they have struggled at times in this duo lane. I thought at playoffs they looked like they might be a little bit weak in that duo lane. Getting Gamma back has been big. Even though Sybil played pretty well during that playoff event, I think just having that synergy there has been pretty important for them. And I have no problem with them just trying to shore up what they've got going on over there in the duo lane early.
When we talk about Hunter mids kind of becoming a big thing, you talked about Dardes really loving the on-her mid. Maybe we get a little bit of that here in game number 1 as the on-her and the Yamoja, that was discussed just earlier on, gets locked in. So we got at least one member of the duo lane, potentially a second if that on-her does go that way, but we'll see if Dardes elects to pilot that towards the mid lane instead. I want to go over here to kind of talk about Kleena a little bit because she's had a lot of hit or miss success so far in her debut weekend.
Yeah, she hasn't looked dominant, I would say. She's had her moments for sure, and I think that we haven't really seen her played to that full potential yet, and that's typical. A new god, their first few weeks of play, sometimes they look pretty hit or miss, and then look at a god like Tiamat that really struggled for a couple of weeks and then all of a sudden started winning everything and just looking like she was impossible to deal with. Very possible in my mind that Kleena kind of gets to that status. I think that we haven't seen teams really play around her strengths as much as I would like. I think she's at her best around Fire Giant fights and Gold Fury fights and Phoenix Sieges. She just does things that no other character can do by being in those walls and making it difficult to get to where you need to be in those types of fights. So I think once teams slow it down and play towards her strengths, she's going to look even better than she already has.
And it seems the Winter Dogs are going with their same strategy of leaving that last pick for Benny Q. It seems to be something that they've loved doing, that Benny Q even talked about during one of his post-game interviews, which is he always sees what the entire draft of is the team, and then he kind of picks his god based on there. And that always has our curiosity peaked as to where it will go. Second ban phase is up. And it's Olaran and Nike for the first two out here, and then toss a Loki in the midst of all of that one. There's still a lot open here for Cuvo Fred. I mean, he was bringing out the Fenrir looking real strong up against the Scarab set. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe he tried to go with that again.
Yeah, I mean, you got Fenrir, you have Serket. Those are classic Fred gods that he does very well with. Hunbats, I mean, he's kind of got all his classics still open. Think if I'm the Oni Warriors right now, I'm thinking about whether or not I want Freya as the other magical hunter that we've seen a lot of this week. I think that you could just go Freya plus Fred's pick and have a really, really strong draft, putting that on her in the mid lane. Love this Odin band. That's kind of the other warrior that you think Aqua might be more willing to play. At this point, I think Aqua's probably going to play Cerberus just for the anti-heal up against the Emoja and knowing what he likes to play just based on what we saw from him at playoffs. But maybe he's added a little something to the god pool here.
Kind of insane how strong and dominant Cthulhu was for such a long time, and
yeah,
it seems that he's just kind of been dropped and thrown into the void for some time here. We haven't seen him really looked at all so far for this weekend, and even towards kind of the tail end of Phase 3, we even saw him kind of petering away from the priority. But Cerberus, as you talked about, is still up there for Aqua. That and this Cthulhu was kind of the two gods, and I think even throwing the Sobek there were kind of the three that he really loved during the Phase 2 circuit playoffs there for his team.
Yeah.
And it will be Cerberus, so nice little pat on the back for you there, Aggro.
Yeah, thank you. I've been doing it for a little bit. Yeah, I think this is a good pick for Aqua. He's really accurate with the stuns, which is obviously the big deal. It gets you out of Umoja walls. You've got the anti-heal. It just kind of fits pretty well. And it means that you can actually go for something a little bit more physical heavy in the mid lane. If Benny Q wants to pick an assassin or a warrior, you can do that, because with Ganesh and Cerberus, you'll have a little bit of magic damage. I wouldn't say enough, but you'll have some, at least to the point where you're not having the entire team just get bodied by one sovereignty from Neil.
Well, it is the final two picks here for the Oni Warriors. Before we get ready to jump into game number one, the Winter Dogs will still have their final counter pick for Benny Q as well once these two get locked in. And the Warriors are taking a little bit of time here. They've got the Achilles. We've been seeing that pretty much exclusively go over to the solo lane this weekend on her. You talked about, Dardez really liking to play that guy in mid. That's kind of where we mostly seen it. And you were wondering which of the magical hunters left was going to be popping out here. And it is going to be that Freya going over towards the dual lane being piloted by Vote. So it's going to be Umoja Freya as a dual lane, and then Fenrir as the final selection here for the Warriors to go up into the jungle.
Yeah, Fenrir, I mean, it doesn't have the easiest matchup, I'd say, so far looking at the rest of the Winter Dogs. I mean, it's a lot of leaps. It's this silence from Ganesh, all that kind of stuff. But it just still gives you so much instant pressure. It gives you pressure on purification beads, gives you pressure in the jungle because he just fights really well, even if Brutalize isn't going to get a ton of value. I like that pick quite a bit here for him, as it's Heimdall here for Benny Q. Most likely, actually, it could be Izanami mid and Heimdall duo. I think that could work out pretty well as well. I don't think that it's really a big deal either way, which direction you want to go over here with these two hunters, but just going with a double hunter composition, this does open the Winter Dogs up to a little bit more of an identity with what they want to be doing. I think that they've got really good objective burn, and secure isn't great, but good enough, I'd say, up against what you see from the Oni Warriors, that they can just try and ignore the fights and go towards Gold Furies, Pyromancers, Fire Giants if they get to that point where they're in a good enough spot, and just try and play the objective game, more PvE, less PvP, because they've got Ganesh, Izanami, Heimdall, and Cerberus. A lot of prot shred, and then a lot of damage coming from these two hunters. So it certainly can work. Definitely a little concerned about their AoE or lack thereof. I think that the Oni Warriors can very easily group up around this Umoja, just let Neil start spamming that too, and then he's going to keep everyone up pretty healthy. Then there's not enough AoE to really punish that type of playstyle here if you're on the Winter Dogs, but I think their composition certainly can work. They've got dive, they've got front to back, they've got CC, they've got the tools to succeed.
Well, when we talk about gods like Umoja especially, healing is not the hugest thing with just this god by herself. I mean, Umoja can get some good heals out, can get some good shields out there. And then when it comes down to that, you have anti-heal to kind of ask, Cerberus is going to have a little bit into his passive here, do you think maybe more than just a Cursed Ankh is really necessary going up just against Yamoja?
No, I don't even know if I'd go Ankh in this situation. I think that I'd probably just have the Cerberus and get a Pestilence or a Contagion and call it a day. You know, I think that, like you said, Yamoja, her healing is so much worse than it used to be. And Freya's not going for that Bancroft's Typhons build anymore. You know, it's much more ring focused. She gets a good amount of lifesteal, but not an insane amount. I don't think that you really need to worry too much about it. I mean, there's a lot of incidental healing here for the ONI Warriors, so if you can fit in, you know, like Cletus should be going a Brawlers for sure. There's no doubt about that. But between the Cerberus passive, a Brawlers, a Contagion, or a Pestilence, I think that's really all the Winter Dogs need.
Well, it's going to be a tough one here for really both of these teams because the Warriors, they don't have a whole lot of intel on the Winter Dogs unless they've been paying attention to a lot of the SCC matches up until now, and even then, things seem to have shifted up a little bit for this Winter Dog style, and then they've got to go up against the Warriors, an SPL caliber team, and one that has the potential to go to the Smite World Championship. One team's going home today. It's a best-of-5 set to determine which of those is going to be going home, which one's going to be moving on to face off against the Solar Scarabs. Who's going to be? Let's jump right over in to game number 1 between the ONI Warriors and the Winter Dogs. We'll have Mifflin and Dave take it away.
I'm happy to be Goremizer. If I'm Goremizer, I'm living a great life, so that's fine. Goremizer and Mifflin bringing you the cat for game number 1. And look, the ONI Warriors and the Winter Dogs, this is an important matchup, Miff. It's the opposite of yesterday. The winner does not go to the Smite World Championship quarterfinals, but the loser does go home. So it's just as serious, but for an opposite reason. Doug, I waited until game 3 yesterday. We're not waiting. You're working the camera for us all day today.
Woo!
We appreciate you. The ONI Warriors have to come into this matchup as the favored team here, Mifflin. They showed us a lot of good stuff up against the Solar Scarabs. It's about taking away some good from a reverse sweep that you lost and applying it to what should be a good-looking set for the ONI Warriors.
Seems to me that the ONI Warriors are playing with a little bit more confidence early on. Cuvo Fred, just by threat of Ragnarok, has forced a Penta Beads pickup from the Winter Dogs, every single individual member, worried about that displacement tool, whereas the Warriors have been allowed to pick up a couple of aggressive relics. Blink for Nika and Cuvo Fred, Heavenly Sprint for Neilma, and an aggressive dual lane support means that this Freya, which is going to struggle generally throughout the early phases, won't have to nearly as much. Yamoja can kind of shore up that clear all on her own. That said, up against an Izanami, you're probably not getting a whole lot of clear advantage in the duo lane. We could see Cuvo Fred go for some shades of Lasbra and try and gank early out. I think that's a decent call from him if this Fenrir does decide to rotate towards the duo lane, just because Gamma on this Ganesh, probably pretty susceptible to a gank early on.
Early on in the lane at least. Level 5, big power spike, of course, for everyone in the game, but Ganesh specifically. A little look at Dardes and Benny Q exchanging jumps over in the mid lane. Benny Q has thrown out some interesting stuff, Miff. Hunter mid, far from the most interesting thing we've seen from Benny. But Heimdall mid, I think just in general, is definitely interesting as far as the hunters that we expect to see. And so surely a different look there. And it looks like Benny Q, Miff, is opting for the Shadow Steel Shuriken start, which has been very popular.
Yeah, going to deal with some of that healing. It's got great power on it. Legitimately, Shadow Steel Shuriken on release, pretty bad item, right? It was like 20 power. I think it was 15% crit. Now we're looking at like 40 power, 20% crit, and a good amount of anti-heal as well. So once Benny Q does finish it up, he's going to have great boxing potential.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to take the 1v1 up against Dardes pretty consistently because Dardes is going for a more ability-focused build, likely going to be that Transcendence in the first slot. Going to take a long time for him to hit his power spikes. So I like this pacing from the Winter Dogs. It's just whether or not the jungler Kirmi wants to play through Benny Q, because if he doesn't, you might not get a lot of value.
Cuvo Fred putting the first bit of pressure on the map, and it's over on the blue buff. It's going to get jumped on by the Oni Warriors. Stolen away, though, by Aquarius, if you count that as a steal.
I do.
So Aquarius will be able to go pick up his own blue buff. And that just wastes the time of Cuvo, Fred, and Nika a little bit. You're able to pick up your own blue buff anyway. And so back to farming Aquarius will go. I'm glad you bring up Kirmi because it feels like Kirmi has had a pretty good run here with this Winter Dogs team. A lot of eyes, a lot of conversation around Benny Q. I mean, for good reason, especially with the eclectic picks that we see. But Kirmi should be in the conversation here as one of the pivotal members of this Winter Dogs team, especially on one of the newer picks here in this Cleana. Up against Cuvo Fred on the Fenrir. Different styles of engage, but similar levels of impact.
Yeah, I think Cuvo Fred going to be looking more so for the fight. Sure, Kleena, if she pulls a lead, can be an incredible, just dominant bully on the map, but I think the main strength of Kleena really is her objective burn. That ultimate tearing the veil shreds Fire Giants, shreds Gold Furies, Pyromancers. It opens up the door for you to go for these two-man neutral objectives. You don't really need to have the full team rotating in, and it's just a ton of threat that the Oni Warriors are going to have to contend with throughout every phase of the game. Whereas Cuvo Fred, sure, he's got similar ability to do neutral objectives because Seething Howl gives you that additional power as well as lifesteal to hold on to it, but expediency favors the Winter Dogs. Maybe the team fight, as of right now, favoring Cuvo Fred's Fenrir.
Hear me hovering by mid lane. Always got to be careful when the Kleena's around. You never know which wall that Kirmi could be hovering in. This time, just hanging out on the map proper. Don't want to lose any of that health while you're hanging out of the wall. Oracle's up here shortly, and so that'll send the Winter Dogs right on back for that. Over in the solo lane, outside of that blue buff pressure, might be hard to lock down kills on either of these two between a Cerberus and an Achilles. Achilles has become very popular so far here this weekend, but watch out Dardas. There's a rotation in behind the On-Her here. Are they looking for the kill or are they looking for the red buff? Now there might need to be a real rotation because Betty Q jumped on. Desert Fury is big, and Cuvo Fred's got the Brutalize on the other end of it. Gamma walks by. There's going to be a very quiet Dharmic Pillars that Dardas can just jump on out of, and the Oni Warriors collapse in mid for first blood.
Man, Kleena and Gamma were so close by. You got to think Benny Q is playing with a little bit of confidence, realizing, well, he's got teammates, but really they weren't there.
Wow, it goes on. Aquarius, his blue buff, going to get jumped on yet again. Where's that execute threshold? There it is, and goodbye, Aqua. Nika takes one more tower shot to go, but with no Dharmic Pillars, no real kill pressure, maybe none anyway. And now the Oni Warriors and really Cuvo Fred Myth, they send pressure from mid right on over to right on time for that blue buff, and it works perfectly for the Oni Warriors.
Doesn't that Cuvo Fred a lead himself, but it helps out everyone that you participate in the lane of. Nika and Dardas both now sitting one level ahead of their opposition. We get to see an interesting matchup kind of quality of Heimdall versus On-Her. Dardas nearly finds the Pillar Stun early on in that engagement, but Benny Q immediately channels the Gallarhorn and is able to immune that knockback. Maintains his life for just a second, but in losing it, makes it a little bit easier for Cuvo Fred to chase out that kill. The slow rotation from Gamma and the superfluous usage of the Dharmic Pillars means that the team fight of the Winter Dogs takes a major hit, which is what allows that dive for the Oni Warriors on the right-hand side of the map. If Dharmic Pillars were up, Gamma kills Nika. He doesn't even necessarily have to hit him with it. He's just put Nika in the center of it, and the tower would have done the rest of the work.
1,000 gold now, Myth. The Oni Warriors pull themselves just a bit ahead. All right, I got a little flack. All right, I got to double check my math all day today.
That was PBM's dad blew you up.
PBM's dad. I will say, for what it's worth, I immediately corrected myself in that moment. I was like, wait, that's not 2K. That's closer to like 1K. And you're like, yeah, you're like half. So you're right. I was wrong. I'm sorry.
Papa
PBM's
Bear.
Papa Mike. But I got to double check my math all day today. I'm right on this one. Just about 1,000 gold ahead are the Oni Warriors. A couple kills.
Maybe closer to 1,500.
Cuvo Fred on this Fenrir, though, in Game 2 against the Scarabs earlier on in this weekend, put on an absolute clinic. That was the 12-0 game. It was gross, and you should go back and watch it if you're a jungler or want to learn how to play the jungle. Not all games are going to go like that, but it's a pretty good example of what a great jungler can do in the right scenario. And so now this Fenrir pick, Myth, I think becomes pretty interesting, not only in this set, not only up against the Solar Scarabs tomorrow, if the Oni Warriors are to win this set, but moving forward into Worlds as well. Ragnarok this time, just short of finding big value as the Impale from Dardas doesn't find the Connect stun. We'll open up for a red buff invade.
We'll see what the defense looks like from the Winter Dogs, and it doesn't look too strong. Here's the chase out. Kirmi connects the slow onto Dardas, but that should be it. There's not much left for the Winter Dogs here.
Ooh, nice Impale from Dardas sends Kirmi back by the wayside. Desert Fury will connect for a kill, but it's a Dark Portal down onto Dardas. Cuvo Fred is low as well. He'll get out. And the Oni Warriors able to find a 1-for-1. Maybe the Winter Dogs able to find a 1-for-1. And Benny Q is able to pick up the enhanced red buff anyway. So maybe net neutral as far as kills go.
But the red buff is stripped away by the Oni Warriors. Beads taken off of Kirmi, and beads taken off of Gamma as well. So Cuvo Fred, when his ultimate comes back up, has got some great targets to look towards in the near future. I called that. I thought that fight was going to end because I realized, had Kirmi dashed in, man's just dead. We saw the damage output already from Dardas. Impale hits him for about 40% of his HP bar. That was like a 350 damage impale. Each tick of the ultimate of Desert's Fury does upwards of 100. Kirmi doesn't win that DPS race, but he takes it anyway, realizing that Aquarius was close by. Aquarius makes the rotation all the way over to the left-hand side of the map, but he doesn't get there in time to have his impact known, so that just leaves Nika alone in lane to farm up and maintain his lead.
Kirmi had to use beads there as well. Minus those beads, you're maybe looking at a completely one-sided trade for Dardes. Get banished from Vote, who's actually curious about taking this fight. He's dodging so many auto attacks. Oh no, Wowie! No, Vote just walks in, sidesteps everything, and puts Wowie down.
Wowie can't take that fight,
Oh,
man.
no.
He didn't even have his stim available. Jumps in aggressively up against a Freya in a 1v1. Yeah, you couldn't pay me to do that. Wowie gets his just desserts, getting a little bit overzealous in the lane, and Vote takes a free one. I mean, we saw the player cams. He didn't even pop off. That is a foregone conclusion the second Izanami uses the leap.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of personalities on this ONI Warriors team, but it's dial-in time for these guys. You cannot lose this set to avoid. You got to win in order to keep things moving forward. So the red buff looked at yet again by the ONI Warriors. Vote here, fresh off a solo kill. And the red buff gets dropped down and picked up by the ONI Warriors. And so Dardes will grab this one head on out. He's got the fully stacked Transcendence now. You thought that the Onher had hit a decent power spike a moment ago with the damage he did to Kirmi. Now the Transcendence is stacked. He's going to be swinging.
He is. But Dardes has been invading just about every single red buff. He's been getting the majority of the neutral farm, but has been splitting a lot of his farm with Neilma as well, whereas Benny Q has been generally left alone in the lane, so that has left the mid laners at an equal state in farm, both sitting comfortably at level 10 right now. But I am concerned about the scaling of Dardes. Onher already does a little bit more damage than the majority of Hunters thanks to his passive, but has the Transcendence fully stacked, likely moving to the Aussie immediately. It might not matter that Benny Q has already finished off Shadow Steel. It doesn't matter if he's landing those crits, because he's going to die to the ability rotation that Dardes has got.
Yeah, we haven't seen much from the Heimdall, have we? Outside of an assist on the one kill the Winter Dogs grabbed over by the Gold Fury on the left side of the map. So there's some wind-up time, as we always talk about with this Heimdall for Benny Q. I just haven't seen it come to fruition yet. But as that build continues on, Benny Q is going to continue dialing up, and this Heimdall will eventually become a threat. But you got to get there. Right now, the ONI Warriors continuing to expand on their lead. 1.5K or so, if I can do the math right this time.
Nice.
This Pyromancer looked at by the ONI Warriors. Gold Fury up on the other side of the map as well. And you have to imagine, the ONI Warriors just feel like they're playing more proactive right now. Winter Dogs maybe a little bit reactive to what the ONI Warriors are doing. So maybe just a matter of time before one of these neutral objectives gets pulled.
Yeah, I think that the Winter Dogs really wanted to play around pressure in the long lane, which is why we saw that aggressive dash in from Wowie. I think maybe Nika might be willing to chase this one out, and he is. Execute range close by.
Ooh, close. Maybe a couple more auto attacks gets Aquarius into fatal strike distance. Beads used, though. Nico will happily take that one in exchange for Blink. And the Pyromancer now opened up for, and the ONI Warriors will grab that one. So a little bit of an expanded gold lead, but will it shrink down the Winter Dogs? They'll send the other 4 members on the map to the Gold Fury, and just Vote and Neilma showing up is enough to keep the Winter Dogs at bay.
Man, I just call that just Neilma. Vote was still en route. He hadn't got there yet by the time the Winter Dogs had already disengaged. I like the call. The Winter Dogs is something we talked about a little bit earlier on. Have great objective burn, especially around Kirmi, but you're playing a little bit too slow around that Gold Fury if you want to leave it up to that engage, because the Pyromancer had already fallen. So the rotation of the ONI Warriors is already on the way. It wasn't even a huge dedicated force coming in. They only sent 2 members, especially considering they knew that Aquarius was already back in base because Nika had forced out those beads and the reset there. So the Winter Dogs essentially say, all right, well, if we're lucky, we get this Gold Fury. If anybody shows up whatsoever, we just cannot. And somebody showed up, the ONI Warriors. They take the Pyro, and they leave the gold alive.
I think moving forward, a couple trends that the desk set up for into this game, one of which was the amount of healing that the ONI Warriors have. I mean, of course, you Mojo, a little sustain there for Vote. What level of anti-heal do you start to prioritize? Aggro figured you don't need much. But we're seeing right about the level that Aggro expected. Brawler's Beat Stick for Kirmi seems like a pretty obvious pickup. Maybe a Contagion or a Pestilence was another option that Aggro figured could come out. But you got the Brawlers, and so if Kirmi's able to find some of that AoE damage onto the ONI Warriors, that'll feel good as slowing down some of what Neilma and Vote specifically are able to do. But now the Oni Warriors posturing just a bit around this Gold Fury, and that's going to be the critical fight here in this game. I mean, the gold lead is inoffensive enough right now for the Winter Dogs. Not fantastic, not horrible. Have doubled in the last couple of minutes. Things like this aren't going to help your cause, though. If Cubo Fred's able to find that fight cleanly, which he is not, Dharmic Pillar's no good. It is on to Vote, but Vote just boxing in the middle of the ring. Why not? And the rest of the Winter Dogs back on out.
Sure, they caught Vote out, but that was all targeted towards Cubo Fred. Dharmic Pillar is used trying to catch out Cubo. He walks by. Every single Torn Veil tries to hit Cubo. He just walks straight through it.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like what the Winter Dogs are throwing out right now has not been working. This is an opportunity to change that story, though. Vote alone up front, and Kiermi makes him pay. Out of the wall comes the cleanup. And Vote headed to the grave. Darda stunned down, uses the beads. He'll leap out as well. The River's Rebuke separating out this fight as Gamma stays in place. Benny Q finds a backline, and it's Dardes who's flying through space. He's going to crash down. Might be another kill, and the Winter Dogs will find a second.
But can they find the Gold Fury as well? That would be a huge boon for the Chaos team. That fight goes incredibly well for them. Felt like Vote wasn't quite ready for the silence through the wall from Kiermi. Was likely relying on Valkyrie's discretion to get him out of there alive. Holds on to the beads and the Aegis and dies with them, as well as his ultimate. Dardes as well gets a little bit scared, I'd say, early on. It was the River's Rebuke from Neilma who surrounds him, and he decides to leap out when it's only Gamma nearby. Leaves himself exposed to a nice rotation back in from Benny Q to set up for that ultimate, and subsequently the kill, and now even the Gold Fury.
Signs of life from the Winter Dogs after what has been a slow, methodical burn for the Oni Warriors.
There it goes.
Slow, methodical burn onto the Gold Fury. It's not completed yet. The Winter Dogs, the only opportunity for a steal there was that last bit of a bubble from Neilma, but no mistake, in a 3K gold lead shrinks down to about 1K. And so the Winter Dogs have made the right plays over the last couple minutes, Miff, and it's a perfect caster's curse, right? As I'm saying, what the Winter Dogs have been trying just hasn't been working out. And finally something does work out, and it's a big swing in this game. 2 kills plus the Gold Fury will bring things right back close to even.
Yeah, now it's generally just the experience separating these two squads, and one of the largest separations we see is just about 1 level in a couple of roles for the Oni Warriors. So still a slight advantage for the Order team, but definitely cut down by the Winter Dogs. I'm expecting the Oni Warriors to maintain the pace that we've seen, though. This Pyromancer going to be spawning up very shortly, and Cubo Fred already showing face on the right-hand side.
Nika steals away the blue, picks it up, heads on out. A 2-level lead on the right side of the map, Myth, and so maybe the Pyromancer, the easier objective for the Oni Warriors, as far as immediately having Nika there, aren't going to force a rotation out from your Achilles, since you're fighting on his side of the map anyway. Vote's starting to spin up, though, as well. As we've talked about Benny Q and the Heimdall, and as some of those items start to get online, the Heimdall is going to get a little bit more powerful, a little bit scarier as the game goes on, immediately out of the gate. Not the peak of power for the Heimdall or the Freya. Vote sticking with what we have seen on the Freya, though, over the last couple days, and it seems to be just straight rings, at least for the first 4 items, then maybe a Typhon's Fang, something like that, to round out the build. And so Vote, he already won a 1v1, Myth, but now we're starting to get into that territory where Freya's going to swing.
Yeah, Vote's damage output, as of now, huge threat. The Winter Dogs likely going to be trying to target him first in the team fight, unless they're able to isolate Dardes, who's another pretty decent target, and also swinging with that full stack Transcendence Aussie, and what I can only assume going to be an Executioner or Kin size in that next slot. Pyromancer pulled out. Just Neilma and Dardes here. Nika and Cubo Fred acting as goaltenders, but maybe not even needed, as nobody from the Winter Dogs even dares put their eyes on that neutral objective. The Oni Warriors are able to pick it up themselves and reestablish a bit of that gold lead that he got earlier on in this game. And as the game is starting to wind up, as you so aptly worded it a moment ago,
Thank you, Myth.
this double hunter composition of the Oni Warriors, 1 magical, 1 physical, is going to do a lot of damage towards the Fire Giant, but the same is true of the inverse. The Winter Dogs, once Wowie and Benny start to group up, can similarly remove these neutrals. So whichever team finds a pick in the next couple of minutes, likely nets themselves the Fire Giant as well.
Talk to me, Myth, about that double hunter style. A little bit more diversified as far as damage styles go, although is it? I mean, Vote is magical, Neilma, of course, a little bit. Then Nika, Cubo, Dardes, they're physical. I guess the same split can be said for the Winter Dogs, just on different styles of characters, where you got physical and mid and hunter and jungle, but then solo and support are your magical damage. Are you concerned about the split of damage and the character specifically that that style of damage is on for either team?
I would say that the Oni Warriors have got a slight advantage in that their two highest DPS gods, On Her and Freya, are physical magical. That means that no one on the Winter Dogs can just itemize towards one way, right? A Midgardian Male or a Spectral will do a lot of work for the Oni Warriors, whereas the Winter Dogs have to concern themselves about both versions of damage. I mean, you could say that Gamma's dealing magical as is Aquarius, but that's really just more of a bruiser style. You can even see it in the builds. Both of them haven't picked up any sort of true dedicated damage item as of just yet. But I think my major concern for the Winter Dogs is that both BennyQ and Wowie are going for crit. Wind Demon Shadow Steel for BennyQ. Wowie's already got the Wind Demon as well. It's time to start looking towards some Spectrals, and it seems like Nika agrees.
Yeah, it seems like an easy item for Nika to pick up. This Achilles has felt difficult to deal with anyway. A lot of blue buff invades for the Oni Warriors. Now in a team fight, the Spectral is going to do absolute work for Nika, you figure, if BennyQ and Wowie are the two that are looking for the damage numbers onto the Achilles. As the rest of the Oni Warriors, they have their eyes for the mid lane tier 1 tower. Hear me out of the wall. Have you caught out Neomod? Dharmic Pillars would like to say yes. Stun on the other end. Ultimate out from Kirmi as well. Stygian Torment sends Neo on the other side of his waves, but the Yamoja just lives on. So much spent on getting a kill on a Neo. And no kill falls down. That's a pull back in from Cubo Fred, but everyone in the game still alive. Beads used by BennyQ, and that'll secure his escape.
Little miscommunication there from the Oni Warriors. Banish completely immune, start as his ultimate, but still good damage output into the Winter Dogs has forced the Chaos team back behind their tier 1, and the Oni Warriors, given an inch, will take a tower. Tier 1 and mid falls down. Primal Fury going to be spawning up shortly, and feels like the Oni Warriors still at full fighting strength, just lost out on a couple of ultimates, a couple of relics. The Winter Dogs lose out on a lot of relics, and just about every single ultimate as well. Might as well stick around. This Primal is going to burn fast.
Yeah, the Winter Dogs have had like monetary whiplash this game, where the fight around the Fury a little bit ago went so in their favor that cut 3,000 gold lead down to like 1,000. Now we're back up to 3. Could get worse if the Primal Fury is not stolen away. Gets reset by the Oni Warriors. This one is a coin flip. But the rest of the Winter Dogs, they rally into the Fury pit. The Fury has been reset. We are fighting instead. It's Nika who is alone, but
Benny.
look at how tanky he is. BennyQ left alone on the left side of the fight.
What?
The Dharmic Pillars, incredible. The Winter Dogs shred the health bars of the Oni Warriors, and it's only Vote on alive on the left side of this fight. BennyQ still being chased down in the mid lane, and the Winter Dogs have found their fight.
The Oni Warriors cannot take engagements around the Gold Fury. We'll see if Nika can at least take BennyQ's life. Is successful in doing so. I have no clue how Benny lives as long as he did in that fight. Gamma, sure, separates the engagement with a phenomenal Dharmic Pillars. The silence of the Ohm also affords him some protections, but when you're stuck inside Ragnarok for as long as BennyQ was, with both Dardes and Vote staring you down, he should just be dead. I mean, that's just the honest truth of it. So the Winter Dogs not only take the engagement and the neutral objective, but they want another one. Fire Giant pulled out, and 3 members still dead on the Warriors.
Winter Dogs have the ability to do this. Remember, Nika in that last fight absorbed so much damage. He chased down BennyQ, who is not going to be here, not on the map for the next 10 seconds. Nika can just walk in and survive. The Winter Dogs take down the FG, but now Nika identified. And a Neoma Riptide plus River's Rebuke will at least keep the solo laner alive, but the SCC team pulls the first lead of Game 1 over the SPL players.
Gold, experience, Fire Giant, neutral objectives, all favoring the Winter Dogs. And there's still plenty of towers for them to start to work their way through. This early in the game, I think the Winter Dogs can say, look, let's just take out the 5 remaining towers, and that's a nice enough win. It should get us enough gold that we can feel confident taking the next engagement around the Fire Giant. They don't necessarily have to start gunning it down for one of these Phoenixes. So we'll see how the Oni Warriors elect to defend, because their defense is very hard to execute on. You don't have a traditional AoE damage god. It really is. We've got Engage, and we've got a whole lot of single target. Dardes and Vote going to struggle mightily, I'm thinking, in this next team fight around their tier 2s or Phoenixes to hit these priority targets from the Winter Dogs. So a lot of the heavy lifting for the Oni Warriors is going to be on the backs of Nika, Cubo Fred, and Neomod to set up these fights in a way where they can get these single target gods involved.
What an absolute turnaround that we've had over the last couple minutes of this game. The Oni Warriors are like a 3,000 gold lead. 10, 12, 15 minutes into the game, we're assuming they're just going to roll things out, take one bad fight around the Fury, that gold lead cut down to 1,000, slowly build it back up through farm and objective secure. Look at the gold charts twice now. The gold lead is built up huge, it's dropped down, built up huge, And now it is sank onto the Winter Dog side of the gold charts. The ONI Warriors in 2 or 3 separate occasions have had this big gold lead, and the Winter Dogs have just picked a better fight, both of them, around the Fury. And so these fights are going to have to occur on the ONI Warrior side of the map to keep this game from slipping through the SPL team's fingers. Luckily, the XP starting to matter a little bit less, just a couple players not level 20 yet outside of the supports. But the Winter Dogs have that advantage in mid, 2 levels for BennyQ. I think it's easy to say the Heimdall is officially here. We're far enough along in the build where that's going to hurt. Dardes grabs a Titan's Bane, though, if you want to compare apples to apples. And so there is still good potential for this on her under the Tier 2 tower.
And the ONI Warriors seem very willing to take this defense in the Tier 2. Nika positioning aggressively. Keep your eyes on Cubo Fred. When he initiates, that should be it.
It was stun and then Dharmic Pillars onto Dardes. Tier 2 tower is down. Cubo Fred has used Ragnarok as well. No good. BennyQ will Bifrost on away. Winter Dogs got what they came for. Fire Giant still burning away for a little bit of time. The Tier 2 tower setting up for a Phoenix push later.
Yeah, the Winter Dogs regroup in mid. They want to work through the Tier 1 there as well as the Tier 2. They're taking their time. BennyQ not having Fire Giant probably dissuades them from sticking around any longer than that on the left-hand side of the map. And the ONI Warriors, yet again, going to try their best to just slow down the Winter Dogs. It's not so much about keeping these towers up as it is just making sure that the Winter Dogs aren't getting all the value that they can off this fire.
Cubo Fred has jumped on Kirmi over on the right. Stygian Torment onto 3. Beats out by only Vote. Is there a chase here for the ONI Warriors? Oh, that is decent damage from Kirmi, who's hanging out in the wall. Nico is trying to cover that escape, but Kirmi will get out nonetheless, and the Kleena doing so well for the Winter Dogs this game. If 3, 1, and 4. You got jungle pressure from the Winter Dogs, and then Wowie, after the solo kill doesn't go his way, has turned around his game as well. 3, 1, and 3 on the Izanami. And so some of the aspects of the Winter Dogs that were kept in check early in this game have started to turn around in the late.
And some of the great assets of the ONI Warriors composition that were doing great in the early have slowed down. You talk about that solo kill that Vote picked up. That's his only kill. That's the singular kill he's gotten this so far this game, and has participated in none others. 1, 2, and 0 for the Freya. So you're level 20. It's late game. You've got just about every single ring on every single finger. So Vote is at his power spike. It's time to start getting him involved in these team fights. But the Winter Dogs, they've put themselves in a very good position to start looking towards the Fire Giant, even the Primal Fury, which will help out with the Fire Giant in just a moment's time. Respawning in just under 1 minute is the Fire. And the Chaos team, with the desynced neutral objectives, well, they could take their pickings of it. I don't really expect the ONI Warriors to step up to this Primal.
Yeah, the last couple fights on this side of the map have not quite...
Don't fight here.
They have not quite gone your way. Let's put our pressure elsewhere. Talk about rings, Myth. Remember to recontextualize this. The loser goes home. No chance at the Smite World Championship. Not this game. It's a best of 5. We got first team to 3. Don't worry. This is not a winner-take-all game 1. Neoma attempting to run back-to-back-to-back Smite World Championships. Cubo Fred would grab another. Nika, Dardes, Vote played on SSG last year. Fought against Neil. And Cubo Fred went out early. I mean, a lot of history on this team. So you wonder if the pressure starts to build up here a little bit. Earlier on in the weekend, you get these matchups, and you're saying, all right, well, look, we get a second chance if we lose this game up against the Scarabs, get a second chance. No second chances here in this set. You got to take care of business against the Winter Dogs, and then again against the Solar Scarabs. Say the same for the Winter Dogs, though. What a story they've had. They look good in the sets we've seen them play. And they're in the driver's seat here. They have a great opportunity to take Game 1 over the SPL team and really shake things up. It's all going to come to fruition here on the Fire Giant.
This is going to be the first neutral objective that the Winter Dogs have started up themselves while the ONI Warriors have been around. The last couple of fights around neutrals, around the Gold Fury, it was the ONI Warriors being the proactive ones, taking that objective pool. So we'll see how well the Winter Dogs can play in that proactive driver's seat. This is the first look at it we're going to have in like the last 27 or so minutes. The ONI Warriors hovering nearby. The Winter Dogs, though, they're going to take the easier of the 2 objectives first. Pyromancer drop down, and the veteran team, they're not going to step up. That's bait.
Nika feels raid bossy right now. Cubo Fred maybe as well. He's got bit of a hybrid build going on the Fenrir. The Spectral Armors is really where my eyes go because BennyQ and Wowie, some of the massive damage dealers. Kirmi, of course, mitigated by physical protections, but without the crit, this Kleena is going to be swinging just fine. So watch out for the Achilles. Can you lock him down? Can you force the Achilles into a bad spot? That's Dharmic Pillars into Dark Portal, and it's perfect. BennyQ does not live through the Ragnarok this time.
Kirby looked out on the other side of the River's Rebuke, and the Oni Warriors, they feel like this is their fight, this is their chance to chase down an advantage. Nika's on a killing spree. Kirby and Benny Q gone.
Aquarius and Gamma still hovering nearby. The front line of the Winter Dogs want to make sure that this Fire Giant doesn't go down, but they have not done a lot of damage into the Oni Warriors as of yet, and what little damage they have done is quickly been sustained back up. Fire Giant to the SPL team, and it still is Nika keeping these two at bay. The Winter Dogs, they need Gamma and Aquarius to reset quickly because the Oni Warriors are not. They're going for the push immediately.
What a crazy game one we've already gotten. Now we are split 1-1 for the Fire Giant so far. Winter Dogs get the first. Oni Warriors get the second. These towers absolutely melting under the pressure of Dardes and Vote. There's still 20 seconds on Kirmi, 10 seconds on Benny Q. Can you stagger out the deaths? That's the question. Stygian Torment on the 3. Dardes pulled underneath the Phoenix. He is tanking up the damage. Now Nika swaps the damage onto himself. The Phoenix crumbling down under the pressure of the Oni Warriors. But now the Ragnarok is back up. Dharmic Pillars traps in 3, then is chipping down damage. The Winter Dogs might have an opening.
Benny Q and WoW, we are able to close gaps. Great slow from the Galahorn. Is Nika okay?
I don't know if he is, Miff. He's going to be left alone, and the Winter Dogs will rally around the Achilles. And the Dharmic Pillars from Gamma were perfect. They cut off the escape path of the Oni Warriors. They shredded the health bars. And now with 50 seconds without Nika, what can the Winter Dogs get done?
Well, they might be able to take out a Tier 2 tower. I doubt they step up to the Phoenix. 4 members of the Oni Warriors still incredibly strong and have Fire Giant to their name. The Winter Dogs played very hesitantly around that Fire Giant. It felt like they really did not want to pull it. They were trying to find a pick before they actually take the objective. And the Oni Warriors, they separate the fight, divide and conquer.
Winter Dogs now attempting a Phoenix push. Banish onto Aquarius. Little bit of damage to follow up on the back end of that.
Oh, see you later.
Desert Fury out from Dardes, and I think we'll pack up and head on home. Nika, 15 seconds. Still got a little bit of time. Actually, a decent amount of time on this Fire Giant. So you wonder if that slows down the Oni Warriors mentality here, Miff, where the Winter Dogs get a great engage underneath the Phoenix. The respawn's quick enough. But the Fire Giants got another, 2 minutes maybe around the waist of the Oni Warriors. You'd love to get this Tier 2 and left, maybe a chance at a left side Phoenix.
Yeah, the Oni Warriors with Fire Giant accomplished immediately what the Winter Dogs would have loved to. Mid-Phoenix stripped away, so the Oni Warriors have got a map state advantage. They can group up on the left-hand side and likely just work with that mid-minion wave to keep pressure up elsewhere on the map. Seems like Nika is going to be the usher of the middle lane, whereas the rest of the Oni Warriors group up on the left. We'll see how the Winter Dogs decide to address this defense. We got a chance earlier to talk about the Oni Warriors' base defense. Now let's talk about their base siege. It's good. Double Hunter composition, even if one is magical, is just going to be good, especially with the space control of Neilma. It's gone. The Oni Warriors shred these. But the Winter Dogs on the other end have got much better base defense. Ganesh, Dharmic Pillar, going to be very hard for the Oni Warriors to work through, as is Kirmi's ultimate. He could separate the team fight incredibly well. Double Hunter composition, sure, you don't have an AoE mage, but you've got great AoE CC from Aquarius and that Stygian Torment. The Oni Warriors, they're going to have to show a little bit of respect here.
Seeing good things from Wowie's Dark Portal piled on to the Dharmic Pillars as well. A decent corral. Will really set up for some good damage. And you're right, Miff. The mid wave is going to get pushed in by a couple members of the Oni Warriors. His eyes still on this left side Phoenix. Got a little bit of time before this minion wave makes its way in. Are Nika and Kivo Fred going to wrap in from the mid lane, in behind the Winter Dogs here, force them all together. Banish onto Gamma. Gamma has his beads back off of cooldown right now, but he's lost a lot of his HP. It's another good Dharmic Pillars, but this time there's no immediate follow-up for the damage. 3 members of the Oni Warriors were in it, but 3 members walk out.
We've seen the adaptation now from the Oni Warriors. They don't play near walls. Kirmi can't get involved.
Nika blinks in, gets the follow-up stun onto Kirmi. The silence is out, and that'll slow down the aggression for the time being. Fire Giant still here for the Oni Warriors, about to fall off, though. And I think the Oni Warriors agree that mid lane Phoenix, that kind of one last chance at the left side is all they came for. And so we are above 30 minutes in this game. Next Fire Giant will be enhanced. So the Oni Warriors reset once more, and you gotta favor them. And maybe they favor themselves around this next FG in just about a minute's time.
Look at the difference between these mid laners' builds, both playing hunters with very different styles. Benny Q goes for the Death's Embrace, has a good deal of self-sustain thanks to that Aussie as well as the crit, and a decent amount as well of tank shred, essentially trying to have his cake and eat it too with crit and kin size going forward. But as Dardes on the other end, has gone for a little bit more of an ability-based build with a Transcendence early on, goes for the other branching tree of that Death's Temper, and then immediately in the Odysseus' bow. That's going to help out a lot for the ONI Warriors. The Winter Dogs really are relying on these blink engages from Aquarius. They're relying on the lack of AoE damage from the ONI Warriors. Odysseus' bow, it's going to give you a great way to stop that blink if Aquarius is near any of his teammates, and a good deal of AoE damage in these team fights.
A good opportunity for Tardez. Vote hits a good power spike as well going into this next fight. Rod up to Hootie on the Freya, and so some of these lower health targets going to be melted further through by the Freya. Little power spike for Wowie though as well. He has sold off the starter right and picked up the dominance. So I don't feel good on this Izanami. If you're able to walk into some of the setup that Gamma has been providing. Another banish, this time onto Aquarius, double stun on the other end. Gamma has to waddle on away,
Great
but the
ults.
Rivers Rebuke, amazing from Neilma, and that'll keep the Winter Dogs right where they are. Benny Q, he will crystal away, he will leave this fight, not in a body bag, but by his own volition. Aquarius stunned through the ONI Warriors. They've gotten 4 once Kirmi dies. I think they'll take game 1.
Cuvo Fred essentially 1v1s Kirmi for the entirety of that team fight, does everything but get the last hit. Benny Q miraculously does survive that phenomenal ult from Neilma, but what can he do all on his own? I'd argue not much.
Yeah, not much. The ONI Warriors, they were up and down this game. As Benny Q will go up and down. Beads will drop him right back down to earth, but the ONI Warriors will take game 1 nonetheless. But if we know anything about these guys, they probably won't love the way that it happened, Myth.
I'm not convinced.
Right? I mean, it's a shaky game 1. In the first like 15 minutes,
Dominant.
yeah. Right? And then a bit of a fumble around the Fury.
And then another fumble.
And then another fumble around the Fury. And then the Fire Giant doesn't go your way. And so it's a game 1 win. A win is a win. You are up 1-0 in this set. ONI Warriors won't be thrilled with the way that it happened.
No, I think the ONI Warriors, as long as they clean up some of that objective play, maintain the leads that they were able to establish.
If they clean up some of that objective play.
Man, I wish I was with anybody else right now. Yeah, the ONI Warriors could do just about no wrong as long as they aren't on a Gold Fury, I'd argue, right? Dave,
What?
look at me, man. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it, man.
Go ahead. They can do what they want.
Yeah,
just not
as
around
long
the
as they're not going to the Gold Fury. If they clean up those Gold Fury plays, the ONI Warriors are going to look just
if they
fine.
clean up some of those.
Good Lord. Close it out.
No, man, we're in a good mood here today. Okay, fine. We will go to break. ONI Warriors, they go up 1-0 in this set. Winter Dogs, signs of life, though. Cannot take this one for granted if you're the ONI Warriors. Game number 2 coming up next.
Gotta take off my jacket for this one. Oh, dude, this. No, I know he was supposed to take you out last weekend, but he got busy.
Hello and welcome back. Game number 1 is all said and done here for the ONI Warriors and the Winter Dogs in this SWC placements round. Elimination is up for both of these teams. And to celebrate the Smite World Championships coming up soon, we've introduced a brand new line of merch out there available to all of you. Make sure to go to hrz.io/SWC merch. That part is in all caps. Make sure you use all caps of that in to get the Smite World Championship Edition jerseys that we have available to all of our teams. We've also got joggers. We've got a mouse pad. And as I said, those jerseys, they're looking slick. The black and gold always looks good. I'll be honest, even though, there's diamond skins in Smite, I always play the legendary ones because those usually always end up being the nicest ones with that slick black and gold. One for every team, mousepad, jogger, all that available at hrz.io/ and then in all caps, SWC merch. Make sure to pick some of that up. It looks sick. It looks great. You get to see what the ONI Warriors one looks like. Obviously, we have one out there for all the teams. I got to admit, that's probably some of the nicest merch we put out in quite some time, Aggro.
Yeah, it's you're going to be hard-pressed to see me voting against black and gold anything, being from Pittsburgh. So, yeah, I'm about it.
I completely forgot about that
Yeah,
part.
no,
All right.
that's why I look.
All right, maybe it's not all that great anymore.
No, it's great.
I don't know. I think
J-Mac,
blue and white's pretty
J-Mac,
nice
you
out
said it
here.
already. It's good. It's great. We all love it.
Yeah, okay. Nah. All jokes aside, it's pretty nice. But let's jump here into the post-game of game number 1 here for the ONI Warriors and the Winter Dogs. Looked strong out for the start of the Warriors, and then the Winter Dogs just kind of destroyed them at a Cold Fury fight. I mean, 3 of them wiped instantly inside of a Dharmic Pillar. But then at the end of it, a little bit of a Fire Giant flub from the Winter Dogs, and the Warriors are able to turn it around.
Yeah, I thought this game was over because Fred was in mid, got a kill, then went to a side lane, got another kill. Yeah, it was this in solo. Just got another kill onto Aqua, and I was like, it has happened. Fred has exerted his will on the map. That is too much for the Winter Dogs to handle. They should surely be able to snowball out of control from here, but that just was not the case. The Winter Dogs were just pesky, man. They wouldn't quit. They stuck around. They were still scrapping really well. Gamma played so well on this Ganesh. I mean, at this point, I thought the game was over. Like, Wowie makes a horrible mistake, goes in onto Vote, and Vote takes the easiest 1v1 of his life. It's just not – it just didn't feel like this game was going to be competitive, pre-10 minutes. But a lot of credit to the Winter Dogs. They made a lot of great plays, came back in this game really well. The ONI Warriors showed their experience by bending but not breaking on those Phoenix Sieges and that kind of stuff. And then this team fight was just phenomenal from Neil in particular to get that massive Rivers Rebuke. They get a lot of damage on a Benny Q, and they're able to pick him off pretty easily. Benny's crystal placement wasn't great, I'd say, in this game at times, so they were able to take advantage of that. And overall, I think that this was just experience winning out. If the ONI Warriors played that way up against the Scarabs like they did in games 3, 4, and 5, they lost those games because that's the type of play that they had. We know that they're capable of better. The Winter Dogs deserve a lot of credit for earning their way back, but definitely sloppy from the SPL team.
Well, the execution was kind of wish-wash for really both the teams out on the battleground when it comes down to the drafts as we kind of prep towards game number 2's picks and bans. Are there any kind of changes you might want to see come out of either of these teams here? Do the Warriors need to maybe take something away necessarily from the Winter Dogs, or is it kind of a vice versa? The Winter Dogs need to pull something off the Warriors?
No, I think that, Ganesh was the standout to me and how well Gamma played on it, but Gamma can play a lot of different stuff. I don't think we're in a world where you're banning Ganesh from him right now. I think that Kirmi looked very good on the Clean through the mid-game. I think that he was a big part of that comeback. Fred, we talked about how the Fenrir pick wasn't going to be dominant. It was just going to do well, but not necessarily have good matchups. I thought we saw that come to fruition with, him going to side lanes and getting kills, but then when it came to the team fight, struggling a little bit more. I don't think that you're looking to change anything super heavily here if you're the ONI Warriors.
Well, the Warriors are now up 1-0 in the best-of-5 set, and the Winter Dogs, after their loss, they've elected to once again take the second pick here for picks and bans of game number 2. And it seems that it's starting out just the same as far as the bans are concerned. Sobek and RTO to take those away from Aquarius over in the solo lane. And the Amuzen Cobb and Fafnir makes its return here in the bans in game 2.
Yeah, very similar to what we saw. And I think that the Winter Dogs are the type of team that, they're going to be able to make their own adjustments. I definitely don't want to see them over-adjust and do something crazy just because they lost a game that ended up being fairly close. You know, I like them just going back to these same bands. I'd be totally fine going with their same top 2 picks, which were Ganesh, Izanami. I don't think either of those were super problematic. You know, maybe just as they get a little bit deeper into the draft, making some adjustments there.
So it will be Kamazat and Erlong Shen once again as the band. So same 6 bands that we had in game 1, same first pick that we had in game number 1. Achilles for the Oni Warriors. Last time it was Ganesh and Izanami. But immediately the Winter Dogs are going to make a change here. They're going to go away from the Ganesh this time around. And instead it'll be the Terra, which after her change in the 8.12 has brought her back to where she is able to be competitively played. And we've seen quite a few bans thrown her way, even after the quote-unquote nerf has come through from her.
Yeah, she's been looking still really good. It turns out Earth and Fury is just a good ability, and you should have it on your team if you can. And the Winter Dogs maybe feeling like, hey, you know, we were able to come back, but we needed a little bit more late-game team fight potential. Terra can bring that. Like I said, I think that Gamma was a standout performer, so I'm a little surprised to see him go away from the Ganesh. But if he can have that same type of impact on a Terra, it's going to be still a problem for the Oni Warriors. So not the end of the world. Getting Wowie back, that same type of god, makes sense to me. And Izanami just running that back for him. And now it's up to the Oni Warriors if they want to make any changes. Last time it was on her Yamoja in this slot. I wouldn't be surprised if they switched up at least one of those.
Well, it will at least be an on-her switch-up, as Hachiman is locked in for the Oni Warriors. Yamoja still up. Would not be surprised to see if Neil wants to run that one back, but instead, Neil wants his turn on the elephant. So the Ganesh moves from one side of the map, now over to the others, going to the support for the Oni Warriors this time around.
I mean, Ganesh into Terra is just such a good matchup for Ganesh, because Terra, everything she does is 2 stages. It's, you know, pulling up the 2, reactivating the 2 to close the walls. It's putting up my monolith, dashing through my monolith in order to root. Just being able to interrupt all of that with Ohm is really, really strong. So it doesn't surprise me too much that we see him go towards the Ganesh. You know, I think that he was a huge reason why they came back from the comeback in that game on the Yamoja, but having that type of counter matchup sometimes is just too good to pass up.
Now, one more pick here for the Winter Dogs. Kleena was an option with them in the game number 1. Wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to maybe try and go back to it, give it another shot, though there is still plenty of gods out there available to them. If they want to get a front line in, that way Aquarius doesn't have to dig too far down into the god pool. Could be an option this time around. He had Cerberus last game, had quite a few bans thrown his way. I mean, we've already seen 2 directly with that RTO and Sobek. The Winter Dogs are taking their time, and instead they're going to go ahead and grab Benny Q's got in the top 3.
Yeah.
And it's one of the only conventional mages that he's really been playing in Merlin.
Yeah, and it's just a god that I'm not a huge believer in right now. To go Merlin this high, I mean, I think that there are times where Merlin can be good enough, but I'm just not a huge believer in Merlin overall right now. Just don't think that he brings quite enough. I mean, maybe if you go this stacking, flat pen type of build, rush Divine and then go into Deso or something like that, that could feel okay. But then you're lacking CDR, and this character really wants CDR. I don't know. Very, very surprised to see the Merlin pick here in particular. If he saw the whole draft and, nothing else in the God pool felt really good, Merlin's usually a pretty safe blind pick. That's one thing, but to pick it in this spot is very surprising to me.
Now, Aggro, we have a Hachiman out here. A Hachiman very traditional towards the duo lane, almost exclusively to my knowledge. I don't think he's been played in the mid lane at any given point during the SPL. But the Winter Dogs have banned away 2 magical hunters here. They've taken the Freya and they've taken the Ola run off the table. Is this them maybe alluding to the fact that Hachiman could potentially flex over to this mid role for Dardes?
Yeah, it seems that way. I mean, I don't see why you couldn't play Hachiman mid. He's not, I'd rather play Uller or On Her or Medusa. There are other hunters I'd rather play, but Hachi's just a good, safe hunter, and if they feel like magical hunters are really good, then it makes sense to go that direction and make sure that they don't get him. I don't, it's a little odd, but I can see why they're doing it.
Well, it will be Osiris for the 4th pick out here for the Winter Dogs. We've been seeing some flexibility on this god just this weekend alone. He had a huge reign of terror during Phase 2 and kind of at the very beginning of Phase 3, where Osiris jungle, Gilgamesh, Erlong Shen, these warrior jungles were so big. But as of recent, we've been seeing him kind of flex back over towards the solo lane, one of his more OG style of roles. So I'm curious where these Winter Dogs will end up putting this god. On the opposite side here, though, the Oni Warriors do go for one of Cuvo Fred's signature picks in Cirquette. And it will be the Hachiman sticking to the dual lane. The Morrigan is the final pick for the Warriors.
Love it. Love it. Where has this god been, man? Why aren't people playing this god more? That's what I'm asking myself. This god is so good. You're going to be able to see Dardes do some crazy things on it. You saw Neil getting pumped up because they got the Morrigan for Dardes, and I think he's right to feel that way. You know, only Cirquette has a great transformation right now. Terra can be really good in the middle of a 5v5 to just get into the back line, transform into someone really tanky, get your ultimate off, make sure that you're swinging the fight back in your favor after their Earth and Fury. Also worth noting that if you get Earth and Furied and then transform, it cleanses the Earth and Fury off of you, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. So I really like this pickup for Dardes.
Well, it will be a Gilgamesh hover by the Winter Dogs, and we've seen this before where both of these Warriors kind of get looked at, and it will be a lock-in of the Gilgamesh. Now, I've asked Mifflin before, and he's not a big fan of the Gilgamesh solo, so you think that this one's going to be the Gilgamesh going in jungle, throwing the Saracen at solo?
Yes, 100%. And I love the Terra Gilgamesh combo. We saw the Dragons run this a lot, where you just have this instant proc of Earth and Fury. You drop it, Winds of Shamash comes in, bunch of tick damage really quickly. Merlin, bunch of tick damage really quickly. You're going to be able to pop that really, really quickly, and then be able to win the team fight from there because that burst damage is really intense. So I think that the Winter Dogs have drafted a very good team fight composition. I was worried about their AoE last game. They've got a ton of it this game between the Merlin and the Gilgamesh and the Terra, so I think that they're covered on that front. Good CC from this composition, good prot shred. They've kind of got everything that you need to have a good Smite composition. They scale pretty well. Their early game is strong on both side lanes. I really like what the Winter Dogs have in this draft. The one concern that I have is just that experience, that the Oni Warriors, clearly, even whenever they gave the game away almost by that Gold Fury and then losing the Fire Giant, still able to bounce back. The Winter Dogs weren't really great at closing that game out from that state, and that could happen again. But, the Oni Warriors composition is strong as well, but I think I'm favoring what I'm seeing out of the Winter Dogs just based on ease of execution alone.
I mean, the Warriors, they were down 7,000 gold in that last game, and then they were going to make a turnaround around Fire Giant. Do you think that maybe the scaling that comes from the Winter Dogs will kind of favor them as those games start going a little bit later? Do you think that the Oni Warriors comp has one that's a little bit more favored towards late game?
I think that the Winter Dogs probably scale a little bit better, but the thing about the Morrigan is that it just has this oops, we win the game type of mentality where if one carry mispositions and is out of position and just gets soloed by the Morrigan and she doesn't have to use anything, she gets to a 500 pot and all of a sudden she doesn't even need to transform. She just stun Polyauto 2 kills you. That feels really bad. And so you always have that potential. But overall, I think if we're just talking 5-on-5 mashups throughout the game, I think the Winter Dogs are stronger in the 5v5. I think the Oni Warriors, they've got great CC, and they've got good safety out of the Hachiman. They've got good dive coming out of the Cirquette and Achilles, and the Ganesh has good peel. But for me, this is basically centered around how well is Fred going to play the early game, and how well is Dardes going to play the team fight phase. Because Dardes has the tools with this type of composition to just win the game here for the Oni Warriors, and he's done it in the past. So I have no problem with that being the whole idea of the Warriors comp.
Now, kind of talking about Cuvo Fred in the early game on this Circuit, we'll have to see where he elects to put some of that pressure out here. Game number 2 with the Oni Warriors and the Winter Dogs right now.
Winter Dogs kept everything interesting in game 1, not giving anything for free over to the Oni Warriors, but the Oni Warriors arrived all the same, and it was around the FG where it really made a difference later on in game 1. So now into game 2 we go. And in these best-of-5 sets, Miff, game 2 is always where the stage really gets set for... I guess I can't say that after a weekend we've had one reverse sweep and one almost reverse sweep. But when you talk about the percentage odds of winning a set, if you go down 2-0 in one of these, drastically decreases.
Wait, are you with aggro in that game 2 is the most important game of a 5-game set?
Is that 5-game set? Yes.
That's what you guys think?
Yes.
Yeah, I just feel like game 1's the most important.
How?
Because, you put yourself in a position to go up 2-0 if you win game 1.
So you put yourself in a position to get to the most important point if you win game 1.
Well, the most important point.
Right, of course, is winning.
Yeah, is winning.
Right. But as far as changing the face of a set, going up 2-0
yeah, it's pretty good.
is more important than going up 1-0.
Well, you got to go 1-0 to get 2-0, so I feel like I'm just right. Order of operations, man.
No, I'm saying game 2. As far as pure differential in how the set looks.
And an absolute difference is what you're saying.
I'm saying the difference between you being up 1-0 or down 0-1 is so different from you being up 2-0 or tied 1-1. The difference in the way the next game looks is massive after a game 2, and it's not so massive after a game 1.
Well, and this is the last I'm going to go into it because we've been on this for a full minute.
No, that's fine.
I think it's a difference of how soft and strong your mental is. If you've got a fragile, little sandy mental like me that it can be blown over by the barest of breezes, game 1 is super important.
Sure.
If you've got real strong mental, sure, game 2.
Oni Warriors have a strong mental.
They sure do.
That they do.
That's the Neil passive,
That's
man.
right. Well, it's time to check the Winter Dogs
Uh-oh.
mental. It would be great for Aquarius Med doing some work here. I'll keep that health bar closer than it was to full. So Nika on this Achilles in game 1. Felt like no matter the way the ebbing and flowing was going for the Winter Dogs, Nika was still kind of this Achilles that just ran down the Winter Dogs despite what was happening to the rest of the Oni Warriors. And so you'll expect more from Nika here in this game. You're going to have to diversify maybe your defense a little bit more. Benny Q on a standard mage here in this Merlin. But the Death set it up pretty well. Talking about Cubo Fred, talking about Dardes, but mainly Cubo Fred and his need to get active early in this game.
Yeah, I'm really expecting Cubo Fred to be the pace setter. Kirmi on the other side playing Gilgamesh similarly can get involved just about at the exact same point as this Surcat, but what Aggro had brought up is that he thinks that the Oni Warriors are going to struggle in the 5-on-5 engagement from an even state. It's Cubo Fred's job to make sure that the 5-on-5 engagement doesn't start from an even state. This Surcat has got some key targets on the Winter Dogs that should be relatively easy to shut down. Izanami comes to mind once Surcat ticks over to level 5. If you apply that ultimate, Iza's stealth just doesn't work. She's going to take that dot damage and immediately pop out of it, which makes it so easy to chase her down. Benny Q on Merlin, sure, you've got one of the fastest leaps in the game with Flicker, but it also only goes about 5 meters, so I'm not too concerned about Surcat's ability to chase him out, considering she is no longer the most mobile assassin in the game. So the only Warriors...
Who changed that?
Who changed it?
Yeah. From the to one of the.
Well, you know, it's a nuanced conversation. I wish you didn't put me on the spot like this, because I just remember that some assassins have globals like Thor and Ratatasker.
Yeah, that counts.
But just the double dash of Surcat gives her so much mobility, so much ability to choose how she wants to engage these fights. She's one of them. She's not the.
So here's the thing about how game 2. Just kidding. The most important in a best of 5 set. No,
of
Dardes.
Course.
And I want to keep focusing on the Oni Warriors composition, so we talk a little bit about what the Winter Dogs have drafted here. And I'm gonna kind of round things out with Dardes here, because this has been a team on LAN or not, the Oni Warriors all year long, where when the going gets tough, and the going is not tough yet, you're up 1-0.
The most important one.
You go back to some of the more Dardes-centric picks. Aggro was questioning why we haven't seen Morgan in general. Such a strong pick, but also a very strong pick for Dardes. This is the style of pick that when down in a set, or when you need a little spark of life, the Oni Warriors would lock this in for Dardes, and it would kind of change things around, avoiding the dropkick as Cubo Fred.
What?
But he's going to go back in. That's a leap onto Kirmi. Ultimate is there as well. Poison out, but Winds of Shamash is down as well. And Cubo Fred pops Kirmi, and the poison has now spread to Aquarius as well. Nika rotates over from solo. Cubo Fred leaps up and over the wall. Med out yet again. Fatal strike in range, but not needed. Cubo Fred throwing hands in the early to a double.
Dave, if Cubo Fred intentionally used the initial use of the ultimate to avoid dropkick, realizing that the semi-CC was going to cancel that animation, or maybe the gap created cancels it, and then channels it a little bit later on, Cubo Fred's the best Surcat on the planet, and then Aquarius decides to just start backing after he leaps over the wall, maybe forgot that Surcat is one of the most mobile assassins into the jungle. That wild
now,
start
if that
for the Oni Warriors.
Or Ratatasker,
He's done so.
There's no way.
He'd have walked all the way back to base.
This is such a good trend for the Oni Warriors and their fans if they're able to continue this forward. If you're a jungler, talk to me. Well, this is towards the end of the replay. But this is just great from Cubo Fred and a fantastic start to the Surcat.
Yeah, Cubo Fred immediately says to himself after he kills Kirmi, all right, time to disengage, and then he turns around and notices that the poison spread, sees this back animation, probably starts celebrating a little bit early. You even saw it in the player cams. Nika popped off there. I think if I'm good at reading lips, I think the word dumb may have came out of his mouth. the Winter Dogs, they just got routed a little bit on the early game on the right-hand side of the map.
Yeah.
But they're playing around 2 of their strongest early game pieces, so they're not wrong, the Winter Dogs, that is,
Right.
for trying to play here. They just got outplayed.
Cuvo Fred, the trend that I was establishing there is that, you know, we every time we talk about the ONI Warriors, we've mentioned how tough of a start to the year it has been for the team, but Cuvo Fred specifically didn't necessarily carry the momentum from Season 7 Worlds immediately into Season 8. But, and this is a big but, I won't lie,
I love that.
Cuvo Fred has been turning up the heat here a little bit in the last couple of games, in the last couple of weeks. That is the style of play that is going to give the ONI Warriors the best chance not only of winning this set, not only winning the next set should they win this one, but giving them, a shot at Worlds is when Cuvo Fred is playing the way he did in Game 2 against the Scarabs. You can't expect a 12-0 Fenrir every game, but the confidence, right? It's the intangible. You can tell when he's playing confidently, and that's what Cuvo Fred is doing right now. He'll engage onto Gamma.
Rip.
And it's all connecting. Gamma dashes away. Cuvo Fred gifted the kill by Neoma. Dart is transformed into the Terra. Stuns down onto Aquarius. The root is there as well. Benny Q under the Tier 2 tower, so the Merlin just fine. Looks like one and done for the ONI Warriors unless the Winter Dogs stick around.
Banny Q forced to use the beads early on. Cuvo Fred able to force those out all on his own. And in taking the kill and taking the positioning, now the ONI Warriors take the blue buff in turn. It feels like the Warriors realize that the Winter Dogs' strongest laning is going to be on the right-hand side of the map. When you're playing around your Gilgamesh and your Osiris for the first 10 levels, that's almost always going to feel great, and the ONI Warriors disregard it. They say, word, you think this is your strongest spot? Maybe we crush it immediately. And they've done so. 1 level lead for Nika through the Soul Lane, 2 levels for Cuvo Fred in the jungle, and it's something we talked about earlier when we were talking about Aggro's analysis that the late game probably favors the Winter Dogs. It's all on Cuvo Fred to make sure that the ONI Warriors have gotten advantage going into the mid and then subsequently the late. And I'd argue if Cuvo Fred doesn't do anything for the next 5 minutes, he's already succeeded. 3 levels now.
3 levels up, oh my god. He's 3 levels up over Kirmi. The Gilgamesh has not gotten anything going. Can you get something going here, though? Neoma stunned and drop-kicked against the wall. Should be a kill.
Wait, hold on.
That is massive damage from the Dharmic Pillar's boat. Dashes in, gets the stun onto Kirmi. This is a 4
He's gotta be dead.
versus 2 that now the ONI Warriors have at least pulled 1 kill back on. Vote trying to make some magic happen, get some big damage onto Wowie, but the Winter Dogs find both of the duo laners nonetheless. Can Dardes and Cuvo Fred, or do they want to dive this Tier 1 tower? The answer is no. You get some sustain from Gamma. Exactly what the Winter Dogs needed. You would have loved it to be cleaner, but 2 kills, getting the left side of the map, a bit uncomfortable, always going to be good.
Yeah, Vote makes the decision to trade his life there. He could have disengaged at any point. He was already sitting in the Tier 1 tower, but once he saw how much damage the Dharmic Pillars did, he says, well, Kirmi's not walking out of here alive, not after accosting my homie Neoma, and re-engages, nearly turns the fight around yet again to find a secondary kill, but unsuccessful in doing so. And the Winter Dogs win out in an engagement on the duo side of the map, and that's the side of the map as well that you would have expected to have at least minion pressure with Wowie playing the Izanami. But even in spite of that, Wowie 1-0-1, just now catching up to Vote in the farm, who had been sitting comfortably at 10. Wowie just ticking over.
Wowie on the Iza last game was a shining light for the Winter Dogs. That was where some of the comeback potential was. The Izanami, the Dark Portals. It's where the Winter Dogs look to lean. Uh-oh, is it happening again here? Kirmi just overextended on the right side of the jungle.
In his own
Cuvo
camps.
Fred. What?
Overextended in his own camps?
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. That's tough, though, but you're right.
You are 9 minutes in. You can't be on your own side of the jungle.
Don't you know Cuvo Fred's 4-0, Kirmi? You better not step up.
Definite misspeak on my part, but
no, I agree.
In
You're
the
right.
wrong place at the wrong time. It just happened to be in his own jungle as Cuvo Fred improves to 4-0. Jotun's Wrath completed. Looks like Blackthorn Hammer for Cuvo Fred after that. Now you have to give yourself some pause, though, Myth, because this is the exact situation the ONI Warriors were in Game 1.
That's right.
And the Winter Dogs found some fantastic fights on the left side of the map around the Fury and kept things interesting on 2 or 3 separate occasions in Game 1. And so, I'll reiterate what I said the first time, is that these next fights largely give us an idea of the way the next 10 or so minutes are going to go of this game, because if the Winter Dogs find a couple of kills, a lopsided fight in their favor, could be looking at another comeback potential.
And they've got similar capacity to fight, but if you remember back in Game 1, one of the silver linings for the Winter Dogs in these early Gold Fury engagements was Kirmi out of the jungle on the Kleena. He was doing a lot of damage to the walls from a range. He was the majority of the burn potential onto the Fury itself. Now he's playing Gilgamesh. That's an initiator. That's 4 levels down. So he's not an initiator. You'd think maybe he'd go toward damage, right? Because defense when you're behind doesn't feel as good because you're going to die quickly no matter what. Blackthorn Hammer in the second slot. Gives you some HP. Gives you a little bit of CDR when you're full HP.
Yeah.
But is it really going to help out when Cuvo Fred hits you with the 2-1 combo for 80% of your
Myth,
health?
I don't think anything's going to help anyone right now with Cuvo Fred in the way that he is.
No,
in the
look at him
lead.
go. He's an animal.
Yeah, the Winter Dogs again are overextended on their own red buff.
Get out of there.
Yeah, leave. Cuvo Fred is level 12 with 4 kills. Maybe you steal it away over the wall, something like that. But yeah,
Nope.
it's the right call from the Winter Dogs to head on out. Aquarius wants to engage onto Nika. Gets the quick root, Lord of the Afterlife. This could be a breath of fresh air for the Winter Dogs. Stun out from Nika. Does not have Fatal Strike.
Dead.
Could be a way back into the game for Kirmi. Drop kick there. And BennyQ secures the kill. And so Nika falls, and the Winter Dogs grab one more kill. And Kirmi, 3 levels behind, but Gilgamesh has assisted in all 100 of the kills, all 3 of the kills for the Winter Dogs. But that's going to open up this Gold Fury on the left side of the map. No fight to be had.
That was one of the ugliest picks I've ever seen. Nika was dead already, essentially to Aquarius alone. Kirmi rotates in, drop kicks Nika out of all of BennyQ's damage, extends that fight, and creates the opportunity for the ONI Warriors to take away the gold. No steal. No. Dharmic Pillars is good. It's not that good, right?
Yeah,
no.
it is.
Yeah, it is. It's the highest damage ultimate in the game. Look, man, the Winter Dog, it just feels like they're playing nervous. I've seen them play. I've watched these guys play all year. I know what they're capable of, and we're not seeing it all right now. They're playing very nervous around their engagements. We saw in the Fire Giant in Game 1, that trepidation and pulling it. Right now, I just want to see the Winter Dogs get back to their own style, play confidently around some of their late-game win conditions. For the majority of this year, the entirety of the plan was to facilitate BennyQ. He got the Shinto treatment for the Winter Dogs, playing his unorthodox picks. But so far, the Winter Dogs have limited themselves to the standard meta, it feels like, unless you think that the Hunter's mids that we saw last time around isn't exactly standard. But where are the Sun Wukongs? Where are the crazy aggressive plays that we're used to seeing? It just feels like the Winter Dogs are stifling themselves a little bit.
Because I think back, Miff, I rewind to not only the first set that the Winter Dogs played this week, able to move through them. They played the Leviathans, and that's a 3-0 set. But it's a 3-0 set where we're raising some eyebrows. We're saying the Winter Dogs showed fight back in all 3 of those games. The ONI Warriors and the Scarabs don't have, or whoever would end up losing wouldn't have the easiest time going up against the Winter Dogs. And so there was some instilled confidence in this team and their ability to compete with these SPL players. It's still there, I think, but I am catering to your point in that I agree where we've seen that style of play, and we just haven't seen it yet so far in this set. Now, getting a kill onto Nico over on the right side of the map is always going to be helpful, but you're going to need a lot more than that to dig out of a 4,000 gold lead. 14 minutes in. Cuvo Fred seemingly can do no wrong here. Drop kick yet again. Is not going to find anything, and yet again, Kirmi's going to go down. On the right side of the map is Darda's going to die. He's transformed, and Aquarius has got the range damage to kill off the ONI Warriors mid laner. And so an even 1-for-1 trade, something the Winter Dogs probably fine with.
Yeah, the Winter Dogs are rotating everybody to every engagement. If a fight erupts on the right side of the map, WoWie's going to get there. If it starts on the left, somehow Aquarius is going to get there as well. Feels like the Winter Dogs are now trying to win these engagements with just raw numbers. They're bringing a little bit more to every fight, and that seems to be the correct answer. If that was an even trade, if that's just a 4v4 on the right-hand side, pretty sure Darda's just lived. So the Winter Dogs doing a good job of kind of playing into this lead that the ONI Warriors have already established for themselves. But keep your eyes on these neutral objectives. The Pyromancer, the Primal Fury, when those respawn, essentially synced up in timers, could be an opportunity for the Winter Dogs to try and close that gap just a little bit more. Very likely that we see the ONI Warriors group up on the left-hand side, take the more valuable of the two. But if that's the case, taking a peek at the Fire Giant as it is now, not a whole lot of vision there for the ONI Warriors. Could be an opportunity for the Winter Dogs to really leverage this objective burn composition with Izanami, Merlin, an auto-attack jungler, to maybe go for a sneaky Fire Giant play.
Meph, I think what's important as well especially when considering those types of plays around the big objectives, is that the gap in the jungle hasn't really shrank down at all. I mean, it's been 2 or 3. It was 4 levels at one point, right around 3 now, depending on where the farm is for Cuvo Fred. Kirmi is at least, and I'll correct myself, at least mitigated what was a 4-level lead. But there is still a decent lead there for Cuvo Fred. This would widen up the gap a little bit. Gamma takes the ultimate and heads on out between the tier 2 or beneath the tier 2 tower. Another worrying trend though, Myth, is that there's a 3-level lead in Hunter, and there has not been much going on, and maybe the byproduct of WoWy rotating into these fights is that Vote just hangs out and farms up the whole time. And so in the jungle, we've talked about this level gap and the gold disparity and how Cuvo Fred is so far ahead. But the moment this Hachiman joins the fight, you got a 2 or 3 level lead in that role as well.
Yeah, what's the last thing interesting that happened in the duo lane? Vote died. He fell down. And even despite that, rotates back in the lane with a 1-level lead and plays with this pressure, walks into the purple buff. He's been invading those consistently. Greater Scorpion's getting taken away from the Winter Dog side of the map. He's controlling the neutral farm. Watch these harpies, the large harpies that spawn around the duo lane. It's Vote every time. Doesn't matter who it is. He's taking it. And then he goes back to his own. It just feels like WoWy is now willing to take the fight up against Vote. And it's likely a byproduct of his build as well. WoWy goes for the Executioner after the Aussie, so he's dealing a little bit more damage to the front line of the ONI Warriors. But Vote, on the other hand, he's got a win demon. If he just, like 20% chance to just win a team fight or win a 1v1 up against WoWy, if even just one of his auto attacks crits out there. So that pressure has kind of started to slowly build up and has netted Vote 3 levels now over WoWy on the left-hand side.
The ONI Warriors playing with this lead yet again. And it is a grouping around the left. The Winter Dogs are here. Talked plenty about the way that these Fury fights didn't go the ONI Warriors' way in Game 1. That threw a life raft to the Winter Dogs, kept things interesting, gave the SEC team a chance at getting a game over the SPL squad. Same level of threat here in this game, but maybe a bit wider of a gap for the ONI Warriors, a bit more tangible in the way that that lead has come to fruition, mainly through Cuvo Fred and Vote. The Primal Fury worked down now by the ONI Warriors. Winter Dogs just separated out. There is a skirmish happening in mid. It's a byproduct now that the Primal Fury is going to go to the ONI Warriors, but has Cuvo Fred left himself open to dive. He is far and away ahead, but enough numbers will take him down. The first death of the game onto the ONI Warriors jungler, and the Winter Dogs have at least found a pick. Nice chunk damage from Vote. But Primal Fury for Cuvo, Myth, especially with the shutdown, does raise some eyebrows.
It does. Cuvo going to be dead for the next 40 seconds. If the Winter Dog's able to pick up the Pyromancer, I'd call that a net positive for the Chaos team. And it seems like Pyromancer should fall down here. Unless Nika's got something to say. He peeks his head around the corner.
I mean, what's the word there? Like, if you know your team is on Primal. Like, that's got to be, maybe we can kind of dance around in mid, but you can't die there. Right, no. I mean, it's not like backbreaking, but I don't want to put too much weight on a small moment here in this game. But Cuvo Fred has played fantastically up to this point, and so maybe just didn't expect that number of the Winter Dogs to be there.
He was following the entirety of the Winter Dogs into the right side of the map. It was he and Nika in mid, right?
Right.
They watched the Winter Dogs group up on the Primal Fury and then start to slowly rotate toward the right. So the ONI Warrior said, look, we don't need everybody here to do the Primal. Let's just leave Vote and a couple of people to take it up for him. You guys just try and slow down the Winter Dogs. Make sure they're not able to pick up the Pyro. And Cuvo just overcommits a little bit in the center of the map, uses his dash and his jump, and immediately Winter Dogs say, word? I mean, you're ahead, but you're alone. Essentially, it's just you and Nika, and they're able to turn that kill around onto him. Had he just played Cuvo Fred that is a little bit slower, he would have been fine.
And Myth, I say it's a small moment, and it largely is, one death. But it was a 4-level lead for a large part of this game. It's now a 1-level lead, as Kirmi had just made it to level 17, tied it up in levels, but Cuvo Fred will pull ahead to 18. So we'll call it a 1-level lead for Cuvo Fred. And so that has shrank down a little bit. So something to keep your eyes on, as if Kirmi can continue up this pace of farming. What hasn't really shrank down is the lead that Vote has over WoWy over on left. 2 or 3 levels has been the case for a little while. And now Vote is here in the mid lane at level 20. Winds of Shamash onto 3 members of the ONI Warrior. Sprint immediately used by Nilma. You get some good value out of that. The Winter Dogs sensed an opportunity to jump in with 3 slowed targets they likely would have. Aquarius stunned down in the back, but he's going to return the favor.
Cuvo Fred able to leap over the wall and avoid the stun from Aquarius on the right-hand side. And the ONI Warriors keep up their pressure around this mid-tier 1. Draugr putting in a lot of work, but that's about all it's going to do. The Winter Dogs decide to disengage, split up by the ONI Warriors push inside the jungle allows them to take that tier 1 tower without too much fight back from the Winter Dogs and disengage right afterward. Now all tier 1s removed from the map, only tier 2s left for the Winter Dogs. But at this point in the game, 21 minutes in, it feels like neither team really confident enough to take a fight around the Fire Giant proper. Instead, they're going to wait and try and find some picks. The ONI Warriors group up on the left, see if there's any buffs to steal. There were not, by the way, so they just walk back with their hands empty. It feels like the Winter Dogs are doing a much better job of trying to dissuade this aggression from the ONI Warriors. Kirmi engages that fight with the Winds of Shamash onto Cuvo Fred, realizes that he takes a little bit too much damage from Vote. Vote lands 3 crits in a row onto Kirmi, drops him to around 60% HP.
Unlucky.
The disengage immediately afterward, and the Winter Dogs say, well, we lost Winds of Shamash. That's one of our best combos is Winds of Shamash plus Earth and Fury. Let's just get out, and they do so.
Only lose the tier 1 tower in the meantime. Benny Q is going to start becoming a problem here for the ONI Warriors as well. Getting onto this Merlin, going to start being one of the highest priorities in the team fight. 2-0-3 for Benny Q. And far and away in that build, little flat pen, little percent pen, Soul Reaver, Soul Gem. I mean, you've diversified your damage styles, I guess, and the utility in your kit if you're Benny Q with the way that your build has gone. So keep your eyes on this Merlin. You talk about playing around one of your team members. The Winter Dogs have loved to do that. And Merlin Myth is the style of pick that loves to be played around. You're able to sit back and weave in those abilities, then you're going to be feeling just fine. But the Winter Dogs have got to reply, or do they, to this Fire Giant. The ONI Warriors are on it. Not going the fastest, not the slowest, down to about half HP. Gamma's going to walk on forward. Dharmic Pillar's down from Neoma. Good damage from Dardes as Gamma uses the Earthen Fury. Fire Giant is dropped as the ONI Warriors walk into the Winter Dog side of the jungle. Doesn't fully sustain up, but now it's about half.
And now pulled yet again by the ONI Warriors. The Winter Dogs hovering nearby. Aquarius dropped low. Should be able to stick around for just a moment. The ONI Warriors do fully reset the Fire Giant. They used a lot trying to zone out the Winter Dogs. Dharmic Pillars to slow down Gamma and his rotation in. Cuvo Fred doesn't hit pay dirt with his own ultimate. On the other end, the Winter Dogs really only just used the Earthen Fury. So the ONI Warriors showing some respect, saying, hey, if WoW is able to walk in with Dark Portal, he might just steal this Fire Giant. Let's not leave it up to a coin toss. But in slowing down the game, it has given the opportunity for the Primal Fury, or rather the ONI Fury, to respawn. That's one way for the ONI Warriors to try and split up this map. Those enhanced minions can force the Winter Dogs to defend these lanes. The ONI Warriors would gain the information of where the Winter Dogs are, and they'd also gain the positioning advantage around the Fire Giant. Already on the left-hand side, the duo lane grouped up around the objective.
a little vision battle happening around the ONI Fury right now as Gamma and Neoma have a meeting of the minds around the ONI Fury. And that's important. You know, if the Winter Dogs see that too many members of the ONI Warriors are on this objective, that'll open up an easier pyro. Depending on how comfortable you're feeling with the burn of the Merlin, you could consider testing the reaction time of the ONI Warriors around the FG. But ONI Fury goes down to just 2 members of the ONI Warriors, and the rest of the ONI Warriors hanging out on the right side of the map here, and the Winter Dogs not able to extend and grab the pyro, because those were some trades that we saw in Game 1 Myth that gave the Winter Dogs that second lease at life. This game, the ONI Warriors covering that base. We're not going to take the Fury, give you the Pyromancer for free, and so it is just a net win for the ONI Warriors. Extra gold heading into the FG.
And now they can regroup as 5 yet again, utilize those minion waves that are already starting to push up. Take a peek at the left-hand side. That tower will likely fall down if nobody from the Winter Dogs decides to rotate over to that side of the map, so it could be another infusion of gold for the ONI Warriors just passively as long as they maintain threat around the Fire Giant. So the Winter Dogs, grouped up as 3 on the right-hand side, are able to deal with that Oni minion wave, but mid, left, still going unchecked, and I don't think the Winter Dogs will get an opportunity to leave. If anyone does, they lose fire.
Look at Cuvo. Cuvo's behind the Winter Dogs right now. Luckily, the escape route somewhat simple. But you also have to be careful of Dardes. There's going to be some engage from there. A stealthed Morrigan walking in. They'll always give you a moment of pause if you're the Winter Dogs. And the transformation targets have been interesting for Dardes so far this game. I think we've seen Terra a couple times, Gilgamesh once or twice. Those have been the popular ones. You would hate to get picked here if you were Nika, but Beniku's going to walk in and deal half of his HP in damage. But Nika's just doing his best to buy some time, and the Pyromancer goes down quietly as well.
But not much for Nika to do now. Drop down to that amount of HP. He doesn't probably want to move in towards the Fire Giant proper, and it seems like the ONI Warriors They realize they don't love their odds in a fight on the Fire Giant pulling in front of the Winter Dogs, so Cuvo Fred pushes up mid, but it's the Winter Dogs who start.
Oh my God, Darnez deletes Benny Q. No Merlin in this fight. You needed him to win a fight, to have a chance at a fight, and now he is gone at the onset. There is some pushback from the Winter Dogs on the right side. His vote will end up going down. Kirmi silenced out by Neoma. It's a good re-engage now from the ONI Warriors. Massive stun from Nika, and Aquarius will get one of his own, but another execute gives Nika the double kill. All but Gamma die. ONI Warriors lose their carries in the meantime.
Just not 100% sure why the Winter Dogs decided to pull the Fire Giant itself. Maybe they spotted Cuvo Fred on the tier 2 tower in mid, and they say, okay, well, it's our time. But they were playing at a deficit, and the Winter Dogs aren't able to burn the Fire Giant that quickly, and even had they dropped it low, their confirmation isn't so strong that they should feel confident in a coin toss. The ONI Warriors walk in and are able to collapse very easily onto the Winter Dogs. Had Kirmi not found that triple stun with the drop kick, likely the ONI Warriors would have had the Fire Giant on their belt as well, but a fantastic individual play from the Gilgamesh does mitigate some of the losses for the Winter Dogs, but that still is a win for the ONI Warriors. Not going to mince words. Take a peek at that gold. We're approaching like 7, 8K. Dave, do your math.
No, that's all right. 7 or 8K is about right. 7K, you're right, Miff.
Yeah, or 8.
You're right, it's one of the two, but it's one of them. It's 7K, gold in the lead for the ONI Warriors. Darnez plays a massive role at the beginning of that fight as well. I mean, if you're able to delete Benny Q just immediately, right at the start, that's such high damage potential that is now passed by the wayside for the Winter Dogs. And so we're 27 minutes in, Miff. I hesitate to see a world where for 2.5 minutes we're dancing around and this turns into an enhanced Fire Giant, but I've seen much, much crazier things happen.
I think it's gonna happen.
Really?
You know how long we've been dancing on this Fire Giant already? What's another 2.5 minutes?
You're right. I've said some incorrect things, Miff, and maybe the fact that we're not going to hang out here for another 2 minutes. Please, give me this, ONI Warriors. Just go ahead and pull it. Let's see what works out. Nika getting engaged on doesn't give me large amounts of hope, especially Vote not being back in the FG pit. It's a bit of a jungler 1v1 in mid, though. Kirmi was 4 levels behind at one point here in this game. Now both at level 20. And actually, maybe Miff winning that 1v1 a bit.
Yeah, Gilgamesh probably feels pretty good in that 1v1 just because of the nature of his build. Fire Giant is pulled out here. Winter Dogs, though, they're grouped up, and they're grouped up aggressive.
Ooh, Dharmic Pillars is good from Neoma right in the middle of this choke point. Dark Portal down, but it's only on to Cuvo Fred. A double stun from Nika on the other side of this fight. It's Fatal Strike. Snags Benny Q. You need someone else within that damage threshold. It could be Gamma, and yes, it is. Nika gets the reset, gets the double, gets the rampage. And now the ONI Warriors backpedal towards the FG.
And that's the difference of veteranship,
God,
right?
I'm so smart.
When the ONI Warriors pull the Fire Giant, God, you're so smart. When the ONI Warriors pull the Fire Giant, they wait for the Winter Dogs to step up and immediately punish them for it. There was a 3-4-man stack up in the jungle, and Neoma says, no, you're not allowed to do that. Maybe I drop Dharmic Pillars on every single one of you, and in doing so, creates space for Nika to engage, find the double Fatal Strike, and immediately falls back towards the Fire Giant. The ONI Warriors don't overextend. They don't continue to chase out those kills, and instead take the largest neutral objective for themselves. When we saw the Winter Dogs grouped up on fire, they pulled it and got crushed.
Yep. Anything but for the ONI Warriors. And so now the ONI Warriors officially stamp this lead. Some question marks. Will it go by the wayside again? Will the Winter Dogs have their pushback? No, has not been the case here in Game 2. And so the Tier 2 towers go down. Over on the left, one more Tier 2 tower remains, and you've got a whole lot of time left on this Fire Giant power play. Let's go ahead. Snag the ONI Fury as well. Could be a reset opportunity for the ONI Warriors. Got 3K gold in Cuvo Fred's back pocket. Everyone else hovering right around the 2,000 gold mark. And so, Miff, maybe this makes some sense. You already get a couple towers. You get a nice infusion of gold. You spend, get big item power spikes. Push Tier 2 on left and see how your Phoenix Siege looks.
I'm excited to see where Cuvo Fred goes in his build. Okay. Not often you see a last item, Hi to the Urchin, just straight up. You need 10 stacks to get the full passive of that, but Hi to the Urchin on its own is a decent stat stick, I suppose. Gives you defense, both physical and magical, as well as some HP. So Cuvo Fred probably not going to get the opportunity to fully stack that item before the end of this game, but
you've been wrong about things before, Miff, so.
You think he's getting 10 kills? Well, or sorry, seeing 10 kills? Something like that?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But I have been wrong, like the Fire Giant. You're so smart. Glad you're here.
No, look, the broken clock is right twice a day. This is just one of the 2 times.
It's all good. One more.
Got one more, and it's that the Oni Warriors are going to win game 2. That's my second prediction.
That's an early end call, man.
That's right, game 2, it's over. Heading on to game 3. No, we got a Phoenix defense to look forward to for the Oni Warriors here. But the Oni Warriors, or for the Winter Dogs rather, but the Oni Warriors have reigned control of this game from what feels like minute 1, and Cubo Fred off to a 4-0 start. A bit of slowdown, but never out of the question, never out of the realm of comfort maybe. Where the Oni Warriors are going to 3-2 split this one. Send Darda, send Cubo Fred to the mid lane. The other 3 headed over to the left. When you're playing with the lead in the way that the Oni Warriors are, going to be able to win a fight with an odd number here, so a split makes sense.
It does. It's a 3-2 for both teams now. Winter Dogs have Aquarius and Kierme lined up against Cubo Fred and Dardes on the center of the map. Gotta think that once these minion waves start to work their way into the Phoenix, that's when the siege is going to start up proper.
I mean, Cubo Fred just working down the Phoenix on his own. Nika heads on over from left, stun onto Aquarius. Phoenix doesn't go down. Vote is here, though. So some auto attacks from the Hunter could make quick work of the remainder of that health bar, but no, Vote and Neo will head back towards the left side of the map. Everyone's got their actives. Everyone's got their ultimates. So Golden XP, gold mainly, is the big differentiator. Everyone's relics will be here for this fight. Neomot tanking up the Phoenix. Dharmic Pillars down onto Wowie in the back line. Vote rooted in place by Gamma, but the Phoenix will end up falling nonetheless. Still no kills.
Large rotation from the Winter Dogs, all 5 members over to the left-hand side just to watch the Phoenix fall down. That Dharmic Pillars from Neomah was massive. Wowie has to reposition, drop down to half HP as well. Was not able to put up much of a defense around the bird. Only 30 seconds left on this Fire Giant power play, so the Oni Warriors, in taking the most important Phoenix, also decide to take their leave. Head back to base, clear out those camps, and reset themselves, get ready for this next Fire Giant. If the Winter Dogs are able to push up these waves at least to the tier 1 of the Oni Warriors, I still think they're in a position where they can show up to the Fire Giant and try and put up a defense. Luckily, they've got a Merlin on their side. He's very adept at clearing waves. But look at the stack up from the Winter Dogs. All 5 members maybe just hoping that they walk into any individual member of the Oni Warriors, but nope, they're the pick. Yeah, they're spotted.
I know they're there. So the attempted Draugr pit play, I mean, the Draugr could help. No, they're going to allow themselves to be revealed. Right, the Oni Warriors are not there. I mean, so you might have time to go back if you're the Winter Dogs.
They might just go siege.
I mean, the Oni Warriors should just run it down mid. They're going to work out the waves at least. But no, the Winter Dogs, their back's quick enough. Just clear one more wave, Miff, to buy yourself a couple extra seconds before those fire minion waves walk into the left side of your base. Gives you a more concerted effort at a defense if you're the Winter Dogs.
We did see the Oni Warriors briefly consider walking down the mid Phoenix, but once that Draugr falls, they know that the majority of the Winter Dogs are headed back towards base, and without Fire Giant, don't want to stick around. But this is it. The Winter Dogs step forward, and Aquarius takes a little too much damage for my liking.
Well, he does. Cubo Fred is around the back of the Winter Dogs here. He's going to push in the wave in the mid lane as Kierme jumps onto Cubo. Maybe an awkward spot here for the Winter Dogs if the Oni Warriors choose to push forward, which they won't, because this time the Enhanced Fire Giant sprouts on fourth. But it is an awkward position decision-making wise. You're so far behind in this game, and Enhanced Fire Giant surely just ends it. Maybe you have to hope for a miracle play.
Yeah, maybe show up. I mean, gold's meaning less and less as time goes on. 34 minutes into this one, just about everybody on the Winter Dogs starting to approach 6th item, tier 2 on their 6th item at least. And the Oni Warriors are not grouped up solidly. Nika takes a lot of damage here, but probably less than you'd have liked if you're on the side of the Winter Dogs. He tanks the brunt of it and just walks out.
Nika top damage in the game by 5,000. Dardes has found his damage in these fights as well. Cubo Fred is going to solo push the mid lane Phoenix. I said you might be able to win a fight.
He got it.
Down in numbers if you're the Oni Warriors. And right now you are buying time. Cubo Fred gets the mid lane Phoenix. There are fire minions pushing down the left side of the map, but Kierme is able to complete the back. Cubo Fred hasn't looked fantastic in those 1v1s, so you won't be able to look for the end, but could look for a wrap around the backside of the Winter Dogs.
Has to be careful with his positioning, though. All the Winter Dogs gunning down Cubo Fred, and he's got no help nearby. Just steps on a ward, so the Winter Dogs know where he is. He takes a little bit of damage, not enough, though. Is able to stick around, and the Oni Warriors, they've got eyes on Kierme. He's defending the base.
Are you surprised they haven't pulled the fire?
100%, really. I mean, they just had vision on all the Winter Dogs at their own back camps, essentially, but it seems like the Oni Warriors, they don't necessarily have to rush it. It's not a rush job. They've got fire minion waves leaking through mid and left. I'm sure they're fine.
Cubo Fred is behind the Winter Dogs still. as Dardes walks forward, transforms into the Terra. Earthen Fury used for a second time, but this one for the Oni Warriors. Wowie takes a lot of damage on the back of this fight. Benny Q on the Merlin, he's low as well. Dharmic Pillars from Neilma doing serious work on the front of this fight. And Dardes is receiving every ounce of peel that he needs from his support. Nika, he was back with the Winter Dogs all this time and he did not die. Low health bars though for Cubo and Nika means a disengage over the horizon. Oni Warriors find just one.
Thin margins there for the Oni Warriors. Nika lives with about 200 HP. Cubo Fred similarly low. Had the Winter Dogs been able to finish off either of those kills, that would have been a miraculous team fight for them. Aquarius does exactly what Nika does, but just doesn't maintain that last 200 of their HP bar. The Oni Warriors, yet again, find themselves in a position to go towards this Fire Giant. The Winter Dogs do not have much recourse here, I'd say. With Aquarius dead for about 30 seconds, maybe you could send somebody in to attempt to steal, but the fight, that belongs to the Oni Warriors, at least until this Osiris is back and alive.
Okay, Enhanced Fire Giant. Winter Dogs 15 seconds away from having their solo laner back. Fire Giant down to half HP, being crit away by Vote and Neilma. And this one will go easily to the Oni Warriors. I was curious you didn't pull it before, but you set the stage for this moment now where you get the Enhanced Fire Giant. Gamma's walls are up, and that'd slow down Cubo Fred on the re-engage, but Fred has got a lot of damage. He's got a taunt, and he's got to jump back in to force out the dash from Gamma. And what are you going to do if you're Cubo? Do you chase this down? Yes, you do. Now you got Gamma dead for a minute, and the Winter Dogs defending their Titan without their support.
Left Phoenix has fallen down yet again. Mid Phoenix a long ways off the respawn. Enhanced Fire Giant on all 5 members of the Oni Warriors. Just about every single ultimate available except for Cubo Fred's, which is going to be coming up very shortly here. Relics, every set of beads down for the Winter Dogs. This is like 99 to 1 odds.
We're in dire straits. I didn't even notice the bead situation. Yeah, the Winter Dogs limping into this late game defense 37 minutes in. The Winter Dogs have survived an onslaught from the Oni Warriors as the right side Phoenix finally gets looked at now by the Onis. Still plenty of health remaining, but not on Aquarius. Vote grabs that kill. Benny Q has to flicker away. Cubo Fred taunts in Benny. Dharmic Pillars down onto Wowie, and it has forced the dash away. The Oni Warriors group up. They've all got the Enhanced Fire Giant, and the Oni Warriors, they will take the most important game of the set and go up 2-0.
That was the slowest train wreck. You know, it was grotesque. I could never take my eyes off of it, but the Oni Warriors were winning from minute 0 to minute 40 at the end of this game.
Yep.
It just felt like the Winter Dogs were never really in a position where they could make the proactive plays, and the Oni Warriors were struggling to close out some of these fights. The Fire Giant dance, I think we probably had more accumulated Fire Giant dance time in this one game than any other game comparatively. But despite all that, the Oni Warriors were winning. They were never not winning. It was never in doubt for me personally. It just took them a very long time, which does sow some seeds of doubt for me for the entirety of the set. The Winter Dogs, they were able to hang in there.
It was a slow burn from the Oni Warriors. And I think back to that last fight where the Oni Warriors kill Aquarius, nearly lose Nika and Cubo Fred, and you're looking at a totally different scenario. If those red health bars go down to 0, suddenly we're still in game. We're considering the next Enhanced Fire Giant. Winter Dogs, not giving up yet, but you've got to do something the Scarabs already did this week. Reverse sweep the Oni Warriors. Will it happen again? Stick around and find out.
Peace through tyranny. Pathetic fools! There's no escape! Transformers! Let's roll out.
That's right, the hi-rez showcase and subsequently the hi-rez or the Smite World Championships will all be taking place January 5th through 9th. We're just barely 2 weeks away from that point, 2.5 weeks out now until we get to that amazing event at the very beginning of January. All kinds of things going to be happening during that. It's not just going to be probably the most anticipated Smite World Championship with our quarters, semis, and grand finals. We're going to be showing off the Slash map. There's going to be some show matches happening, community tournaments, content creator cups, all kinds of stuff. The Throwback Thursday that got added in there to give us one more day of insane action happening all there. And all these teams playing this week are buying for that opportunity, or not really buying, they're playing for that opportunity for their chance to be there at the Smite World Championships. No teams going there today. Tomorrow will be the day that we send 2 more teams, the final 2 slots, and to get their ticket into the Smite World Championships, January 5th through 9th. Make sure to be there for that, but make sure to also be here for the rest of this set and more to come for the remainder of the weekend. ONI Warriors in a very long, what felt like a very long-winded game. It was swinging right out the gate, aggro. I mean, 4 kills for Cuvo Fred, and then it kind of just slowed down, but it was never out of reach here for the Warriors.
No, I mean, the Warriors were in complete control of this entire game from minute 1 until minute 40 or whenever it ended. I mean, that was absolutely clinical, except for the fact that they could not end. And it was really credit to the Winter Dogs and how well they defended on these base sieges. I mean, Merlin's so good in those types of scenarios, so of course Benny Q is going to make it difficult, but the way that the front line played I thought was really good from the Winter Dogs and making sure that they were going to be able to stay in this game. And, you know, when you get to those points in the later stages where, you know, who knows if the Warriors just really botch a siege and you wipe them, that could have been a game win for the Winter Dogs. But I think we should focus on what the ONI Warriors did, and it was really, again, Fred in the early game, but this time the side lanes were able to get a little bit more involved. Dardez was doing exactly what we expected on that Morgan transformation and selection, and just making it very difficult for the Winter Dogs to ever win a fight outside of their Phoenix. But whenever they were in their Phoenix, the Morgan can't flank you, things get a little bit easier.
And then when you have Nika, who can get a 9 KDA in the midst of the fray as the solo laner, essentially just kind of going unchecked for most of the game. A couple of close calls that came about his way, and only 1 death to his name. 5-1-8 from the solo lane, 6-1-6 out of the jungle here, and Neil putting up 12 assists on the Ganesh of his own. And look at the damage thrown out there. We can talk all about solo lane damage. They usually put up quite a bit. But the fact that Dardez was just barely even under 1,000 player damage off of him on the Morgan, got to be impressed about this mid lane.
Yeah, very impressed with that. Vote puts up another 21K. I'm looking at the difference between him and Wowie. He more than doubles Wowie's player damage. 10K through that long of a game. Even though, a lot of it was spent standing and staring at one another more so than fighting, still need a little bit more than 10,000 damage there, I think.
It's also one of the first games that we actually saw 2 actual hunters fighting against each other over in the duo lane.
True.
A little tweet from one of our guys here, Billy. When your frontliners swear they turned away from the Medusa ult. Yeah, Mifflin would be the one who would stare straight at the Medusa ult and tell you that he didn't.
100%.
Yeah, 100% there. Dave just standing by looking just nice and pretty over here. Just like, yeah, no, there was never a Medusa ult. I don't have to worry about it. I made sure to turn away. But needing to turn something over here in game number 3, the Winter Dogs need to find a win if they want to keep their chances at the SWC alive. And this is the point in the game against the Scarabs where the ONI Warriors dropped a couple of games, or I should say dropped 3 in a row. But it seems that they've learned from some of those mistakes here. A little long-winded have been these games. But again, they've never really lost control over this set just yet.
No, there have been moments where the Winter Dogs looked like they would actually win the game, but ultimately the Warriors have obviously come out on top. I will say, though, when you've been reverse swept as often as Vote and Nika and Dardez have, you're up 2-0. I'm sure someone does the, hey guys, let's not get reverse swept this time, haha type of joke, and then if they lose this game, then it'll start to creep in a little bit, and then if God forbid they lose the next game,
you're really setting up for the curse here, Aggro.
I'm simply telling you about possibilities that could end up happening.
You're really just setting them up for defeat now. You are just putting that.
You give me too much credit here, J-Mac. To think that I have the power to make the Winter Dogs reverse sweep the ONI Warriors is really overstating my reach.
It is all in their hands here. Game 3, picks and bans. This time, it does swap around as far as who's getting the first pick. The Winter Dogs want their shot at first selection. And that could change up what we've seen in these picks and bans. They've been taking that second pick the whole time, and it's been the Fafnir, the AMC, and the Camazotz have been their top 3 bans in both games 1 and 2. Well, now they have the opportunity to grab that Camazotz for themselves.
Yeah, Camazotz could be open. You could try and get Benny, that AMC. He used to be a Hunter player, so I'm sure he's pretty comfortable on it. Very surprised they keep banning this Fafnir. Neil has been pretty impactful on these last 2 Guardian picks in the Umoja and the Ganesh. Fafnir does a lot, but I don't think he's, by far the best Guardian. How many different double Hunter or Hunter plus Mage ADC comps have we seen this week? And they're really not all running Fafnir. It's not the linchpin to that style of composition.
Yeah. So far, same bans throughout. The only thing the Warriors haven't done is thrown a second ban towards Aquarius just yet. Is the Erlong Shen, the RDO, same as they've been running. Fafnir, AMC, out of the Winter Dogs. And now it does open up that question of do they ban the Camazotz, and they do. So even being out of the first pick slot, it seems the Winter Dogs do not want to pick up this Assassin solo. Despite the fact that Camazotz has the most first picks of the entire weekend, kind of by a mile here. It's 10 Camazotz first picks versus the next highest one is 2 Erlong Shen.
Yeah, it's going to be Achilles' first pick here, though, for the Winter Dogs. I've already written it in Gormizer's sheet because I feel very confident that they're going to do it. Otherwise, you would change something in the bans, right? You wouldn't take first pick. It's their choice. There'd be no reason to take first pick and then still give the ONI Warriors what they have been first picking up until this point. So this is the only reasonable take in the first pick position if you're keeping all your bans the same. And this is one of Aqua's better gods. Nika's been really good on it. I think that this is a very acceptable first pick here for the Winter Dogs.
With the Achilles, it's now over to the ONI Warriors. Yamoja has been in the wheelhouse. Ganesh has been kind of a topic for both of these two teams, between Gamma and Neilma playing it in games 1 and 2 respectively. So we'll see what does get locked in. Last time the Winter Dogs also picked up Terra in that first pick whenever they were on the second pick side. So I'm curious where the Warriors were going. Izanami's also kind of been one of those gods that's been really in that top 3 of almost every team. Either top, if your second pick, it's been top 2. If your first pick, it comes in your second, your third pick slot.
Yeah, I think Izanami could be fine here for vote, but he's handled that matchup really well and has not had any issues really. So I think that I would probably, if they want to keep giving Wowie that pick early in the draft, clearly that is not a huge concern for the ONI Warriors. So the thing is that they're trying to take some of their backline later in the draft. They're taking Fred's pick bottom 2, so that changes some things. I was going to say, I wonder if they're going to stay with picking Nika's god early, because oftentimes the way these teams work out their drafts is they don't talk about what gods they want to take first. They talk about which order they want to pick more often than not for their roles. And right now it seems like the Warriors are comfortable taking Nika's pick early, trying to save Fred's pick for later on. So with the Achilles taken off the board, they're still going to lock in the matchup for him, and it's this Mulan.
Yeah, this Mulan and Hachiman for the Oni Warriors. And Mulan, a god who got a little bit of a buff a couple of patches ago. We started seeing some signs of life out of her a couple times in the jungle, a few times in the solo lane. And Nika was one of those players who picked up this Mulan and kind of just dominated. It seems she's quite a bit of a lane bully over in that solo lane.
Yeah, early game to mid game pressure is absolutely phenomenal. She's got good CC. Her damage doesn't really fall off super hard. I mean, she's not gonna one-shot you late game, but you'll feel the spear thrust for sure. So I like the pick here for Nika. It fits with what the ONI Warriors type of team composition identity wants to be like, and I think it fits. I think it fits how they've been trying to draft.
And it is all frontline out of the Winter Dogs here in their top 3. Achilles is their first. Serket and Ganesh locked in immediately after. So stripping a pick away from Cuvo Fred, instead of banning it away, they grab it for themselves. And the Gamma gets to go back on a big signature pick of his own. And a god who's seen a ton of bans this weekend, and now the first time a play. I mean, you see 88% ban rate over here in this group on this god. Hell finally makes it through. How do you feel about Hell in the current situation, the current meta right now?
I think Hell can be really good. I'm definitely not a Hell hater in the competitive scene, but I'm very surprised that it's the ONI Warriors who take it. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for a team like the Warriors, because the Scarabs are watching the set. They play the winner to go to Worlds, so they're obviously going to be watching the set very, very closely. So with a god like Hell, she's the type of god that if you prove you can win the game by yourself with her, as Shinto has, as Paul has, as Venenu has, as soon as you prove that you can 1v9 the game, it has to get banned from you. Or they have to come in with a game plan against it, because they will just lose to it otherwise. It's that type of god. And so in a game where you're up 2-0, you've got a lot of wiggle room. You know that you can probably make this look good even if it isn't your best god because of how well you've been playing up against the Winter Dogs. This will put some fear into future opponents about a polarizing pick like this. So I'm a huge fan. I think it's just metagaming, how the competitive scene works more so than just this game. Like, even if it sucks against the Winter Dogs comp, even if it doesn't work at all for the ONI Warriors comp, because you feel like you're the better team and you should be able to perform no matter what, it should look good, and therefore teams should be respecting it moving forward.
Well, the Winter Dogs will ban away some front line of their own this time now. It will be Yamoja, who made it all the way this far into the draft, and Geb, who's seen a surprising lack of picks or bans across the board here. And the ONI Warriors, they'll take Kabrakan and Tsukiyomi. And you look at those two and you go, okay, those seem kind of like out there, out of left field picks. But those are both targeted directly at BennyQ.
Yep, those are mid lane bans by the ONI Warriors, and they're two smart ones because they're two that would have given this Hell some problems. Love this Khepri pick. I mean, the Winter Dogs were on the right track with the Geb ban, but can't ban Yamoja plus Geb plus Khepri. And so the ONI Warriors know they're going to get one of those Guardians. They end up getting the Khepri, going to make it that much easier for this Hell to pop off and look really, really strong. Winter Dogs now, I mean, they have the Execute already in the Achilles, so I think it was smart if you're going to leave one of these peel-oriented Guardians up. Leaving Khepri up instead of Geb does make sense to me because you already have an answer to it in that Achilles, but still, that has to line up every single team fight or else that's going to be a huge problem.
Agni locked in here for the mid lane of the Winter Dogs and a Danzaburo hover over towards the left side. Agni is not a god necessarily. I can't really say anything is out of Benny Q's wheelhouse. But this is not the god that I would have expected him to try and go into a matchup here in Game 3. How do you kind of feel about the Agni against this Oni Warriors team comp?
Yeah, I think Agni is definitely playable right now. I don't think the build is super great for him, but you can go Divine on Agni and feel pretty good. You can go Deso. I think that rushing the double flat pen feels best to me on this god. I think that he is usually pretty good against gods like Hell and gods like Khepri, where, they're going to really punish you for all-in committing. Agni is just not this all-in god. You can spread your damage out. You can space it out really easily. You can target select. You can bomb one person. They're going to use the Hell Cleanse expecting the stun to come. Then you bomb stun the next. Those are ways to play around things like cleanses on the other side that I think are very smart. So I think the Agni can really work here, but the early game has to go well for the Winter Dogs, because eventually Hell is just going to break you when it comes to the late game Fire Giant dances, Phoenix Sieges, whatever it may be. She's going to be too problematic there, and I don't think they have the effective range in order to really take her down or the easy poke. So I think the Winter Dogs have got to get off to a good start early. I think they should be looking to play very aggressively in the duo lane, aggressively around mid. Where is Kirmi going to get involved? Kirmi is going to be really key in this game because, he doesn't have to be ganking mid only, but if he's not ganking mid, he's got to be getting ahead elsewhere and getting his team ahead elsewhere as well.
Yeah, mid 2v2, the mid 3v3 even once we start getting around the 5 to 10 minute mark. That's where a lot of the action for so many of these teams has been taking place here. I'm looking at the mid 3v3 for the Warriors. You've got Hell, Hunbats, and Khepri up against Ganesh, Surket, and Agni. Which of those two are you kind of favoring here in this early game?
Ganesh, Surket, Agni, not close. Their fight is so much better than what the Oni Warriors have. The Oni Warriors just want to get to level 20 and win then. They don't, they can win early, specifically around the right side of the map. They can just play around Nika's lane and dominate the early game. They can get ahead in the 2v2. I mean, Hell brings a ton of pressure, both on the wave and kill pressure level 2, because she just has 4 buttons and you only have 2. So she's really good in those scenarios, but level 5 doesn't mean anything to Hell. It means a ton to Agni, and it means a ton to Surket. And those ultimates are a little bit better in those 3v3 scenarios than in the 5v5s, whereas Khepri ultimate, much better in a hectic environment. Fear and Weevil, way better in a hectic environment. Those things are a little bit better whenever the team fight gets a little bit noisier.
So it sounded like kind of for the Oni Warriors, they're looking towards kind of a 25-30 minute game once again with this composition versus the Winter Dogs who are looking for maybe a 20-minute game to kind of end this one out here. Game 3, everything on the line for the Winter Dogs. They win this, they can keep it going. If they lose here, then the Oni Warriors move on to face off against the Solar Scarabs. Can the Winter Dogs do it here in game number 3? Let's take it right in and find out.
Oni Warriors hoping for a rematch up against the Solar Scarabs tomorrow. And a game 3, game 4, or game 5 win will get them there, but you'd like to get it done right here and right now. Dolson, Miff, and Doug for potentially one final time. As the Oni Warriors, Miff, they have won 2 games. Eyebrows have been a bit raised, though, right? The play has not been bad. It has been conservative from the Oni Warriors. They now have a draft with Mulan and the Hunbats, maybe most notably. We want to play a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, if this game has a similar pacing to the last 2, the Oni Warriors are going to win 100% of the time. That's just the truth with this late game composition. If we get to the 30-minute mark, and the Oni Warriors have been spending the last 15 of those 30 dancing around the Fire Giant, they just win. So it's up to the Winter Dogs to utilize their early game to try and mitigate some of that, especially around Kirmi. The conversation was Cubo Fred on the Surket had to dominate the pace. Well, the inverse is true. Now that Kirmi has taken that god away, it's kind of up to him.
Neoma, without the abduct yet, won't deal that much pressure on Wowie. So we've already seen a Surket have a miraculous performance. That was Cubo Fred in game 2. Started off 4-0. Slowed down a little bit as the game went on, but still able to capitalize late in the game. This time on the Hunbats, I think back to the games that Cubo Fred has really stood out on. 3 gods come to mind. We've seen that one Fenrir game up against the Scarabs. That looks really good. I already had a Fenrir game here in this set. The Surket game that we just saw.
Yep.
And then there were some games against the Scarabs where the Hunbats looked good. Gamma has dashed in to a bit of a precarious spot. Cubo Fred chasing down the elephant, but Kierme, he's got someone else in mind. He's got first blood on Anilma. As Vote kites away, but will not escape. Cubo Fred didn't even get the kill in the meantime, though. Winter Dogs eyeing a third kill.
Yeah, Kierme does exactly what he needs to, establishes some pressure early on. Cubo able to defensively blink his way out of there. Cubo missed the leap onto Gamma. Gamma breaks his ankles into 5 different pieces, and Cubo walks away empty-handed. The Winter Dogs on the other end, first blood double kill for their squad, already establishing a 1,000 gold lead throughout the early, splitting the kills between the hunters and the jungler. Feels very nice. Look, I think the ONI Warriors can kind of rest now. Don't fight in the duo lane. It's not up to you guys. Let's leave it up to the soul laner.
Well, and you thought that if you're the ONI Warriors, that's a great engage from Cubo Fred, but Kierme awaiting in the wings. And this is important here that Wowie hits this last auto attack just over the side. Yeah, that jump, unfortunate. Might have given a kill back over to the ONI Warriors. So pressure now given to the Winter Dogs here in the duo lane, and Neilma's just going to get caught out. Kierme just never left. Neil walks back into lane, 0-2, 2.5 minutes in, an 0-3 start to the ONI Warriors duo lane. You're getting Wowie off to a great start, and we have talked about Danzaburo in the context of playing from ahead and how good and scary that is. You ride that rocket in, and they have no choice but to fight you. And that's where Wowie's at right now.
Yeah, the god of win harder is Danzaburo. Once you've got that ultimate, Vote's going to have to take that engagement. I mean, Hachimon's got some decent counterplay. You can just hop on the horse. You're pretty sure you outrun the rocket as well. Your CC immunes, the stun, doesn't necessarily affect you more often than not. It's really up to Vote whether or not he wants to take that fight. But it is really on the onus of the duo lane now to utilize a lead that they have been handed by Kierme. It's 0-2 for Neilma, 0-1, 3 kills in as many minutes this game, all favoring the Winter Dogs as of now. And you've still got 40 seconds left on both Neilma and Vote's beads. The Winter Dogs have got an opportunity to maintain their aggression.
We'll see if they're able to do so. It's those level 5 marks where things will be pivotal. Nika now receiving some pressure as well. Aquarius has Fatal Strike, not needed. Winter Dogs in Game 3. You must win it. And you're off to a 4-0 start. Nika not allowed to reach level 5 on this Mulan. You don't pick Mulan, Miff, to lose early in the game like this.
No.
You don't pick Mulan to be down 2 levels, 6-4. The Winter Dogs in every facet of the game, except for maybe the mid lane, have an advantage. Aquarius eats the Fear No Evil. Cubo Fred up, down, good this time, but Fatal Strike just fine, and Aquarius lives.
Yeah, Cubo Fred just struggling to hit pay dirt here. A couple of misplays, doesn't land the Sacred Monkey properly, so can't teleport to find that enhanced auto attack. Misses the leap earlier on to Gamma, so that's 2 dropped kills now for Cubo Fred out of the jungle, whereas on the other hand, everything Kierme gets his hands on just succeeds.
Yep.
He's 2-0-2, affected every single one of the kills, but in spending so much time,
Oh my God,
has fallen behind.
Dardes, goodbye. Kierme, he's on the killing spree, and this Cirquette is on a warpath. 5 affected kills, 4 minutes, 45 seconds into the game, and the Winter Dogs will not go down quietly. You got to do it 3 times in a row, but you've given yourself a great chance at doing it for the first time here. As now, Miff, maybe you are right. Maybe it is time to kick back and try to slow this game down and get to late game if you're the ONI Warriors. Dardes picks up Book of Thoth. Might be time to stack.
Yeah, just play far back. Just wait it out. 2 level deficit in mid. Junglers are still even. 1 level lead for Aquarius in the solo lane. Dual lane, about 1 level for Wowie. Gamma about a half level ahead himself. The ONI Warriors, again, their late game composition, incredibly strong. You've got a Hell for late game sustain. You've got a Capri to make this single target dive of the Winter Dogs struggle a little bit more so. Sure, Aquarius can just bypass with his execute, but Kierme's not so lucky. Wowie, if he's engaging with a rocket, not nearly as lucky. So Neilma Scarab's Blessing going to be very impactful come late. Agra brought it up when the team fights get hectic. Fear No Evil gets a lot more value as well.
Yep.
The ONI Warriors, they've just got to buckle down and withstand for the next maybe 20 or so minutes now, considering the lead the Winter Dogs have got for themselves.
Quick math, 2,500. Spot on.
So.
Show me, Doug. Oh, baby! 2.5K.
2.562.
All right. Winter Dogs far and away ahead in the early game is at least the point we're trying to make here. And so remember in Game 2, though, Cubo Fred off to a similar start, but the game really put on the brakes. The 3-0, the 4-0 start kind of maintained at that level for another like 20 minutes. And so that's what I wonder if the Oni Warriors are going to try to do to Kiermi here, prevent from snowballing any further. Cubo Fred's got a level lead. You know, the farming, at least for the Hunbats, has been there. On the flip side, though, a lane that has only received a little bit of pressure, which is mid lane, has a 2-level lead for BennyQ on this Agni. And level, you know, when you're starting to level up the bombs there on the ultimate, that's when this pick really starts to get threatening. And the Winter Dogs now able to play in that 3v3 that Aggro was so excited about with a decent lead.
And they've been leveraging it well. It's just whether or not they can continue to do so. Now's the time to start transitioning their picks into objectives. The Gold Furies become an option in 3 minutes. The Pyromancer will become an option as well. With dual lane and soul lane, both side lanes rather, having a ton of pressure, could be an opportunity.
Nika uses his heal. This is an awkward spot. Does have his ultimate,
Blink.
does have Blink. So Blink on out as Cubo Fred searching for this. BennyQ uses the beads. Good patience from Cubo Fred. No fear, no evil. And BennyQ's beads are now down. And so finally some pressure. I mean, that is the smallest of wins for the Oni Warriors, but it is a win. And this is maybe the first one we've seen so far this game. And it's getting BennyQ's beads for free.
Yeah, I think BennyQ, had he actually connected the fumes there off of his Flame Wave, likely would have been able to stop that blink from Nika, but unfortunately was not successful in doing so. The fumes comes out a little bit too late, doesn't even explode from that second ability. And then immediately afterward, Cubo Fred puts a masterclass on beads baiting, just walks up on BennyQ, says, hey man, if I ult you, you'll die. You should probably beads, and he does so, and doesn't have to use his own ultimate, just threat of standing nearby. Gets that defensive relic, and finding a kill on BennyQ in the near future would be massive for the Oni Warriors. Something to catch Dardes back up. He's your late game win condition. Cubo Fred playing Hunbots has got a pretty easy execution path to get towards this Agni in 100 seconds to find it as well. Cubo Fred, though, currently probably has to go back to base first.
And then that'll give Kiermi time to shrink up this 2-level lead that Cubo Fred has now built up. I do want to talk a bit about Dardes and his build here. I mean, we've seen some variety on Hell throughout the year. Of course, Book of the Dead. I don't know if we've seen Hell picked since Book of the Dead has really been popular. Dardes takes the Dharmic Pillar. And we'll walk on out of the front of this fight. I admire Gamma, throwing it down, see what you can get done. Do you think Book of the Dead in that style of build still works on a pick like Hell?
I should think so. I mean, when you're the sole target of aggression in the late game, as Hell likely will be, having some additional survivability will go a very long way. You're likely going to have Kiermi jumping on you with the ultimate, so your healing's not going to help out too much. BennyQ is going to be diving on you with that ultimate as well. So, just a health shield should help.
Vote. We'll avoid the rocket. Actually, it gets some good damage onto Kiermi. So Kiermi tries to engage here onto Vote, but, you know, with the Hachiman, the 2-level discrepancy, we talked about how Danzaburo likes to push that lead, and with things like that. Hachiman with the dash and the ultimate of his own, you'd think Myth might be safe enough to avoid constant diving from Wowie and Kiermi.
Yeah, I think for it to really work out for the Winter Dogs in the dual lane, it's going to have to be constant aggression from Wowie. And that's not exactly how this guy likes to play. He's a much more passive, just waited out style, get to the team fight. That's generally what I think of when Wowie's on the screen. So if he wants to abuse the fact that he's far ahead, he's going to have to ult Vote on cooldown. Like the second Danzaburo ult is back up, you need to do it so you can force out the ultimate of Hachiman, try and force out those beads as well. Once both of those utilities are lost, that's where Danzaburo is going to start thriving. But that pacing is not something I think Wowie's used to.
Those ultimates on a very similar cooldown. I'm just trying to wait and see when the 3/4 pops up. I think it was just ahead of where Vote was, if you're really trying to play on those thin margins. And so Wowie 20 seconds away. Vote's ultimate just now, ticking over to 3/4 back. So a few seconds off. I mean, that's such a small margin. It's going to require some help from the rest of the team to maybe force out that moment. So the Oni Warriors now, they have slowed down this game, Mifflin, and that's exactly what you had hoped they would do in order to sustain up here and level out the lead. You know, the gold lead has not spiked up further. It's just kind of been a steady maintenance of where we are at, and that's a win for the Oni Warriors that has not gotten worse. Could get worse, though, if Kiermi continues to play the way that he is. Very in-your-face. Neoma almost has nowhere to go, wants to help out Dardes. Scarab's blessing not used. Aquarius takes the fear no evil, and now the Oni Warriors searching for their first kill of the game. Good bombs out from BennyQ, separates out the re-engage.
Dardes, good job baiting out that ultimate from Aquarius, re-sustains himself to survive the fatal strike.
That is massive from Kiermi, isn't it? Cubo Fred
Good
kept
ult.
where he is, but a great ult from Neoma will keep Cubo Fred on the map, and now Gamma has rotated, or Nika has rotated over from solo, gets the kill onto Gamma, And the Mulan searching for more. Be careful, Nika, my friend. This is a 4 versus 1. But a kill for the Oni Warriors nonetheless, and the Mulan early game power finally gets to show.
They might even be able to take that tier 1 tower if they so choose, but it's the Oni Warriors rotating deep into the Winter Dogs jungle. Gonna strip away this red buff, keep that wave pushed up. But I think the Oni Warriors, with that positioning, could still even look towards this tier 1 tower. Just now, Aquarius starting to rotate his way back in. Dardas finally starts to turn his attention towards it, drops it down to just below half HP. Maybe the Oni Warriors decide not to take out the tier 1 so early, because that would allow Penny Q, who's already got a pretty sizable lead, to freeze the wave at his tier 2. And you already know that the Oni Warriors don't super want to go for Gold Furies or Pyromancers, which is generally the way to punish that type of freeze, because they're playing at a deficit. So maybe intelligent to just leave that tower standing.
Let it be for a little while longer. Allow Dardas to farm up. Was 2 levels in the mid lane at one point in this game, now just down to 1 level on the hill. And so Dardas completes his Book of Thoth, stacks it up, adds the Breastplate of Valor, and you imagine a Book of the Dead will be just around the corner. On the flip side, though, Benny Q something else in mind. He's got flat pen on flat pen, Divine Ruin into Spear of Deso. Could be a Soul Reaver after that. And so you got some big power spikes around the corner for this Agni.
You have, but similarly on the other side, Dardas finishes up his Breastplate of Valor, some additional CDR as well as survivability for this hell. Likely going to be the Book of the Dead in that next slot, so going to become very, very difficult to shut down Dardas very shortly. But the Winter Dogs, they've pulled the Gold Fury, and they could burn it quick. Gamma still has his ultimate.
Gold Fury. I don't know if I'd call this quick, Mifflin. It's not slow, but slow enough that the Oni Warriors are able to walk forward. Dharmic Pillars are down as separation. Winter Dogs get the Gold Fury, but it's a 3-man Fear No Evil from Cubo Fred, and he will follow up the Monkey Toss onto Gamma. He goes Wowie, trying desperately to find some damage. Cubo Fred jumps in. Gamma is in his eyes, stunned out by Wowie. Big damage, but Scarab's Blessing to go, says Neoma onto Cubo Fred, and the Oni Warriors follow up with another kill.
Kiermi hovering nearby, re-engages. He's found Neil.
Neil does not have Scarab's Blessing. You gotta get out the old-fashioned
Poison
way.
spread!
And there is so much damage to Poison now on 3 members of the Oni Warriors trying to disengage. Aquarius has got the secondary spear, and the Winter Dogs answer back with a couple kills of their own. But now can the Oni Warriors answer back with some kills of their own? Yes, they can. Nika hits the stun. Will he dive the tower with his ultimate? Yes, he will. Gets the knock-up onto Benny Q, who dashes away. And it looks like finally this fight is done.
It should be, and Gold Fury's dead, so there's not much for the Oni Warriors to reset themselves towards. Take an eye at the map, though. It looked like Nika may have taken out that tier 1 tower on the way in towards the engagement, so small mitigation there. Should have cut the gold lead slightly for the Winter Dogs. Yeah, that's exactly the 500 that you're seeing. That's been lost out. But at the end of the day, the Oni Warriors really should not be winning the team fight at this point.
Can you win this fight, though? That's the question.
No.
There is no fight to be had.
That's a win if you want to count living.
Yeah.
And I do.
I count that.
That's a Dharmic Pillar.
Dharmic Pillars. Dharmic Pillars with the Divine Ruin, second item from Gamma. And you might raise your eyebrows at that, Miff, but one thing we haven't touched on yet, outside of the build of Dardas, is just hell in general, right? The level of healing that this pick provides. We've seen plenty of mid lane healers throughout the year. Hell looks fantastic in the hands of some. Dardas, I believe, can play this pick at a high level. But you've got to itemize anti-heal against it. And the Winter Dogs have done so in spades. In their first 3 items, you already got a Pestilence Brawlers, 2 Divine Ruins. Everyone who realistically can slot anti-heal comfortably has done so.
And Gamma, once he ticks over to 12, likely will be looking towards that Ankh. Kiermi, similarly, just now getting over to level 12. And that's the double-edged sword of getting as involved as Kiermi did throughout the early game. He ganked duo, hit pay dirt, ganked mid, hit pay dirt, rotated a solo, got a kill there, and then rotated back to duo, got another kill. That's the 4 early on. But in doing so, Cubo Fred just sat in the jungle and farmed up. He's still maintaining a 2-level lead on this Hun bots. And taking a peek at the relics of the Winter Dogs, 10 seconds left on Benny Q's beads. You've still got 10 on Gamma's as well, but more importantly, it's the 40-second cooldown for Wowie's beads. Gotta think Cubo Fred should be looking for an opportunity there. He's hovering the left side of the map, but Wowie's playing so far back.
I think it's so important for Cubo Fred in that last fight to find a kill for himself. The engages have been so close a couple of times this game for Cubo, finding kills, and just hasn't worked out. Finally gets one there in that last fight. Might be the kick that the Oni Warriors and their jungler specifically need to kind of continue to roll things forward here. Notable a second ago, as of right now the levels are even, But Darda's had a slight experience lead over BennyQ just a moment ago. And so this Hell that was slightly down in lane, at bare minimum is even right now. And so some of those early gaps that were there for the Winter Dogs have shrunk down just a little bit. Aquarius maintains that 1-level lead. Wowie had a 2-level lead, still does have a 2-level lead over Vote. So there are still remnants of that early game and the pressure that the Winter Dogs are able to find. But the Oni Warriors, Myth, maybe you call it successful in slowing down this game.
Yeah, they've been stagnating the game at about a 3.5 to 4,000 gold differential for the last 10 minutes, I'd say. Yeah, exactly on the screen. You can see it there. It happened at about the 8-minute mark. We're at 17 now. And the Oni Warriors have done a great job just slowing down that pace. They've been able to fight back in occasionally when the Winter Dogs overextend in some of these fights. Pyromancer, the only neutral objective feasible at this point of the game. Could be one place for the Winter Dogs to try and push their lead. We'll see if the Oni Warriors actually decide to have a similar level of defense as we saw in the gold.
No.
Seems not to be the case. It's a smaller objective. Not much to fight over, but they should still likely, the Oni Warriors, that is, show presence. 17.5 minutes in. Ganesh on your team. Fire Giant not completely off the table, but the Winter Dogs decide to reset. They'll take the small win and just head back to home.
Yeah, good power spike on the reset for the Winter Dogs. Cursed Ankh is indeed picked up for Gamma, who is level 12, level 13 now on the back. Neoma opts for beads and sprint, so everyone in the game, not only on the Oni Warriors, but on the Winter Dogs as well, have a set of beads. Plenty of lockdown for both teams to be worried about. And I look for how in-synced those beads will be for the Winter Dogs on cooldown throughout the rest of this game. That's usually an indicator that the Fear No Evils are hitting properly.
Yep.
If all those beads are in sync, within a second of one another, that means Cuvo Fred is doing his job. So that is a trend I want to follow as the rest of this game goes on. The Oni Warriors pull out the Primal Fury, and they get it low, and they secure the objective. But it's just Gamma and Kirmi. They're the only two that are here right now, and the Oni Warriors punish the slow rotation in from the Winter Dogs. But Nika will take this Scarab's Blessing out from Neoma, grouping that is fantastic for this Hell.
Good stun, 5!
All 5 get stunned down, but they are too far away. And an incredible setup just goes by the wayside. The Winter Dogs lose to Fury, and they lose Kirmi.
That was one of the most ludicrous defense attempts I've ever seen for a Gold Fury. I mean, Kirmi blinks in alone. Surket doesn't exactly have the greatest steal potential, full stop, especially with Capri sitting like an inch away. Abduct going to stop every single bit of your damage. The Oni Warriors get the objective. They get the fight as well. And it's the Oni Warriors who start that objective, nearly 4,500 gold in the hole, and they've closed up that gap a fair bit. We're starting to approach that point of the game where this late game composition of the Oni Warriors is going to start hitting their power spikes. The 5-on-5 engagement starting to heavily favor the SPL veterans, despite some pretty sick plays. When's the last time you've seen an Agni hit a 5-man stun? I don't think I ever have.
Like 30 seconds ago,
Okay,
maybe. Before that, literally never. Certainly not in any of my games, that's to be sure. Neoma engaged on by Kirmi. Will use the beads. Neoma has been on point with the Scarab's Blessing this game, hasn't he? It feels like so many times, at least on 2 or 3 separate occasions, there were kills that the Winter Dogs would have gotten. But right on time, right on target has been Neoma. And so the Kepri has found its value already and has looked good for the Oni Warriors, despite an 0-3-2 stat line for Neoma. That said, Gamma, I think, on the other side, has put down some good Dharmic pillars, helped group up the Oni Warriors at times. Is this a Fire Giant consideration?
Surely not.
By the Winter Dogs. It's at least a grouping, just to check the response of the Oni Warriors.
Nika, the first one to make contact, and is silenced out here. It's the Winter Dogs getting very aggressive. Nika dropped low, but I don't think there's much of a fight, and any bit of poke you're putting into the Oni Warriors doesn't super matter because Dardes is playing Hell. When the Winter Dogs decide to engage, it's going to have to be an all-in engagement, and that was not an opportunity. Kirmi was a little bit too far away. And speaking of Kirmi, level 14, not great. You're the same level as Gamma on the Ganesh. Yeah. Kirmi's got to spend some time just sitting in the jungle farming.
That is the weirdest 4-2-3 KDA.
Yeah.
Probably feeling the weirdest feeling 4-2-3 KDA that Kirmi has had in a while. Or Givo Fred, again, has just power farmed things up. You wonder how the interaction, though, Miff, between Dardes and the way that you want to play around a Hell, and BennyQ and the way that an Agni wants you to play, start to interact as this game goes on. Because you look at a 5-man stun, You want to group up around a Hell for a lot of healing, right? But there's also a Cleanse somewhere in that kit. So the play around that, it's got to be a mental juggle here for the Oni Warriors, where you want to group because you want to get sustained from this Hell. But BennyQ can punish you if you group up too heavily in an area where the Oni or the rest of the Winter Dogs are able to capitalize. This is not only a Fire Giant consideration. It was a start, now back to consideration. Gamma's lost a little bit of his HP here. Dharmic Pillar's down. Neoma looks like an early use of the Scarab's blessing on himself, so you won't have that for the fight. But into the back goes Cubo Fred, and he immediately needs to leave. His health bar down to nothing, but you can say the same for Neoma. Aquarius has finally gotten that kill. Kirmi has died off as well. Is the damage on the kite backwards good enough? Nika diving the backline. Wowie attempting to catch him a bit off guard. It won't work out this time. And BennyQ just kites away with some of that range damage.
Just a super early Scarab's Blessing from Neoma. He used it to get just the speed boost to avoid as Nika pulls in Gamma, nearly finishes off that kill. BennyQ forced back to base. The Oni Warriors, they may have lost Neil, but they're the ones surging forward, and Neoma, he's only 5 seconds away from rejoining the battleground of the gods. The Oni Warriors, it's them pulling the Pyromancer. TKO on 2 means the Winter Dogs are nowhere to be seen.
Myth, we were at 3.5 or 4,000 gold.
Fire Giant?
We are now way at. The Oni Warriors have come back in this game.
Aquarius?
Fire Giant, yes. Aquarius, no. BennyQ around the left side, gets a stun and a nice chunk of damage onto Cubo Fred. Soul Gem proc somewhere in there. Feels all right. And so now we're starting to hit a bit of a power spike for the Agni. And BennyQ is going to have to play a pivotal role in some of these fights. At 0-0-2, doesn't quite show the amount of damage that BennyQ's been able to do this game. But I think Aquarius deserves some love as well, Miff. We have seen heavy priority put on this Achilles throughout this week. With that comes heavy expectations, and I think Aquarius has met those.
3-0-1, top of the damage charts is the solo laner of the Winter Dogs, and he's been doing a lot of space control for his team. Watch these team fights, it's him in first, and it's Aquarius in last, or out last, I should say, rather. The Oni Warriors, though, they've been doing a great job of, again, just kiting out these fights, slowing down the pace. Every second that gets tacked onto this game, every minute we travel through is going to be adding advantage onto advantage for the Oni Warriors. This composition has not nearly hit its entire power spike. Neoma only just now approaching his third item. Dardes finished up Soul Reaver, so he's dealing a lot more damage as well. Serrated Edge just finished for Cubo Fred, and Nika is incredibly tanky. I mean, it's, bar none, likely the tankiest person on the map right now. So the Winter Dogs, I'm sure, would love to find a pick soon. They want to find something that can solidify their lead and transition them into a good siege phase, because there are still 5 towers up for the Oni Warriors. We're 24 minutes in. The Winter Dogs, it's slowly slipping out of their control.
Vote has had a resurgence in this game as well. He was 2 levels down to Wowie and now reaches level 20 before Wowie does. The Gold Fury would be very helpful, of course, for the Winter Dogs, and it's a good thing they're able to secure it as Neuma had walked forward. We've seen a Khepri steal once or twice. Hard-pressed to expect it every time that it's an opportunity, though. So the Oni Warriors, yes, very far ahead in the experience department. Still a little bit down in the gold department, though. We're going to head on over to the right. The Oni Warriors did not shy away from pulling the Fire Giant just a moment ago. Maybe, Miff, we need to get our dancing shoes on, because we hung out around this FG for a good 10 minutes before the big pull in game number 2. And the Oni Warrior, you still got to play with a little bit of hesitancy at this point. That gold lead not solidified. There's still that question mark where the last few fights have been going our way. The objectives have felt all right outside of the Gold Fury that just happened. How much can we really do? That's got to be there are a lot of questions for the Oni Warriors.
I'd argue the Oni Warriors are ahead right now. I mean, it's 2,000 gold down, but that's, what, 400 gold a player for the Winter Dogs?
I'd argue they're ahead. Here's how they're behind.
Yeah, but like, the composition is so much stronger at this way.
You're
Just
right.
add this gold to the gold.
No, I'm messing with you, Miff. You're right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's not... what was it you always say? It's a brave man that can change his opinion when offered new information. So
yep.
No
new information was offered. I just knew I was wrong.
Oh, okay.
I knew I was wrong from the get-go, and I said it anyway. But you feel like the Oni Warriors are maybe ahead on the map with the way that their composition works at this point. Cubo Fred, you got to be careful here. Aquarius, top damage in the game for a good reason. That'll keep the Hunbats occupied.
Yeah, Cubo Fred going to have to go run to his walking fountain. Dardes going to resustain him. And similarly, Dardes went into the heal stance. You don't talk about this often. gives his team an aura that regens mana around him. So he literally is just a walking fountain for his team. Cuvo Fred probably wants to regroup with him shortly. Instead, going to head back to base. A little bit too low on the mana to stick around. The Winter Dogs, well, they're hovering. They're hovering nearby. They're waiting for an opportunity, and that's exactly it. They're just waiting. They haven't gone for the super proactive play. Nobody's closed gap on a Dardes. That Book of the Dead on Hell has not been procced a single time.
Haven't seen it once. Haven't seen it once. Soul Reaver has been fully completed. Haven't seen much of that damage either. Benny Q has been, I think, the most recent to show us like a good chunk of damage from either of the two mid laners. Now another opportunity to do so. Engage on Anika. He is sent back into the Lion's Den, but you talk about tankiness.
Massive!
And it is just fine. That is huge from Cuvo Fred. And it'll lock down the Winter Dogs in the backline. Scarab's Blessing out on vote. Enough damage for the Winter Dogs, though, to force the ONI Warriors back. A bit of a slow disengage from the Winter Dogs, seeing if the ONI Warriors would extend back in, but they will not.
And Dardes is just healing his entire team back up. Nika up to 80%. Cuvo Fred nearly full HP as well. Even though the Winter Dogs force back the ONI Warriors, well, the ONI Warriors are feeling just fine to step back in there yet again. And every single time the Winter Dogs expend a resource and don't hit pay dirt, they are falling further and further behind in these engagements. Dardes is a beads for his team. He's a walking fountain. We're 27 minutes in. He's shredding gods as well as objectives. This hell is very quickly becoming the largest threat on the map. The ONI Warriors, 5 stacks strong around the Fire Giant, but a slight reset after the Pyro.
Yeah, they had considered it. A couple auto attacks found its way onto the FG. We said, let's follow along with how in sync some of these beads are. Well, Gamma and Wowie both had to burn theirs at the exact same time. I think that miraculous Cuvo Fred ultimate had something to do with it. You'd love to have your Fear No Evil right now if you were the ONI Warriors jungler, especially if you can find Wowie or Gamma in the back. Nika has swapped spots with Benny Q here, and he is doing just fine up against the mid laner, but now he's got to disengage. The rest of the Winter Dogs can look towards this Mulan as Dardes spreads the healing out to the back and the rest of his team. It's only Neilma who's a little bit low here. The Winter Dogs have done a good job of poking Myth. There is that sustain. There's the re-engage attempt for the ONI Warriors.
And the Winter Dogs didn't take too much damage in their own right. Gamma able to reset himself back to base. Benny Q and Kirimi, the only ones who've taken any damage otherwise, and they've gone all the way back to full HP just by hovering nearby with their HP 5. The ONI Warriors, they took a lot of damage in that fight as well, but they're fully resustained because Dardes exists. Cuvo Fred still maintains his ultimate. 45 seconds left on Gamma and Wowie's beads, so you got to think when the ONI Warriors do decide to engage, it should go pretty well.
You would think, but I mean, we keep saying this, Myth, but it feels like the poke damage has still, I mean, needless to say, you've got an Agni on your team, but a lot of the chunky damage that we've seen has been the Winter Dogs dealing it to the ONI Warriors. You've had to heavily lean on Dardes to sustain you around this FG. That said, it has been working for the ONI Warriors. So, we'll see which of the two forces ends up winning the day here between poke and sustain. As the ONI Warriors send some damage towards the Fire Giant. It was a reset from Kirimi, back from base, as he had gone on back to maybe buy something up a little bit extra, give it a little bit more power coming into this late game fight. Cuvo Fred and Kirimi, they're going to meet in the mid lane here. Kirimi dealing hefty damage to Cuvo Fred. Fred would love to walk away from this one alive. Neilma agrees. Scarab's Blessing doesn't matter. Aquarius, he's got the execute there. Here comes the rocket, and it's on to Dardes, and the Book of the Dead gets absolutely melted. The Winter Dogs find 2 big targets, and they might find a third in Nika.
Nika hovering his way around the tower, just to fall to Benny Q. It's the Winter Dogs in a winning position. The passive of Agni finishes off Cuvo Fred. Only one member still standing. Vote had removed himself from the team fight to go assist Cuvo Fred in mid, and, well, it didn't work out, did it? The Winter Dogs, now 5 strong, head over to the Fire Giant, enhanced 30 minutes into the game.
Oh, the SEC team, they're bringing it to the SPL veterans 30 minutes into Game 3. This set far from over. The Winter Dogs realizing, normally you'd say, Dave, there are 4 members of the ONI Warriors dead for like 50 seconds. Why not go for the end? There are a lot of towers still left on the map. You still got a lot to work through. And it's an enhanced Fire Giant for the first Fire Giant of the game. And the Winter Dogs wrestle control right back from the ONI Warriors.
It was just an ugly play from Cuvo Fred. It's not often you get to look at a team fight and you say this goes poorly because of one individual player, but this time it was just Kirimi outplaying Cuvo in mid. He walks into him, drops Cuvo to half HP, Vote has to rotate in to save his life. That separates the engagement, so it's 4 versus 3 for the Winter Dogs. On the opposite side, Neoma drops Scare's Blessing on himself and gets executed by Aquarius. And from there, the entire fight crumbles. Dardes may be a walking fountain, but he can only do it every, like, I don't know, 8 seconds with the amount of CDR he's got. So the Winter Dogs are able to work their way slowly through every individual member of the ONI Warriors. I wouldn't even say legitimately that the ONI Warriors fought back in that fight at any point.
They were leaving the whole time.
Please stop hitting me.
Right.
And just take damage to their back the whole way out. The shame of a samurai, if you would. The Primal Fury.
Wait, for who? The ones hitting you in the back?
Yeah, if you get hit on your back, if you got scars on your back, samurais hate that.
I'm the one who should be ashamed of that?
Yeah, if you
or
got
is
hit
the
on your
other
back.
guy in trouble because he was hitting me in the back when I was running away?
Both, really.
Because I was running away and he was hitting me.
Yeah, you're both shameful.
No parties look great in that. The Winter Dogs, they'll take a little bit of shame if it means that they push us on to a game 4 and delay the victory of the ONI Warriors and give themselves a chance at victory later on in this set. ONI Warriors, regardless of the way that this set rounds out, probably not thrilled with the way that things have gone. And the Winter Dogs have to feel some momentum now. An opportunity to close out Game 3, send us to a Game 4 up against the SPL team, the left side Phoenix, being decimated. The Dharmic pillars are huge, and Benny Q drops the hammer on the front line of the ONI Warriors. Execute just out of range, and one tick of that Fear No Evil keeps Aquarius far away. Cubo Fred with the Scarab's Blessing. Back in the fountain he goes. Triple root in the front line of this fight, but it is a juggling of healing and sustain. In and out of the fountain go the ONI Warriors, and the Titan will live for the time being.
The Warriors just are not dealing enough damage in these fights. The Winter Dogs, sure, they don't have very much sustain, or any, by nature of composition, but they don't need it because they're not getting hit either. The Winter Dogs take away the left side Phoenix and now shift their attention to the center of the map against a hobbled ONI Warriors. No AoE ultimates available. Cubo, Fred, and Nika, the core of CC for this team, gonna have to wait a little while. Those cooldowns are only halfway back up.
Vote is the only one with his ultimate in the game right now, outside of the ones that don't have much of a cooldown. Mid lane Phoenix, half HP. Actives scattered on and off for both of these teams, but the big ones, Benny Q and Wowie, they have still got their beads. And so the ONI Warriors will need to double down on the engage onto both of the Winter Dogs carries in order to repel. One more push. 50 seconds left on the enhanced Fire Giant. Winter Dogs would love to knock down this mid lane Phoenix. They would love to look at a game and Dharmic Pillars groups up the ONI Warriors. And Vote's health bar is melting. Oh, but Kirby, he is too far in. He is alone. He has no chance to live. Vote is on a killing spree. Now Nika has kept at bay the rest of the Winter Dogs. Betty Q takes the Fear No Evil. He takes the damage, and down by the wayside he goes.
Wow, he narrowly avoids the Sacred Monkey, but does leave Gamma on his own. Neomaz closed that gap, but the minion waves have already started to work their way into the Titan room. How much can the ONI Warriors do?
Gamma will die. Cubo Fred has got a double kill. Someone has got to go back and deal with these fire minions. It is Nika who walks out of the fountain and will take down some of the fire minion waves. It is the first ounce of like real good fight pushback that we've seen from the ONI Warriors, Myth, in quite some time. It was unfortunate for them that it had to happen after the mid and left side Phoenixes were already gone, but maybe gives you some hope in your ability to fight the Winter Dogs on a neutral playing field around the FG. But you're not going to have your left side Phoenix. You will definitely not have your mid lane Phoenix. Might have to get it done under your right side Phoenix after the Fire Giant is already gone.
Yeah, it looks like you won't have very many of your beads either. Nika's down for 87 seconds. Cuvo's down as well. You will have Dardes and Vote getting their CC immunity back very shortly, but on the inverse, there are a couple of key targets on the side of the Winter Dogs that would just die to Fear No Evil. I'm talking about Benny Q, Gamma, if your whole team's around you. Wowie would be ideal to close gap onto as well, but the ONI Warriors have been in this position before. Originally on the Fire Giant dance, there was like a 50-second period where Cuvo had blink and ult, and it never happened.
That's big. In a moment like this, when the fire minions are pouring into your base, you got to make something happen quickly before the minions can group up and get onto your Titan. And a good look at a pick onto Aquarius. Not the ideal target, tanky enough to get out of this one alive. Fire minions reaching the Phoenix line on the left side of the map. Nika's going to head back and deal with those. Cuvo Fred could be the one hovering mid to jungle to try to deal with those waves. But the Winter Dogs see that Nika, the solo laner of the Oni Warriors, is back in base and dealing with the minion waves. Is going to open up the door to the Winter Dogs on the Enhanced Fire Giant.
Kirmi spots out the bulk of the Oni Warriors, so the information is there for the Winter Dogs. Fire Giant burning fast. The Warriors, they're sticking around.
Fire Giant secured by the Winter Dogs, and there is a fight to be had after the fact as well. Kirmi, he is all alone, but he's dealing plenty of damage. Dardes has the Book of the Dead procced. Nika, he's dealing with the left side minions, but there's still minions pouring in the mid lane. Somebody's got to go back to deal with these now. The Phoenix on the left side of the map is back for the Oni Warriors, and so a moment to breathe on that side of things. But there's an enhanced Fire Gianted up Winter Dogs. You likely think headed towards left to knock that Phoenix down again.
Well, at least the left Phoenix has got a little bit of time to regenerate some of that HP. Mid Phoenix a good ways off from respawning themselves. But the Winter Dogs, they're headed to the right side of the map. They want to take out that last remaining Tier 2 tower, remove the very last shred of the Oni Warriors Titans defense. But look at the other side as well. Kirmi maybe going for a split push here, waiting for the Oni Warriors to reposition to defend against the bulk of the Winter Dogs. The Oni Warriors' best team fight so far this game has been under their own Phoenix, so maybe we get to reprise that role yet again. But with the Winter Dogs splitting the entirety of the map, you got to wonder, who do the Oni Warriors send over to deal with Kirmi? How are they going to play around this 4v4 on the right-hand side? Nobody going to deal with Kirmi. It's a 5v4 on the right-hand side.
Felt like a matter of time before the Winter Dogs were able to capitalize on some of the cautious play of the Oni Warriors, and that's exactly what's happened here in Game 3. Kirmi alone in the base of the Oni Warriors has the bubble. We'll be able to avoid one instance of CC. Fire minions ushered in by the Circuit on the left side of the base. The Oni Warriors have a puzzle of a problem to deal with here, and Kirmi would love to just walk into the mid lane and finish off that Phoenix as well, as Nika's got to go back to the Titan to deal with the Fire minions, and Kirmi does indeed knock down the mid lane Phoenix. So they've got 2 Fire minion waves fully refreshed as the team of the Winter Dogs groups up here on right.
I think Nika has cleared out just about every Fire minion wave this game, and Nika does not clear those very quickly. Every bit of damage the Titan has taken is because this Mulan just can't kill the minions fast enough. Now, only one Phoenix standing between the Winter Dogs and the exposed Titan of the SPL veterans. Can the Oni Warriors put up a defense here?
In we go as Gamma uses the Dharmic Pillars. That sends Vote up to the right side of this fight. A 1v1 happening in mid, a 4v4 happening on right, but it's Gamma who is disengaging Nika. Tanky enough, receiving a little bit of sustain. Kubo Fred apparently just fine in this 1v1. It's huge, and an up down from Kirmi cancels it out. Goodbye, Kubo, as Kirmi gets the 1v1 in the mid lane.
Kirmi now, it's too low HP to stick around. Nika is hovering nearby, does not have the blink available, so Kirmi just healthy. All he has to do is stick around, keep Nika here, and distract this man while the right side Phoenix falls.
Oni Warriors reeling, not only in this game, but on the right side of the map. All 3 Phoenixes are down. Benny Q, of course, he's got his ult, but Aquarius, the Fatal Strike, that's the big one for the Winter Dogs that is left on the map right now. Another stun from Nika. No good onto Kirmi. Neoma has Scarab's Blessing. Nika has got the Mulan ultimate as well. There is a chance for an engage, but you've got to do it outside of your Titan room because there's way too much damage. Dharmic Pillars, it's huge on the Goodbye, Titan. Goodbye, 3-0. Winter Dogs send us to Game 4.
The SCC has got some fight back. The Oni Warriors may be the favorites, but it is not a guaranteed victory. Putting the set at 2-1. We've had a lot of reverse sweeps this weekend, or reverse sweep attempts. Should we get the broom? Should we get the broom out?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
A game 4 win. Yes, we're getting the broom out.
Okay,
we're not getting the broom out just yet. Miff, do you feel like it's gotten less convincing for the Oni Warriors from
Literally
Game 1
every game.
to Game 2 to Game 3? Game 1, you know, the dips weren't quite as heavy. You know, there was some fight back from the Winter Dogs, but it wasn't like a complete throw. Game 2 felt a little bit more dramatic for the Oni Warriors, and then you just straight up lose here in Game 3. Now's the mental check for this team.
Look, there's this kind of idea in the FGC where they say, Game 1, that's data collection. Game 2, that's adaptations. Game 3, that's when the download is complete. I might be convinced, man. The Winter Dogs take team fights in the late game up against the Oni Warriors draft like that. This could be a download complete.
This set starting to warm up a little bit. Oni Warriors fall in Game 3. Can the Winter Dogs push us on to Game 5? Find out after the break.
Well, the Winter Dogs keep their chances towards the Smite World Championships alive by taking Game 3 over the ONI Warriors. And speaking of Smite World Championships, we got some very unique jerseys out here for all of you guys to purchase. Make sure to go to hrz.io/SWC merch in all caps to take a look at all of the great black and gold jerseys available for all of our Smite Pro League teams. They're sick. They're awesome. And our good friends at Inside Apparel are always the ones to bring and provide these out to us. So make sure you go to the link that we provided below, as well as some joggers and a cool custom mouse pad that are out there and available to all of you guys as well. Make sure to pick one of those up. They look sick, and I can't get enough of looking at these things. I can only imagine how great they're going to look on you, on me, on anybody that gets the opportunity to wear them out there. So make sure, once again, go to the link, hrz.io/SWC merch, to pick up yours today. The Winter Dogs with a kind of an unconventional mid-pick out here in the ONI that's kind of been pretty wishy-washy over the terms of his kind of meta career here, ends up helping him out, and the Winter Dogs come up big in a win against the Warriors here in Game 3.
And look, they earned it the whole way through. This was not the ONI Warriors, dropping the ball and, making huge misplays that all of a sudden the Winter Dogs were able to capitalize on. The Winter Dogs were aggressive early, in duo lane in particular, because Kiermi was here, sets up for a couple of really nice kills. This was a really impressive play from him, and then he stucks around and ends up getting more kills whenever they come back to lane, so it gets even worse for the ONI Warriors. I mean, the way that Kiermi played through the early game was perfect, and then the transition and how well BennyQ played later on was absolutely fantastic. I mean, I thought the Warriors were doing a lot of things well. I thought Neil had a great game on this Khepri, was consistently getting really clutch reses, but this hell pick for Dardez just did not look very impactful. And as I was saying during picks and bans, being able to show that you've got a new pick is really valuable, but in situations like this where you show it and you show that maybe you don't have that type of pick, then it can be a little more problematic.
I mean, I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. We passed off the mic to the casters. We walked out towards the green room. I went and grabbed a drink, grabbed a laptop, went to the back room, and all of a sudden, the Winter Dogs were up 5 kills. I mean, the early game strong out of them. And funny enough, we're walking back over here towards the desk after that one, and we passed by a vote, and he just goes, yeah, we haven't really played hell at all this year, and kind of shows a little bit here in this one. Not too comfortable on the pick just yet. A very long game, though. This was not a quick, this wasn't necessarily an extremely decisive one, but the Winter Dogs got control early. They never lose control of that lead. BennyQ, 31,000 damage on the ONI, taking top damage in the game on a pick. Like I said, we don't really get to see this god too often. There was one moment, and I looked up and I go, wow, that was the coolest ONI stun I've ever seen. And then nothing else happened after, but it was just so cool to see him get a 5-man stun.
Exactly. A 5-man stun you don't see very often. Unfortunately, nothing came from it. But ultimately, the Winter Dogs end up taking the game anyways. I really felt like their mid-trio played really well in that game. Aqua and Wowie doing their jobs as well. I mean, Aqua really put a lot of pressure on the back line with that Achilles. So, the Warriors, they don't seem super pressed. They're chilling. They're laughing, still having a good time. But I'm sure it's in the back of their minds that they've been here before. And it's pretty much a must-win.
You keep doing this, man. You keep alluding to it. I know we've had one this weekend. We almost had a second one when it was the Dragons and the Bolts. And now we're here in game number 4 once again with the ONI Warriors that are up 2-1. And this time they've elected for the first pick. We've been seeing the Camazots be the staple band throughout here. And it seems that teams who are grabbing this first pick, it always has been this Achilles as a first selection here. If you're the Winter Dogs in second pick, do you maybe swap one of those bands to try and get rid of Achilles?
I think you could. I don't think you want to leave open AMC against Dardez. I think that's definitely not a winning formula. So I think that I would keep that band, but maybe you could switch out the Fafnir is what I was going to say, but they lead with the Fafnir band, which is still very surprising to me. It is Achilles instead of AMC, and I would imagine, that's a snap pick. I mean, just think of the difference. It's a hell pick that we haven't seen Dardez on all year. And he doesn't do very well on it. And then you go, all right, let's give him one of his best gods that he's ever played, in AMC. And that's not what I would have done, I don't think.
Has there ever been a world where AMC was first pick material? Like, you have to pick AMC outside of, today. I mean, it feels like we're going years back in the timeline for Smite.
Yeah, AMC is always either first pickable or unplayable. There's, he either does enough and what he does is so good that you never pick, you're always needing him, or that, you can niche pick him occasionally, but otherwise he like never sees play. Those are like his only two states, I feel like.
It's either completely dominant or just to build some hype and some crowd interest around Worlds when you see somebody like Barracuda just kind of hover it for some fun here. First pick, though, is that Amuzin Cobb for the Warriors. They actually change up one of their bans here in taking away Cirquette the second time around. So we see a couple different bans out here, one being that Achilles instead of AMC, and now that Cirquette over there on the side of the ONI Warriors. But Ganesh and Charybdis get locked in for the Winter Dogs. And Charybdis, we saw it start out with Zapman for a little bit. A couple of other teams have kind of picked her up here and there. And it's mostly the Scarabs who really like to go back towards this pick, especially over in the mid lane for Baronic.
Yeah, they love it in mid, and I'm sure BennyQ could play it, but the way the Winter Dogs have been picking, they've been really about getting Wowie's pick early on second side. They've top 2'd his Hunter both times. It was Izanami. Both times they've been on second pick side. So if I'm the Warriors, I think I'm feeling pretty comfortable that that's going over to him.
Well, the Warriors are going to grab Yamoja and Olorun, so we know the two main carries now, because Olorun has been banned every time. They've been holding off on Vote's ban, or Vote's pick, I should say, just about every single time in this set. And the Warriors are going to make that adaptation quickly before it gets that second phase of bans. Pick it up, plus the emoji for Neilmaw that looked good in game number 1. And now it's back up over to the Winter Dogs. Last time they top 3 BennyQ's, or no, it wasn't a top 3 this time. It was top 3 in game 2 for
Right.
BennyQ's God. And then they got Agni immediately afterwards. Do you think the Winter Dogs hold their pick for BennyQ, or do you think they grab it now?
Yeah, I think you probably hold in this situation. I think that you could easily take something here for Aqua if you so choose. That's the type of pick that he could really go for. Hovering the Cthulhu, which is interesting. We talked about this pick at the very beginning of the day. This was a classic pick for him, and he will lock it in. Has seen some nerfs since he was really dominant in the SPL, but still has a good matchup up against the Olorun. Against the AMC, it should be okay, though he can kind of just insta-kill you with Stinger even through your ultimate. We'll see how effective Aqua can be, but up against the Olorun, it's what we typically see against him.
Yeah, Cthulhu's first appearance here, and it feels like it's been a while since we've really gotten to see the dominant reign of Cthulhu. We'll see if the Winter Dogs can put it on display here for Aquarius in game number 4 up against the Warriors. Second round of bans come through. Nike has been seeing a lot of bans if she doesn't get picked up, and she really hasn't been seeing a whole lot of top 3 priority. It's usually only been kind of in that bottom 2 if that God does end up slipping through.
Yeah, definitely not super popular right now, and with Achilles banned, Nika just didn't have his best game on the Mulan, so you could ban that away, but I think I might like an Odin ban a little bit more here for the Winter Dogs. You already have Ganesh and Charybdis. You can get through player-made walls, and that counts for Yamoja ult as well. But we've seen Nika do some nasty stuff on the Odin, whether or not the cage is super good. So I think the Winter Dogs go in the right direction there.
Yeah, they will ban that out. It's a dodgy ban for the Oni Warriors to take a shot at the jungle. They got rid of the Cirquette, which was a major thorn in their side last game. There's still quite a few options out there as far as the jungle is concerned. But the Oni Warriors will go with a BennyQ ban here.
Yeah,
with the Chalk. And that's the weirdest thing for me to say is that we're banning Chalk mid out here. But up against BennyQ, he did make it work up against Captain Oi Fan Club.
Yeah, and it's the type of pick that can just gun down the AMC and kind of out-trade him through the early game, so I like that ban. I am a little worried about a Loki pick here if I'm the Oni Warriors, because Kirmi has been really, really good on that pick throughout his recent weeks, and feel like that could be the type of pick that actually puts some pressure on an Olorun and an AMC, can actually get the jump on them and delete them before they get their damage off. So, the Winter Dogs have a couple of directions they could go in the jungle, but I think something like Loki, Susano, something along those lines is what I was looking for. They go, for Hunbats instead. Not my favorite. I think trying to out-team fight the Yamoja Olorun comp is a little bit of a fool's errand, but you do have Cthulhu, which lends itself to a strong team fight. The real concern now is that there isn't a lot of beads pressure for the Winter Dogs, and unless BennyQ plays something that does have that beads pressure, I don't see Kirmi being able to make fantastic use of this ultimate.
I mean, we've seen him play Anubis. We've seen him play Iset. Iset's a god who has a lot of CC that could potentially bring that. How do you feel about the potential of maybe a Kabrakan mid? I mean, he'll have the slow immunity when he has that one active. Could be a great god to maybe run down this AMC.
Yeah, I think it could be really good. It's got a good matchup into AMC and Olorun, so I think that you can do pretty well there. You get absolutely bodied by Yamoja, but that list of gods is long, so we shouldn't just exclude all that are on it. I think that they would be at a severe range disadvantage, but you will, no matter what, if you're playing something like a Kabrakan or a set or something like that in mid. I think Tsukiyomi could also work here. You need something to close gap onto these carries, because AMC Olaron will just absolutely decimate your team if you can't put enough pressure on them.
ONI Warriors taking some time to figure out their final 2 picks. They've got their mid, their hunter, and their support. They need Cuvo's God, and they need Nika's God. And all these sets up until now, or all these games up until this set, I should say, we've been seeing solo lanes kind of be the top 2 picks out of all of them. And the ONI Warriors, Cuvo Fred had a strong performance in game number 1, had a strong performance yesterday on this Fenrir. But maybe it's not the Fenrir going to Cuvo Fred's hand, as a Gilgamesh is the final pick here.
It's possible, but I feel like you can get away with Gilgamesh solo up against Cthulhu, because he's not punishing anybody's laning phase. So you can get away with having a weaker lane and no sustain on Gilgamesh up against a god like Cthulhu more than you could against Achilles or Mulan or something like that. Definitely not a huge fan of the Fenrir pick. I was thinking about Fred's god pool and what we've seen from him. Serket banned, Kamazot's banned, Erlong banned. We've seen him play Loki. Don't really love that against the Winter Dogs composition. I was really looking at a Nemesis as being something that he's played a lot of and could have been really good in this comp, and up against what the Winter Dogs have. The Fenrir definitely concerns me a little bit with the inability to really gank duo effectively up against Ganesh Charybdis. There aren't a lot of gods that gank duo super effectively there, but that is so core to what Fenrir is going to do well that picking a god that can't really do that up against that composition doesn't feel super good to me. But if he can just constantly hunt Kirmi down, get ahead like he did in game 1 of this set, then it won't really matter that he's not great up against these duo picks.
I mean, one of the calling cards that we've said to so many of these SCC teams, especially I think we've been saying it a lot here with the Winter Dogs, and one of the things Benny Q talked about was, being able to hold your hand, not show too much, but when you're kind of in these backs against the wall situation, you need a win here. He kind of pulls one out of the back pocket. Persephone, really nobody in the Pro League is playing Persephone at this time, and it's really only a select couple of mid laners, even in the minor league, who is playing this god. How do you kind of feel about this Persephone to round out this Winter Dogs draft?
Well, Benny's always been a very good Persephone player, so it does make sense that in a situation like this, he wants to go to one of his comfort picks. And Persephone still pumps damage, and is still very good in those team fight scenarios, because her ultimate is still just absolutely nuts. But obviously not as good as she used to be. Don't know if she can really contest the AMC on wave clear. The poke isn't as good against AMC because he has that HP 5 from being inside his high zone. So I feel like this is not my favorite Persephone draft, but I think there's something to be said about just going to something that you feel really confident on. You've got to draw up a play or pick a god that you're like, no matter what, I think I can just outright carry this game if the right things happen. And if that's what Persephone is to Benny Q, then I don't think it's a problem necessarily up against this draft. It still gets out of Umoja walls. It can jump away from the Fenrir, stop the Brutalize. It can get away from Gilgamesh ult. I think that there are a lot of positives about this Persephone pick. I just don't know how strong she is in a vacuum.
I mean, this is a lot of area denial more than anything for both these teams. You have Umoja Olaron, 2 playing fields that you don't want to be playing in if you're the enemy team. You've got Hunbat's Persephone, and then pretty much anywhere that Cthulhu runs, and then a Ganesh Dharmic Pillar. I mean, this is just, you pray to the gods that you are not in the middle of any of those ones here. How do you kind of feel about both those comps as a whole against each other? Any kind of favorite that you're throwing here, maybe, Aggro?
I still like the ONI Warriors, man. I think they got it.
Can they do it here in game number 4 and close it out? Are the Winter Dogs going to take us to 5? Let's find out.
Time to ONI Warriors. Time to build it up and get things going in game number 4. Winter Dogs, you got nothing to build up. You're riding high after a game 3 win. This would be interesting if this were to work out. ONI Warriors not the pinnacle of patience. It won't hang around too long. Got to make sure everyone gets their buffs on time. Heads on back. Maybe just seeing if someone would overextend. But the ONI Warriors, all of the onus on the ONI Warriors now at this point in Myth. They're the ones who've got to step up and perform, because the Winter Dogs had taken it to them in game 3. That said, if the Winter Dogs don't perform, they go home. So, of course, there's a little bit on both teams. But as far as momentum goes, you might feel like we are talking about Mo. The ONI Warriors are the ones who need to win a little bit of that back here. And to do so, they have shifted up strategy from anything we've seen them play so far here in this set. You got Nika on the Fenrir solo, Cuvo Fred, he's got Gilgamesh in the jungle. And we expect, Gilgamesh Jungle Myth is tried and true. It's standard. AMC over in mid as well. And AMC mid myth is something that we've gotten a little bit more used to seeing here recently.
It's just so much kill pressure, legitimate lane pressure, great late game scaling. The change that brought AMC back into the meta is the fact that Stinger is now actually not only just a phenomenal burst ability, not only a cripple, but it's also a Nemesis ult. It strips 30% of your protection, so it opens up the door for double hunter style compositions. All of a sudden these physical assassins and warriors in the jungle are dealing so much more damage. AMC has, probably bar none, the fastest, most cohesive burst of any hunter in the game, except for like a late game Neath who's doing like Mannequin's Hidden Blade,
right,
just sniping you across the map.
And that's also something we've seen a little bit, not in this game, so we won't go too far into the Neath. But I've enjoyed watching the Neath this week. I don't know if you have loved as somebody who plays squishier characters sometimes. You're
literally a mid player. You don't want that either.
Yeah, I'm an advocate for all roles, Myth. I'm an advocate for fun
equal opportunist.
Smite. Right, all Smite is fun to me. Mannequin's Hidden Blade Neath, I think is fun. Carries probably don't think it's fun. Appreciate the patience, everybody. Back in to game number 4 we go. And I do want to talk about Vote here as well, who's getting some early damage and pressure onto Gamma. This Olgarun has seen play this week, and also a little bit towards the end of Phase 3. And Cthulhu was like the most popular counter to this pick, for good reason. Descent into Madness, you just walk through the Sanctified Field. Is Cthulhu good enough, though, outside of just being a counter to Olgarun, to give you confidence in what Aquarius can do here in this game?
Yeah, I think that Cthulhu's got just generally a very strong pick, but also it's not just good into the Olgarun, it's pretty good into the AMC as well. Just the ability to chase down this immobile hunter and keep knocking them up, healing your entire team, great damage output, phenomenal scaling come late game, should match up well to the CC core that the Winter Dogs have already established for themselves. Kirmi and BennyQ going to be burning beads very effectively throughout this game. I love this Winter Dogs draft. I know Aggro said he's favoring the ONI Warriors here, but I feel like if this game goes late enough, the Winter Dogs team fight it's just dirty.
I mean, it's not a team that the Winter Dogs, not a team that we've ever been worried about their draft strategy. It feels like they've always put together. You have been?
Sun Wukong mid, I was concerned.
All right, erase BennyQ picks.
Oh, then we're fine.
Then we're fine.
Yeah, we're chilling.
But I guess you can't, because the BennyQ picks are the ones that maybe make us worry a little bit more. I just mean it feels like the Winter Dogs type of team to go into a game, weird picks or not, with some type of cohesive strategy, right? BennyQ still gets a bit of a different pick here in this game, in the sense that Persephone has not been played a whole lot since some of those changes. Is Nika on a bit of a journey here, looking for Cubo Fred. Or Kirmi, rather, is going to get collapsed on by Cubo Fred and Nika.
He can't jump.
Kirmi, get out! He can now, but the double jump, the double dunk down. But neither Nika or Cubo Fred have the jump to follow up for the second time. So Kirmi will have to use the jump and the blink, and he'll get away, but it'll still be a blue buff invade now for the ONI Warriors, and they are able to secure it. And so pressure put on the right side of the map, and Aquarius has got to watch his blue go down.
That was close. Blue buff lived with 1 HP after the bit of burst from the ONI Warriors. Nearly Aquarius able to finish that one off. Kirmi was able to juke out the last bit of damage. It does cost Kirmi his blink to survive, but I'm sure a trade he's loving to take. Doesn't want to fall down for first blood this early in the game. And this is the standard strategy to deal with Cthulhu. Cthulhu, great in the late game team fight. Great once he's able to group up with his team. In the laning phase, generally a little bit weaker, so invading that blue buff is something I think that Aquarius is just going to have to get used to seeing. The ONI Warriors likely going to be there for every rotation.
What do you think about Nika on this Fenrir solo as we get a peek back at exactly what happens here? It's this, he can't jump out, does there.
Oh, they jumped too fast.
Yeah, they jumped too quickly. It looks like the damage would have been there on the other end. And at any rate, they both used it at the same time, and so they didn't have a secondary jump to catch the Hunbats back out. That's an early Sanctified Field out from Vote here. Why not? You hit level 5 first in that lane. Let's see if we can get some pressure. And you are able to at least get that, but Vote will back away empty-handed.
Well, now Vote's opened himself up to some ganks. I mean, sure, you're Olgarun. You're got Sanctified Field, but not for another 2 minutes or so. So, Vote now just has those beads and Nilma to keep him alive, and Kirmi, playing Hunbot, should be able to at least get those beads off of him if he decides to rotate over once he ticks over to level 5 as well. the ONI Warriors doing a good job maintaining pressure on the map. And every single time the ONI Warriors rotate to either of these side lanes, it is phenomenal. You're facilitating Vote by helping him out, or by going over to the solo lane. You're dragging the attention of the Winter Dogs away from your AMC in mid. So the ONI Warriors, early on in Game 4, have decided to kind of dictate the pace.
What has happened here? We got a 1,000 gold lead from nothing. I guess farming has been okay for the ONI Warriors. Experience in their side as well. Blue buff invade is the big notable thing that we saw. Passive farming, though, benefiting the ONI Warriors for the time being. Cubo Fred will head back on over to the right side of the map alongside Nika, and we will get to talk about that Fenrir solo in a moment, because in the meantime, the Winter Dogs grouping up as 3 around this purple buff. So you're putting pressure on one side if you're the ONI Warriors and Cubo Fred. The left side of the map taking the pressure now as Kirmi here hovering around the purple buff. So trying to put Vote and Neilma a bit on the back foot. Fenrir solo, though, I think interesting pick here for Nika, in that you love Fenrir, right, because of the Ragnarok. You can get involved, use that early, try to set up for some kills. Do you feel like you're missing out on that early in the game, sticking it over in the solo lane?
You are, but Fenrir's got great matchup into Aquarius and this Cthulhu. If it is going to be camp the Cthulhu lane, and I think it should be for the ONI Warriors, I mean, Unchained into Ragnarok, generally just going to work against Aquarius, especially considering he went for Blink in that first Relic slot, so not exactly tanky right now is the Cthulhu, only the Steel Mail in that first slot. So if Cubo Fred continually sits over here, Nika's already got a level lead. Meditation means that the team fight in the 2v2 of solo likely going to favor the ONI Warriors as well. Aquarius has to play hesitantly around this Fenrir. And it's not as if you've really lost out a lot of pressure choosing to put Fenrir in the solo lane, because you've got Gilgamesh in the jungle, and he's one of the best early game aggressive junglers that anybody could really hope for. Dropkick and Winds of Shamash, that strong of a tool.
Aquarius is low on mana. That's going to pull Kirmi over to the right as Nika still has some pressure. 2-level lead for the Fenrir over the Cthulhu. Over in the mid, it's been quiet up to this point. Both Dardas and Benny Q been able to farm up just fine. And the Persephone myth, I think, does raise some questions in that, you know, an obnoxious pick in the right way, in a good way, in the sense that it can feel oppressive in the hands of a good player. Benny Q, definitely that. Gone Vampiric Shroud into Charon's Coin. What are your realistic expectations for this mid laner?
A very slow early game. I don't think that Persephone's going to be fighting AMC too often unless she's getting the help of the jungler. But once the late game rolls around, the CC from Grasp of Death, still just amazing.
Good damage from Cubo Fred onto Gamma. Gamma delayed out that drop kick, which allowed him to walk just a bit further away. Maybe keeps him in the fight. Aquarius picked up by the Ragnarok. There's a Descent into Madness on the other end, just outside of the River's Rebuke. That Fear No Evil is huge for Kirmi. Gets 4 of the ONI Warriors, but does not matter. Aquarius simply too far behind on the right side, and the ONI Warriors waltz on in. Use a little bit, but they get a kill.
It's about a 2-level lead for Nika and Cubo Fred. A tale of 2 games. The Winter Dogs have a lead around the duo as Kirmi decides to defend, and he's getting dove at a tier 2.
Brutalized down from Nika, and now the aggro of this tower being swapped back and forth. One more tower shot will hit Cubo Fred, but Kirmi's got no health, he's got no mana. Nika's got just enough to brutalize him, and the ONI Warriors have gotten their second kill of the game. Benny Q over from mid lane, but Dart has just done so much damage to the Persephone. The high pace of play has seemingly returned here for the ONI Warriors.
Man, Gamma nearly finishes off Nika. The Dharmic Pillars left like just enough space for Nika to sit outside of the tower range and not quite inside the electric fence that Gamma was able to spawn up, and he survives just long enough to return the kill back onto Kirmi, who decides to stick around himself. A little bit of a wacky play from the Hunbots early on, and that 1,000 gold lead that had almost materialized from nowhere has very quickly extended itself. The ONI Warriors, they're looking to close this one out fast.
All right, but
we've been here before.
We've been here before. We've seen these moments. The late game looks fine for the Winter Dogs.
It does.
We've talked about that. So far from guaranteed. And I mean no offense to the ONI Warriors. My confidence in closing out this game cleanly has not been bought in games 1, 2, or 3. Doesn't mean that you can't buy it back with a convincing win here. And a good set against the Solar Scarabs tomorrow awaits for either of these two teams. As of right now, it's looking like it's going to be the ONI Warriors. Nika on the unconventional pick in the solo lane has been a menace. Brutalized, canceled out by the silence. Gamma's going to dash away from this fight. Pyromancer, a little bit from spawning here. Got about a minute on that one. Gold Fury is up. And this is the style of lead that the ONI Warriors may be feeling confident to push around these neutral objectives early.
Man, Nika just lives here. This laning phase is over for Aquarius. He has lost all semblance of control, and now the ONI Warriors pulling the Gold Fury early. It's Benny Q with the ultimate from downtown.
Gold Fury is low here.
Wow.
Winter Dog steal it away. It's just too easy. It's too easy for Wowie with his ultimate. That's too much damage to burst down the objective. And the ONI Warriors let a bit of that gold lead slip out. Cubo Fred has got to live here, slowed down by the Dharmic Pillars. Gamma on the follow-up, nearly enough damage, but just shy of getting the kill. And so you'll take a Gold Fury steal every day of the week if you're the Winter Dogs. You would love to have also gotten the kill on the Cubo Fred. But the gold lead headed back slightly towards the Winter Dogs, still in favor of the ONI Warriors, but it shrinks a bit.
The ONI Warriors had so many resources. They could have just dropped to help them confirm the Gold Fury. Sanctified Field would have been pretty cool. Neomot could have tossed some walls up. Dardes has got the stinger. They just say, all right, guys, we're winning, and I guess the Winter Dogs have to respect that. Not the case. They didn't, and they stole away the objective, closing out some of that early game prowess that the ONI Warriors have been able to establish for themselves in the first 10 minutes of this game. The Winter Dogs have got good team fight. I would say that the team fight, the composition itself, would kind of lend itself to playing behind throughout the early. You didn't really draft for a whole lot of pressure in just about any of your lanes. Sure, the duo lane maybe should be able to get a little bit of it with the Charybdis over the Oleron, but otherwise, mid's going to be behind. Dardes has got superior clear. Aquarius has been getting accosted the entirety of this game. I don't expect that to change at any point. So the Winter Dogs, if they even get to like the 25-minute mark, I would say 4,000 gold down. They're probably just feeling fine because of how strong their team fight is.
Well, they're in that threshold now. They got another 15 minutes or so to hold on in order to get there. Exactly 2,000 gold in the lead of the ONI Warriors. It'll build back up a bit with the Pyromancer secured here. And so the ONI Warriors, despite a stolen away Gold Fury, have not lost their semblance of control, at least not over here on the right side of the map where Nika continues to wreak havoc. Aquarius has gotten what? Maybe the starting blue buff of this lane and then nothing else from that point on. The game plan has been clear for the ONI Warriors. Let's see if Vote can just hang out, farm up, feel fine. Let's get Nika an advantage here on the right side of the map. He will pull back Aquarius with the Ragnarok. At least for Aquarius, tanky enough, Miff, that a solo kill a bit out of the realm.
Maybe a duo kill though, right? Yeah. Cubo Fred nearby, forces out the blink early.
Winds of Shamash are down, and so is the Descent into Madness. Grasp of Death from Benny Q splits the uprights. And a couple ultimates get used, but this fight ultimately disengaged. Dardes playing insurance policy on the back of this fight as the Tier 1 tower falls.
Yeah, you guys do your dive thing. Enjoy being incredibly tanky frontliners. I'll be back here putting in the actual work, says Dardes.
Fear no evil, okay, says Dardes. Where are you going, says Cubo Fred. As Kirmi has to jump on out of the fight, Gamma jumped on by Nika. The Greater Scorpion worked on by the ONI Warriors, and they'll be able to secure that one just fine. Kirmi had eyes for Cubo Fred there with the Fear No Evil. Got some decent damage. You're playing with thin margins, though. There's a quick collapse from the rest of the ONI Warriors.
It is. Cubo Fred did not have beads yet. Likely will pick that up once he heads back to base, so Kirmi trying to exploit that fact early on. Was not able to pick up that kill. Doesn't even force out the blink defensively, so the ONI Warriors, they trade Kirmi's ultimate for nothing. Strip away a Tier 1 right tower, control the left side camps. Vote establishing himself back to even, was slightly behind Wowie. Still is about a half level down on the Charybdis at this point, but take a peek in mid. Dardes has been left uncontested, untouched, and he's established a very quick 2-level lead.
Yep. So the AMC hitting that power spike. The rest of the ONI Warriors, if you can play through this mid lane, you know they like to. Dardes on these unconventional picks will springboard you into better territories moving forward. Luckily, the gold lead's starting to kind of spool back up, despite the Winter Dogs stealing away that Gold Fury. What an important steal that was. I mean, again, I don't know if the pace of the game really skyrockets if the Winter Dogs don't steal away that Gold Fury, but it probably gives the ONI Warriors a bit less pause in the way that they're operating over the next couple of minutes. At least in mid and left. The right side continues to be an onslaught as the Tier 1 tower finally goes down over on the right side of the map. Aquarius still scaling up, though, Miff, and it's those late-game fights where you're hoping that this Cthulhu is going to have his impact. So all is quiet over the last few minutes here of this game, despite an attempt there from Kirmi on Cubo Fred's life. We'll return back to farming.
And both teams likely benefiting from that pace for now. Primal Fury going to be spawning up very shortly, and Despite the Oni Warriors losing out on just about every single engagement they've taken in the Gold Fury side throughout the entirety of this set, I do believe they should still show up, and it seems they agree. Even Nika starting to make his rotation over. Aquarius as well.
Maybe we
has
just
been able to join with the
do
squad.
something to secure it.
Yeah, maybe drop some ultimates, right? That sounds good to me.
Yeah, that works. Look, when WoWie's able to walk forward and
Just do it.
just do it, right? I mean, just, all right, guys, I'll take this one. That's fine with me. Hard pressed
Yikes.
to find much sympathy. Dropkick onto Kirmi returns more damage than Cubo Fred had initially taken. The Primal Fury is up. The Winter Dogs are here. All 5 members of both teams
And
rallying around the Primal Fury, though Kirmi heads on back to base. He's got speed buff, so he'll be able to come back towards this Fury. But outside of the positioning of BennyQ, the Winter Dogs happy to let this one go quietly. A jump in from Nika onto BennyQ, brutalized to follow up. There is a Ragnarok, but there are a set of beads for BennyQ. Grasp of Death onto Nika. But is there follow-up from the Winter Dogs? Not quite.
Cubo Fred behind the entirety of them does find the 4-man, wins a Shamash, all up to Gamma to separate the fight.
Nika finally helps knock down the Tier 1 tower, Dharmic Pillars, but it's into the River's Rebuke, and that's going to slow down Aquarius. Also, the Sanctified Field, the combo of those 2 ultimates was way too much. And the Cthulhu locked in place, and the Oni Warriors had plenty of damage. Signs of a fire reignited now for the Oni Warriors after the Fury, after the fight, and after a Tier 1 tower in mid.
They might even want the Tier 2, resustaining very quickly with both Oleron and Yamoja heals. Everybody's sticking around while Nika, he's pushing the Tier 2 on the right-hand side completely on his own. A war on 2 fronts for the Winter Dogs to put up a defense, and it's just Kirmi on the right-hand side. Does he know that Cubo Fred is hovering so close? I don't think Kirmi going to step any further forward, and the Oni Warriors relent on their aggression.
Even if Cubo Fred wasn't there, I'm not stepping forward into Nika if I'm Kirmi. No. I don't care if Cubo Fred's there or not. I don't want anything to do with that Fenrir right now. I want to be as far away from him as I possibly can. And Nika will allow a bit of respite to the right side of the map. And the pressure will start to mount. Pyromancer's going to be up quickly here. So this is a good scenario for the Oni Warriors where you're able to force a fight, force an objective, force a tower. You go back, you reset here, potentially. But then the Pyromancer's back up. You're not splitting these objectives. You're rotating back and forth between the two. And if these objectives continue outside of the first steal to go towards the Oni Warriors, this game, for the first time this set, might start to snowball itself to an end.
Maybe. All the Winter Dogs need to do is kind of time their engagements a little bit better. In the last fight in the Tier 1, it was Gamma who drops the Dharmic Pillars, stops the Oni Warriors from aggressing, and then afterward, it's Aquarius who goes in on his own into 4 members and descends into madness. That's nice, but you're surrounded. The disengage had already come through. The Winter Dogs had already escaped, so Aquarius on his own falls down, creating this opportunity for the Oni Warriors to continue their siege. I want to see the Winter Dogs go in at the same time. Let's get a Fear No Evil on top of a Descent into Madness. Throw some Grasp of Death in the background.
Cubo Fred is going to surprise the Winter Dogs here late on this fight. Grasp of Death has rooted in a couple. Wowie, though, being dove on by Vote. The ultimate's going to do absolutely nothing. Kirby, you thought you were safe? No. That's where Cubo Fred is. And the Oni Warriors collapse in on the Winter Dogs. A double kill for the Oleron. A 4-kill swing for the Oni Warriors. They're blanking the Winter Dogs 18 minutes in.
Massive gold advantage and massive timing advantage. 30 seconds on the nearest respawn. The Oni Warriors going for an early Fire Giant, if I had to guess. Just head straight there, pick it up, get that buff. You can go to the Pyromancer afterward. And really, there's no recourse for the Winter Dogs. 13 seconds on Kirmi on the respawn. It takes about 10 seconds to walk from the base to the Fire Giant itself. And the Oni Warriors are playing a double Hunter composition. This Fire Giant's going to fall incredibly fast.
Yeah, Aquarius has got no chance to get close to this objective. All 5 members of the Oni Warriors are alive. And I think if you sensed a tinge of confusion, maybe anxiety from us, it's because this is the style of game we expected to see the Oni Warriors play after the 5, even in the loss.
I thought we were going to see 3 of these.
Right. After the 5-game set we saw against the Solar Scarabs, despite a loss, I had instilled confidence in the Oni Warriors and their ability to come out swinging here in this set. Now they are poised to win. It's going to be a 3-1, far from the worst-case scenario. But it was a bit hesitant in the first couple games, and you lose Game 3. And so it wasn't the cleanest, but this Game 4 is what expectations were, I think, coming into today. So Oni Warriors realizing some of those expectations in Game 4. And if they have it their way, we'll close it out in similar fashion to what we've seen here so far. Luckily, some of the other towers have been worked down on the map myth. So you got a mid lane tier 2, left side tier 2, and a hopeful Phoenix defense from the Winter Dogs.
Hopeful is the operative word, I'm thinking. The Winter Dogs front line, Aquarius, still not tanky at this point of the game. 3-level gap between him and Nika, whereas Nika is allowed to just walk into Wowie, take all those autos.
I think he healed.
You can't tell.
I think Wowie's autos healed Nika as the Fenrir jumped in.
Good lord.
And he will continue to jump in, dealing nearly
Stop!
half of Kyrmi's HP bar. Ragnarok out. That forces the blink. This is just a gap close. Once Nika's cooldowns are back off, Kyrmi is in some serious trouble here. Does not have Aegis. And that means Kyrmi's going by the wayside. The Oni Warriors, in the meantime, have also taken the left side Phoenix.
And the tier 2 mid tower has already got some minions in there as well, so the Oni Warriors can saunter on over lackadaisically and pick that one up. 30 seconds left on Kyrmi's respawn. No blink available. Ultimate not going to be up by the time he respawns either, so it's going to be a weaker defense for the Winter Dogs. Look, this is a breakneck pace. And I think the Oni Warriors can just maintain it, keep up this siege. There is still 2 minutes left on this Fire Giant power play and 10 seconds left on Kyrmi's respawn. Walk in.
Yeah, Nika's doing that and then some. If he is behind the entirety of the Winter Dogs here. Sanctified Field plus River's Rebuke has been an amazing combo. And Vote will hit 4 kills so far this game. Dharmic Killers as a hopeful form of disengage, but it is anything but. The Oni Warriors arrive. All the same, Nika ends this game on a killing spree. Cubo Fred on a killing spree. Vote with 4 kills. The Winter Dogs will be blanked, and the Oni Warriors will face the Solar Scarabs tomorrow for the last spot in Worlds.
But I'm not super confident in their ability to take on the Solar Scarabs. I don't know if you are, Dave, but last time it happened, it was a 5-game set where the Solar Scarabs nearly got reverse swept, and that was the Oni Warriors playing really, really well all 5 games. They did not convince me that they've shored up some of those weaknesses. The consistency has been an issue for the Oni Warriors throughout the entirety of this year. And up against the Winter Dogs, those issues reared their head again. If I were a betting man, and I'm not, I might go for the Scarabs.
You're reformed. You're a
reformed
betting man. Yeah, I say the last spot at Worlds on this side of the group. Of course, we got another side of the group to give the other spot at Worlds to. The big question is then, Miff, up against the Solar Scarabs tomorrow. World's quarterfinals on the line. It feels like it's always been the Oni Warriors and the Solar Scarabs fighting for that last spot in this year, right? Do you get game 4 Oni Warriors from this set, or do you get games? I'll give some love to game 1. 2 and 3 were rough from the Warriors. 1 little wishy-washy. Game 3 incredible. And so that's when you talk about consistency and the need to find it. Oni Warriors got their feet underneath themselves, and they've got a big, big matchup that already went 5 games this week up against the Solar Scarabs tomorrow. And so high expectations for that matchup starting off the day. The Oni Warriors, they get the job done, though, here. Congrats to the Winter Dogs on the run that they've had. The Oni Warriors, the one moving on. The desk will be back after this break to break it down.
Enhanced Fire Giant good enough to give the Oni Warriors an advantage underneath their Phoenix here. Immediately push back as Cubo Fred, who somehow survived. And then walking in is Darden. Oh my god! Oh my god! 2 of baby. 1, 2, 3. Darden over the wall, nearly gets the claw, and suddenly the Sean Kui has come alive. If it's not Vote, it's Darden. Unbelievable. My man nearly just 1 half baby to kill him with the claw. Delayed 4-piece for Darden. Set him up, knock him down.
Well, it made quick work here in game number 4, and after 4 games, the ONI Warriors are finally able to seal the deal and punch in their final opportunity to now move on to face the Solar Scarabs for the final spot in their group over at the SWC. And a pretty convincing game number 4 here, Aggro. Sub 21 minutes, a blank to kind of end out the set. And we kind of get a little taste of maybe why this Ola run's been banned away so much.
Yeah, I feel like that this was just a massive draft diff here from the ONI Warriors. I thought that they really navigated what they wanted to do in picks and bans super well. Their top 3 was absolutely nasty, and from there they were able to get 2 pretty solid picks. And Fred, I was worried about ganking the duo lane, so he just doesn't really worry about the duo lane so much. Besides, it was Nika on this Fenrir, and he made this look really strong. The way that they just played these engagements was really, really clean. Then this is the ONI Warriors that we expected. Took them a little bit to get locked in and ready to go, but eventually they did make it here, and I suppose that's all that matters in the end.
Yeah, Nika and Cuvo spending the early half of the game over on the right-hand side of the map, and I think this moment right here is kind of where we just see Aqua evaporate in the midst of the River's Rebuke. He had nowhere to run. Sanctified Field boosting up Vote here on this Ola run. They had no magic defense at that point, and then you just get to see a Cthulhu of all things just absolutely disappear. Vote really putting on a tear this game. A 6.0 KDA for the Hunter player here out of the ONI Warriors.
Yeah, he played really well. I mean, this composition from the Winter Dogs, just the Cthulhu needed to get off to a good start, and the way that they played the map made sure that it wasn't going to be that way for Aqua. And if Aqua's level 16 when the Phoenix sieging starts, it doesn't matter if his ult is good against Ola runs. Ola runs level 19. Like, who cares? He's just going to kill you.
I mean, Vote and the rest of the Warriors, for that matter, really just kind of W-keyed at the Winter Dogs here in game number 4. Kills across the board for everybody except for Dardes. He got left on the double.
Carried,
he got
man.
left on the 007 here with the AMC. Just everybody else kind of taking stuff away from him, but still putting out some solid work. 12,000 player damage for him. Not quite top of the charts, but still putting out some work. Everybody just taking them kills, man.
It's just like, when you're horse playing with your older sibling and you're like messing around and you get one good shot in and you're like, oh, maybe I can like do it. And then they get mad and they just like stand up real tall and end it with one punch. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the way that game felt. Like, the Warriors are like, okay, yeah, that's fair. We're done now. Like, we're done playing. We have won, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, you're kind of, playing a game with your buddy, and your buddy's just like, yeah, I'm pretty good. I thought you were good at this game. What's going on? I got to win. They're like, nah, we're stopping that right here, right now. We got Neil Ma, the support for the ONI Warriors, standing by for our post-game interview. Let's see what he's got to say.
That's right, Neil Ma with me, who got more kills than his mid laner in that last game.
So talented, and he's not good.
So Dardes was carried there in that last game.
He's amazing.
No, Dardes was amazing. The AMC looked good. All right, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You tell me. I would never dream of doing so, Neil. You tell me. You walk away from a set like that. You get the win. That's really what matters. How's the team feeling about the way you got there? Took 4 games.
I mean, against any team that's a good team, you can drop a game, right? You can get in your own way a little bit, and I think that happened to us in Game 3 today.
Yep.
But overall, I think that we just got the job done. We definitely made some mistakes today, and I think that's just kind of just based on how we haven't had that much time to play together. We've only been together for around a month now.
That's true.
Together, so we've made insane improvements. We were kind of shocking. We all got together for the first time, so we had to do a lot of learning quickly. And I think that we've done a really great job of showing how far we've come, and I think that as long as we play our game and we minimize mistakes, I think that every single team in the league should be scared.
Yeah, we've seen some very, very scary ONI Warriors games so far this week. A couple of them up against the Solar Scarabs, who you will play tomorrow for the one last quarterfinal spot on this side of the bracket in the SWC. Anticipation for that matchup. Do you think you've identified some of the mistakes from earlier in the week against that team specifically to give you some confidence in the matchup?
Yeah, for sure. We feel like we threw that set, to be honest. You're up 2-0, and then I think, like in Game 3, for instance, everyone made some mistakes. I made some big mistakes in that game, and even still, we were still in the game. I think we just misplayed the late game a lot in Game 3 and Game 5 specifically, and I thought those games were in our hands. So whenever you walk away from a set knowing that we're the reason we lost, it's easy to go into the next set with confidence, just knowing if we just clean it up, if we just play a little bit more patient, play a bit more calmly, I think that we're going to come with the win tomorrow.
Good way to be, Neil. I'm excited for that matchup. Should be a lot of fun. Congrats on the win today. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll go back to the desk to round out the set.
There's still some confidence here out of the ONI Warriors support and their ability to take out the Solar Scarabs tomorrow, which is going to be a tall order. I mean, they got a 2-0 lead up over them the last time they faced off just a couple days ago and dropped 3, but Neil says a lot of that just comes down to their own personal error, and pick up some of those mistakes, they got a chance.
Yeah, I mean, they were up 2-0. There's no doubt about that. And look, every team ever, like when we talk to the Scarabs, they'll be like, well, we just threw the first 2 games, so then we stopped throwing, and then we win. You know, every team claims every loss as a throw. That's how it always goes. It's the right mentality to have. There's no problem with it whatsoever. But you know, the Scarabs definitely made some big adjustments. I'm excited to see what adjustments the Warriors have made to their adjustments and the adjustments that the Scarabs are going to make to those adjustments and so on and so forth.
The inception of adjustments that have to be made here. Looking at the schedule for the remainder of the weekend, Oni Warriors do get a win here over the Winter Dogs. They send them out. No more chance at SWC for the Winter Dogs. So a valiant run here out of the SCC squad from North America to be able to take a game up against some of these SPL teams. And then tomorrow we're going to have the Solar Scarabs up against the Oni Warriors for the final chance, their last chance, and the last spot in this group to be able to make it to the Smite World Championships. But Aggro, this isn't the only group that we have. We still have a whole other group. This was just Group A. We still got Group B. The Dragons have already made it through. And now you have the Bolts, the Valkyries, and Sleekness out of the SCC all fighting for their last chance.
Yeah, really excited to see what Sleekness is going to bring out today. I mean, obviously we understand the situation for the Valhalla Valkyries and playing from Europe with the ping and all that kind of stuff, but you know, the experience they've been able to gain throughout playing in the SPL this year, you'd think could give them the edge, but Sleekness has been looking really good recently, man. I think this is going to be a very, very competitive set.
Yeah, the Dragons had a nice shutdown on Sleekness earlier on into the week. It seems that the Dragons kind of nailed down their playing style, considering Sleekness kind of played almost like a pseudo-Dragons team here out of the SCC. We'll see if the Valkyries can make that same kind of adjustment, maybe emulate some of those picks and bans that we saw out of the Dragons.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Sleekness team, they've got a good team identity. They know what they're doing. I think they've got a real star player in Oath in the jungle. I think that he's an absolute phenom there. So I'm excited to see what he's going to do up against Ice Ice, who we know is still trying to catch back up to that speed after playing at Phase 3 playoffs with his team in the European SCC. So it should be a really fun matchup to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one coming up for both of these two teams. One of them is going to be going home. One of them is going to be moving on to face who other than the Olympus Bolts for their final chance to make it to the SWC. We'll be ready with that said right here after the break.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for Final King. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
Ripping through, Titan, down, ball 3, a double goal.